Hello everyone, this is What If Fanfic and today I'll bring you What If Neglected Naruto was adopted by Kaguya. The link to the story will be in the description. If you want to hear a fanfiction, please comment down below. Now on to the story.
Kushina Uzumaki watched her daughter practicing with shurikens. Kushina was a very beautiful woman. She had a slender but feminine build, fair skin and violet eyes. Her most concerning feature was a thick head of flaming red hair that she had passed down to her daughter Natsumi. Natsumi's bright blue eyes fixed on the target. She had slipped one of the two shurikens in each of her hands into throwing position. The razor-sharp shuriken flicked with Natsumi's hand sailed the short distance to the training dummy. One of the points penetrated the center. "Mommy! Daddy!" the 6-year-old girl shouted, bouncing up and down on her feet. "Did you see? Did you see what I did?" "Yes, that was really great." Kushina smiled. She bent down and kissed her little girl on the forehead. Natsumi smiled. She then felt a gentle hand on top of her head. She looked up and saw the smiling face of her father Minato Namikaze. Her smile got even bigger. "I'm proud of you, my little princess," Minato said, smiling brightly as he ruffled Natsumi's hair. Minato was a tall man. He had fair skin and spiky blonde hair. He has bright blue eyes the same as his daughter Natsumi. "Trust me. You'll be a great shinobi like your dad in no time," he said to his daughter. "Dad, my dream is to become the greatest Hokage. One day, I'm gonna surpass you and all previous Hokage." Natsumi pumped his fist in the air, smiling brightly. A large grin appeared on Kushina's face. She turned as she pointed a finger at her husband. "See, Minato. She's gonna be like her mommy." Kushina gently put a hand on Natsumi's daughter and then she knelt at her side. "To be the first female Hokage was my dream. The dream that your father stole away from me." She shot a glare at her husband. Minato chuckled nervously. "She still scares me even though it's been so many years. But I'm sure, you'll achieve that dream for me." Kushina smiled while looking at her daughter. "Natsumi Uzumaki, the 5th Hokage has a nice ring to it, don't you think?" Kushina wrapped her arms around her daughter's small frame and hugged her. Minato smiled at the scene and joined the three-way hug between his family members. Smiling, both parents held their precocious daughter close. Big teary violent eyes watched the scene as it unfolded before the clear innocence eyes stained with tears. Naruto Uzumaki, twin brother of Natsumi, was a carbon copy of their father with the exception of some features. Tears slipped down his cheeks and he looked away. Sometimes when his parents were so attentive to his twin sister they would just forget about him. He had been hoping this day would be the day they would finally acknowledge his existence, but all he ever wanted was their parents' acknowledgement. Their approval. Their acceptance. What's so special about her? The blonde boy thought. Naruto absolutely resented his twin. She had gotten everything handed to her on a silver platter. He, on the other hand, had worked very to get every small thing. If it was enough, Natsumi was everyone's favorite. They called her the hero of the hidden leaf. How did she become hero? Naruto had no idea. As far back as he could remember, she hadn't done any heroic deed. He also had nicknames. They called him the son of the 4th Hokage and hero's brother. Naruto clenched his fist as he absolutely hated those titles. He didn't want to live in the shadow of famous's twin and even more famous parents. "Naruto. Naruto." Naruto's musing cut short when he heard Minato call his name. "Naruto, come here." "Yes," Naruto replied as he approached his family. "Naruto, I want you to fight with your sister," Minato said. Naruto nodded his head as he saw a good opportunity to show his parents that he was worthy of their time and love. "Good." Minato turned to his daughter. "Now Natsumi, you're going to fight with him, but do not forget to take it easy on him. It's not a real battle, just a spar and your brother isn't strong as you." Naruto clenched his fist in anger. He wanted to scream at father that it was their fault as they never trained him. "I'll show them I'm not weak, then maybe they'll love me like they do Natsumi." Kushina had a shocked look on her face. She couldn't believe what her husband had suggested. "We haven't started his training yet." She shook her head and quickly brushed her worry aside. "What am I thinking? It's a simple spar between two children. Nothing will go wrong." Naruto settled down into the fighting stance that he had been learning from books. Natsumi took her own fighting stance that her parents had taught her. As soon as Minato gave a signal, Naruto made the first move. Naruto ran toward Natsumi to punch her, but Natsumi simply moved away from his way and slammed him against the ground. Naruto quickly pushed himself on all fours and kicked his left leg behind him. A huff told him that he had hit the target. Naruto jumped to his feet and noticed that his sister had already recovered from his attack. Natsumi attacked her brother, throwing some fast punches that Naruto either blocked or dodged. She never stopped. Naruto blocked his sister's some punches and sent 3 back and a knee to her gut that forced her to her knees. Using this opportunity, he kicked her as hard as he could, sending her rolling a few meters from her previous spot. Naruto's face split into a wide smile as he stared up at Natsumi's fallen form. I did it. I finally beat her. It was the first step to get close to his parents. Naruto turned toward his parents for their approval and the smile left his face. Minato and Kushina weren't looking at him but behind him. He turned his attention toward Natsumi and froze. His sister was blazing with an evil red chakra. Naruto felt his body shivering in fear as he could sense the power that Natsumi possessed. It was vast and filled with bloodlust. Natsumi roared like a wild animal and disappeared. Naruto then felt a sharp pain in the jaw. Before he could defend himself, Natsumi slashed him on his chest with her razor-sharp claws, leaving a deep wound there. She slashed once again with her other hand on his face. Naruto cried in pain as he felt burning sensation in areas where wounds were. His entire body felt drained. He barely had the strength to defend. However, the fight was far from over. Minato and Kushina didn't realize what their daughter was planning until it was too late to stop. Natsumi had already crossed the distance and was gathering a large amount of corrupted red chakra in her palm. She delivered a palm strike to her brother's head, which sent him flying backwards into a tree. Naruto barely had the strength to keep awake. All he could feel was a pain, especially from his chest as he laid on the blood-soaked ground. He was conscious, so he could hear his parents calling his sister's name. He saw some blurry images of his parents disappearing with his unconscious sister. Minato and Kushina had forgotten about him once again. He felt betrayed and that made the pain even worse. At last, I am not special. But I don't want to die, no. Not like this, I don't want to die like a nobody, Naruto thought before darkness took over his eyes. Oh ooh. Minato and Kushina were in the hospital as they stood in the hallway. Medical ninja team was examining their children. That incident had really shaken up them, as they hadn't expected a simple spar between children would end up in the hospital. The sound of a click caught their attention. The door opened to reveal the head medic Nin. He walked out of the room and closed the door lightly behind him. Lord Hokage. The medic greeted his leader in respect. Are they all right? Minato asked, worry clearly visible on his face. Your daughter is safe. She has a small case of chakra exhaustion. She'll be back to full health in a few hours, the head medic Nin informed. After hearing those words, Minato and Kushina felt a huge weight lifted off their shoulder. Your son on the other hand. The man trailed off with a frown on his face, making both parents to concern about their son. What happened to him? Kushina asked with worry laced in her voice. Her hands were shaking a little. I'm not sure if he'll fully recover from it. The head medic's Nin took pause before looking at both parents. He has lost his so much blood, but that's not a big problem. Our major problem is the Nine Tails chakra. The corrupted chakra has done some serious damage to his important organs, especially his both eyes. They are damaged to beyond repair. His body is further shut down and entered a comatose state. I'm afraid there is nothing I can do. Forgive me, he said. The only medic of Lady Tsunade caliber can do something. I insist you call her. Lady Tsunade has the skill and knowledge to possibly heal your son completely. He left them standing there alone and went to check his other patients. When two snapped out of their daze, they rushed toward their son's room. Tears welled in their eyes when their eyes landed on Naruto. Their son had an oxygen mask on his nose and mouth to assist him in breathing. His entire chest was covered in bandages as well as his left arm, his both eyes, the left side of his face and down his neck slightly. His chest had a few wires attached to monitor his heart rate and his breathing. Bandages that warped around his chest and both eyes were soaked in blood, telling them the seriousness of his injuries. This is my fault. Kushina was openly crying. What kind of mother am I? I took my daughter to the hospital but left my son drowning in his own blood. Minato wasn't feeling much better than she was. He looked down at his feet in shame as he clenched his fist. I'm such a terrible father. How could I let something like this happen to my son? Oh ooh. How did this happen? A man wearing a boar mask asked his partner. His partner had bird mask on his face. Both men were from Onbu Black Ops, Special Assassination, and Tactical Squad. They were dressed standard uniforms which for Konoha Onbu. There's been talk, and I'm not sure if it's true or not but there's a lot of rumors going around about it. Bird paused. He looked around to make sure no one was in earshot. It was Natsumi, he said carefully, his voice barely above a whisper. She lost control over Fox's chakra and attacked her brother under its influence. But what about the seal? Boar asked, his mask successfully hiding his shocked expression. Maybe seal. Bird shook his head as if trying to shake out the silly thought, I don't know, I'm not a seal master. Bird looked straight at the blonde-haired boy they were guarding, through the small glass window built into the door. 2 weeks had passed and Hokaye's son was still in critical condition. He said, he is a strong boy, let's hope he'll wake up soon. Boar nodded, agreeing with his partner. He just hoped the boy would wake up soon. Healthy. Not with some traumatic experience. Oh ooh. The night was unnaturally quiet. There was no voices or sounds, not even the normal rustlings, no bird, owl or barking dog. It seemed like, by godly, that all night animals were holding their breaths as if they waited for something to happen. The moon had risen higher, and was shining in at the uncurtained window, illuminating Naruto's hospital room with a silvery light. Moonlight and darkness alike bent and danced around the injured boy, surrounding him in a hazy metallic shimmer. And suddenly light changed. A stain began to spread over the face of the full moon, a stain like pooling blood. As it spread, the moonlight turned from white to red, the blood red of pain. The glow became brighter with each passing second and began to pulse before dying out altogether. After light came darkness. Dark shadows poured out of walls. It buzzed on the air and filled the room, expanding into every corner to block out the light. The darkness bubbled and rose up in flabby, half-formed shape which reached out with feeble hands. A pair of eyes burst open in the darkness and glowed, crackling energy spewing from their crystal form. Found you. The darkness changed its shape again as it twisted like ropes, stretched and wrapped around Naruto's body as a blanket. Swelling darkness seeped into his wound, flowing in his veins, stitching all wound together. Oh ooh. The same darkness emerged from a small black portal into a featureless glaring white world. The ground, sky, even the far-off horizon, all brought about an almost maddening snow glare effect. The world was empty, held no life signs, save for a small bubble of energy. The darkness changed its form once again as it twisted, taking a famine shape before turning into a beautiful woman. The woman possessed very delicate facial features, like extremely long, sweeping light-colored hair that touched the ground. Her featureless white eyes narrowed at the bubble as veins appeared near her temples. This chakra. The white space in front of her ripped like a sheet of paper. She stepped into the portal that led her near the bubble. She took a step forward and raised her right hand. When her dark nail touched the bubble, it burst apart and disintegrated to nothing but mere light particles. What? Naruto said. Naruto looked up at the woman with his blood-stained cheeks. She had 2 horns that came from the sides of her forehead, but he wasn't frightened by that. It was her chakra that frightened him. Her was vast. Compare with the vast sea-like chakra of her, the red chakra Natsumi had was nothing but a little pond water. The woman bent down, cupped Naruto's cheeks with her hand. What is your name? She asked, her tone voice quite emotionless. Naruto first was reluctant to answer her question, but decided to answer it. He didn't want to get her bad side. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, he said. Why are you crying? The woman asked. My parents, Naruto stated in a dejected tone, hiding his anger and sadness in them. They care more about my twin sister than me. To them, I'm nobody. They don't care about whether I live or die. He began to sob and started to tell her everything about his parents, his twin sister, and his parents' favoritism toward her. Even after hearing Naruto's sob story, the woman's face showed no emotion. She looked at the boy with her white eyes. After a long minute of silence, she spoke again. Tell me, what are you going to do now? I do not know, Naruto answered, as he wrapped his arms around his legs and buried his face in his knees. Maybe, I'll find peace here. I can help you if you want. Naruto jerked his head up at her. Why? He asked. He didn't know why this woman wanted to help him. There was nothing he could give her in return, and top of that he didn't even know her name. Why do you want to help me? The expression on the woman's face continued to be unchanged. Because I'm your ancestor, she said. Naruto's eyes widened at hearing that she was his ancestor. A ancestor? But how? He asked. From her white eyes, he could tell that she had Byakugan. I don't mean to be rude, but neither my mother nor my father is related to the Hyuga clan. You've their Dujutsu. You're obviously related to them. I'm also Hyuga clan's ancestor and originator of their bloodline. Huh? I don't get it. I'm Kaguya Utsutsuki. I'm the progenitor of the Hyuga, Sanju, Uchiha and Uzumaki clan. I'm the mother of Hagoromo, she said. She then noticed a confused expression on his face. You may know him by his other name, the Sage of the Six Paths. The Sage of the Six Paths. You're the mother of the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto nearly cried, quickly standing up on his feet. The shock and excitement were clearly visible on his face. The creator of ninjutsu and chakra. He had read about that man. The man was the god of all shinobi. Kaguya's face changed from emotionless to a face filled with anger and hatred. Boy, he is not a creator of chakra, she said, her voice harsh and cold. He and his brother were thieves, thieves of my chakra. Naruto gulped and nodded, as he didn't want to anger her more. She's scary. That foolish boy gave. He gave my chakra to humans, Kaguya said. Her temper was already close to boiling point. The slit on her forehead opened, showing her third eye, scaring Naruto even further. The eye had red sclerae and irides, with a ripple pattern spreading over the eyeball and 9 tomoe. The chakra belongs to me and mine alone, she finished. Naruto gathered some courage in his voice and asked, but why? Because chakra isn't for humans, Kaguya said, as she looked down at Naruto. Do you know how humans are using my chakra? To fight. To start a war, Naruto said. His tone of voice was too matured for his age. He looked into Kaguya's eyes. To cause destruction. Kaguya's dark lips curved into a smile, showing a positive emotion. Good. You can understand, we cannot let this happen to the world. My precious nursery. But what we can do? Naruto said. Entire world has chakra and it will live forever. Then we'll unite chakra in one. We'll take all chakra back, Kaguya suggested. Will you help me with that? How? Her statement had confused Naruto more. Is it even possible to collect all chakra? I'll tell you about it later. First, answer my question. Will you help me to bring peace in the world? Naruto hesitated, but it was the first time someone had given him attention, not to his sister. He didn't want to disappoint her. She was the first person who had acknowledged his existence. It felt really nice to him. He looked at Kaguya with his newfound determination. I will help you with my all power, he said. Good, Kaguya said. She placed her hand on his head. Naruto's body glowed for fleeting seconds before dying down. First, let me tell you the history of Otsutsuki clans and chakra. Naruto took a place on the non-existent floor and made himself comfortable to hear Kaguya. Kaguya started, Otsutsuki's greatest skill is their ability to use chakra, Naruto Uzumaki's body was resting on a hospital bed. No one else was in the room, so they weren't able to see black glow that was emitting from his body. The glow died down after a few seconds later. Slowly, Naruto's uninjured hand reached up and gently removed the oxygen mask. His nose wrinkled as the strong smell of medicine hit his nose, telling him that he was in the hospital. He disconnected all wires that attached to his body and sat up with his legs dangling over the side of the bed. He reached up and slowly pulled the medical tape, loosening the bandages over his eyes. Light stabbed his eyes, burning, painful. He closed his eyes immediately and slowly opened them again, letting them adapt to the light. Grabbing the edge of the bed, he stood up on his feet, hobbled toward the bathroom, almost falling on his way. Naruto stood in front of the mirror, unsure he really wanted to remove the bandages. He took a deep breath, reached up, and unfastened the end of one of the bandages that wound around his head. Slowly carefully he unwrapped the remaining bandages. When his body was cleared, he saw scars all over his face and body. To his surprise, all scars began to heal rapidly, the skin began to patch itself up. That's new, Naruto muttered silently to himself. His skin was completely smooth and clear. He splashed handfuls of water onto his face. When he looked at his reflection in the mirror, he was briefly shocked. His eyes, they were no longer violet. He had two different colored eyes, a purple right eye and a blood red left eyes. Both eyes had ripple patterns spread over eyeballs with no visible iris. Naruto was already familiar with the name. Rinnegan, he muttered. Naruto looked at his reflection, but it looked like something floated behind it, another face, not his own, deep inside the glass. You not just have a Rinnegan, you've Rein Sharingan, Kaguya said. Her reflection had formed the corner of the mirror. Your left eye doesn't have any tomoe yet, but you'll receive them after gaining some experience. Mom? Naruto said, looking at Kaguya's reflection. After spending 6 months with Kaguya in an unknown place and knowing more about her, Naruto had started to call her mother. She was a better mother than Kushina. He asked, what happened to my old eyes? Your old eyes. They were damaged beyond repair, so my chakra replaced them with a new one. Thank you, mother. Naruto looked at the reflection of his dual dojutsu. Even though it was incomplete, he could still feel the great power coming from it. I haven't much chakra left, so listen carefully, my son, Kaguya said. I've sent a message to someone close to me. He is my will, so you can trust him. He'll assist you in your training as well as accomplish our goal. Will I see you again? He asked, afraid she would disappear forever. Yes, you will, she said, and her reflection faded away from the mirror. Naruto took a deep breath as he closed his eyes and cut off his chakra flow. A few seconds later his eyes opened again, showing his normal violet orbs. Oh ooh! The Hokage Tower was among the largest edifices in Konoha, containing the chambers for the Hokage as well as meeting places for the council, abbey, and various other workers, all of whom reported to the Hokage as the final authority over the ninja of the village. The fire daimyo might have been the lord of the land, but the Hokage commanded its troops. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sat in his office, signing for the 100th time that day. It had been 6 months since that incident. Those months had been a living nightmare for him and his family as they waited in desperate hope for a breakthrough in Naruto's condition. Minato's eyes landed on the only picture he had his entire family on it. In it, he was holding his wife while their hands were on one of Natsumi's both shoulders. Naruto was off to the side with a sad look on his face. He looked away as that picture reminded him of mistakes he had made with his family. His mistakes had been mostly affecting Naruto more than anyone else in the family and he had so blind to see it. Minato remembered why he did that. It was all because of the prophecy. Believing his daughter was the child of prophecy, he had chosen Natsumi over Naruto in hopes of ensuring the safety of the world. By doing that he pushed his only son aside. He felt ashamed for what he had done. Then something unprecedented happened. The glass of picture frame cracked vertically, separating Naruto from the rest of the family. It was an ominous sign which worried him greatly. Minato! A voice called out urgently. Minato turned the head toward the direction the voice came from. There stood the one person he hadn't seen in a while, his sensei Jiraiya. Even after all these years, he could say his teacher hadn't changed much in an appearance-wise. He was still a tall man with waist-length, spiky white hair that tied back into a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. He also had red lines that ran down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil, which denoted his affiliation with Mount Myaboku. "Sensei, what are you doing here?" Minato asked as he watched the man jump in through the window. "Did you find Lady Tsunade?" To find Tsunade, he had contacted his sensei. Jiraiya was a spy master and a former teammate of Tsunade, so he was the only person who could possibly find her. Jiraiya shook the head negatively. "I'm really sorry, Minato." Minato slammed his hands on the table and stood up. "Then why are you wasting time here, sensei?" "Naruto," Jiraiya cut in, "Minato, this is important. What is more important than finding Tsunade? Her godson Naruto needs her." "Minato, just listen," Jiraiya said. He knew his student was upset and worried. "The prophecy has changed." Minato felt a pang of pain in his chest. "What? What does it say now?" he asked, not really wanting to find out. "Well, the Uzumaki mansion was a big mansion, not big as Uchiha or Hyuga, but still big enough for 4 people. It had a large compound which was comprised mostly of large training grounds and gardens. Kushina was sitting down on the couch in the living room. She was looking at the only picture she had her entire family together. It was the identical picture her husband had in his office. She still couldn't believe what they had done. She couldn't call herself a good mother, hell she couldn't even call herself a mother at all after what she had done. How could I have pushed one child away in the favor of the other? She took one last look at the family picture, but before she could leave something happened. The glass of the picture frame cracked. She felt a slight pain in her chest. "Kushina." Minato's voice called her name when he flashed into the living room. Natsumi was having tea with her friends who were chatting happily. Next to her sat the only other person whose family had blonde hair, Ino Yamanaka. On her other side sat her timid friend, a girl with pretty indigo hair color and lavender eyes, Hinata Hyuga. Natsumi thought about her brother. Naruto's bloodied face was embedded in her mind. She sometimes had nightmares about the same face calling her killer. She tried to forget and reached for her teacup. But when her finger touched it, the cup cracked before it shattered completely. A pain swelled up in her stomach at the same time and she fainted on the spot. The last she heard before losing her consciousness was her friends calling her name again and again. Inside Natsumi's seal, there was a gigantic cage as ominous shadows swirled in the darkness. A single red slighted eye opened. A red-orange fox stepped forward in light, showing massive figure. The mighty fox had sensed a powerful chakra that seemed to belong an unknown entity. This chakra, it's more powerful than old man's. The monster fox rose to his feet. His eyes flashed and he let out his mighty roar. A flame-like red aura formed around his body. Heat vented out of him like a furnace. The red aura slammed into the cage bars over and over again, in an attempt to break it, but the seal blocked it effectively. Kushina sat next to her daughter's bed watching her rest. Minato stood next to her, his hand was on her shoulder. What's wrong with her? Kushina asked, worriedly, stroking her daughter's red hair. The seal seems to be working fine. Minato tapped his chin in a deep thought. I think the fox has tried to break the seal again, he said. They were so concerned about her. After hearing the new prophecy, they couldn't get it out of their head. What did it mean? How would it influence the future? At that moment, a dog masked Anbu walked into the room. He had spiky white hair and wore standard Anbu armor. Sensei, he said. Yes, Kakashi? Minato said to his only living student. Sensei, your son, Kakashi said. He's woken up from a coma. A smile appeared on Minato's face and Kushina shed some tears. It was the first good news they'd heard in many months. The past month had been the worst and painful of their life. But they taught them the importance of the family and how bad some of their decision could affect their children. Thanks, Kakashi, Minato said. You can go now. Kakashi nodded and walked out of the room. Thank Goddess, he is awake, Kushina said, relieved to know her son was awake. I hope he'll forgive us, Minato said, as he realized they had something to take care of. They didn't know that they were already too late for asking forgiveness. A seed of revolution had been sown in Naruto's mind by Kaguya had already sprouted and was just blooming. It would take years to grow and flourish, but once it did, it would crack the very foundation that held the ninja world together. Minato sat behind his desk in the Hokage Tower trying to do his paperwork. The keyword was trying. He just placed his pen back down. Sighing in frustration, he sat back in his chair and rubbed his temples. He stared out the window of his office. The past 6 years, Minato did not want to think about it. Those years reminded him of his constant failure in everything. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop these thoughts of flashing over and over in his mind. So many things had gone wrong during that period of time. Hyuga affair and Uchiha clan massacre were prime examples of it. Minato felt a pang of guilt and chest thinking about it. Hyuga Hisashi and all those innocent Uchiha clan members had paid a heavy price for his failures. Minato looked down at the photo that he had on his desk. His family photo. He picked it up and traced his fingers lightly over his son's picture. His son constantly reminded him that he failed to fulfill his job as a father. Naruto had become increasingly distant and cold to everyone, even toward his twin sister. As far as Minato remembered, Naruto used to be a sweet and bright child, something he and Kushina had failed to see at that time, but these days, he would hardly see a smile on son's face. His son had become a shadow of his old self. Minato had no one to blame but himself for it. His foolishness had caused his son so much pain in the past. Then there was his next child. Ever since the Nine Tails chakra nearly caused her brother's death, Natsumi had developed a great fear of using Fox's chakra. Fearing for worse, she had refused to tap into the beast's chakra. All incidents had also created another problem that Minato didn't know how to resolve. Somehow the information about the incident had leaked in public, planting a seed of doubt into the Leaf citizens' mind and causing them to doubt of his words of Natsumi being their savior. The Leaf citizens hadn't shown any real open hostility toward his daughter, but Minato had seen a slight change in their behavior toward her. Minato's train of thought interrupted by a quiet knock on the door. Come in, he said. Minato saw the former Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was somewhere around 68 years old, walk in his office. The third Hokage was a light-skinned man of below-average stature with gray hair. Followed closely behind his preceder was his least favorite people. Homura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane. They were around the same age as Hiruzen. Homura was gray hair, a bearded man with glasses and had a strong jawline of facial structure. Koharu had gray hair. Her hair was pulled back in a twin bun locked by a traditional Japanese hairpin with 2 pearls dangling from the side. 2 of them were part of the Leaf's Elder Council. Hiruzen-sama and honorable elders, what can I do for you? Minato asked, showing some respect to the former Hokage and his ex-teammates. He gestured for them to take a seat. They gladly accepted his offer. Hiruzen pulled his pipe out of his sleeve and lit it with a quick application of fire chakra. Minato, he put it in his mouth and inhaled it, before releasing a cloud of smoke from his mouth. We are here to discuss the upcoming graduation exam. Adjusting his glasses with his thumb, Homura said, as you already know, some students in today's graduation exam are special. Most of them are from famous clans. There are also the last Uchiha and your children, Koharu added. Your daughter is a Jinchuriki and your son. He is a young prodigy and a natural genius. He's all qualities to become a Genin, but the reason he isn't a Genin yet is you, Minato, Homura said, as he gave him a glare, showing he didn't like the decision of his leader. Your son would have been a great asset to Konoha military. Minato narrowed eyes at Homura. He was too young to become a Genin at that time, Homura-san, he said in a harsh tone to prove his point. Do I remind you what happened to our last young prodigy? Homura flinched at the mention of Uchiha Itachi. Minato had another reason, which was different from he had told Homura. He still remembered that day over 4 years ago. Minato had flashed into the living room of the Uzumaki mansion using his most famous jutsu. Kushina-chan, are you ready? Kushina was wearing an expensive-looking kimono, silk green in color with brown stitching at the hems. On her delicate feet was a pair of silk slippers, a few inches high for extra height. Yes, she muttered. Minato looked at the beautiful face of his wife. He could clearly tell something was bothering her. What's wrong? It's about Naruto. Oh. He knew his son was a painful topic to his wife. He hasn't forgiven us yet, Minato-kun. Kushina's eyes looked his crystal blue eyes. Don't lose hope. I know he will forgive us, eventually. He put a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Where is he now? I don't know, I haven't seen him since breakfast. A noise from upstairs caught couple's attention. Minato saw his daughter walking down the stairs. Natsumi was dressed in a traditional red kimono and pair of silk slippers. She stood ready to go to the festival. You looked beautiful, little princess. Ready to go to the festival? Minato asked cheerfully, trying to lighten the mood. Yes, Dad. I'm ready to take all prizes that I'll get after winning every game. Natsumi walked toward them. She then noticed that her brother wasn't there with her parents. Hey, where is Naruto Ni-chan? She asked, looking around to search her brother. Before Minato could open his mouth to answer her question, the front door opened and Naruto cautiously walked inside. His clothes were ragged up and had dirt spots on them. Being a leader of the village, Naruto could tell that his son had done some heavy training. Minato smiled. Naruto, get ready. We are going to the festival. Naruto raised his eyebrow. No thanks, he replied in his bored tone, and he began to walk upstairs towards his bedroom. Kushina was very stubborn, she refused to take no for an answer. She ran after her son. Minato followed shortly behind her. Naruto, Kushina shouted. Naruto stopped and turned back to see both his so-called parents. What do you want? He asked. Kushina flinched at the acidity in her son's voice. Why, Naruto? Why don't you want to come with us? We're a family. A family, you say? Naruto laughed. Since, when we are family? He replied harshly before he walked into his bedroom and closed the door in front of their faces. Naruto. He hates us. Naruto's unkind words nearly brought tears to Kushina's eyes. Minato pulled her into a hug and consoled her as best as he could. He sighed, he hated to see her like this. Let's go. We've to go to attend the festival, he said. Kushina looked at her husband and asked, why? Because I'm a Hokage, it is my duty to attend public events. Kushina nodded. She didn't like it, but she was going to do this for sake of her husband and daughter. When they walked downstairs, they saw their daughter crying. Natsumi sobbed. It's my fault. He hates us because of me, she cried harder, bringing her knees to her chest and wrapping her arms around them. No doubt, she had heard everything. Kushina went to her and knelt down beside her daughter. Shoo, she hushed, using a hand to gently rub her upper back. It's not your fault, Natsumi, if it's anyone's fault, it's ours. She wiped off the tears from her face. She looked up at Minato and gave him a nod. Minato went forward and grabbed his wife and daughter's shoulders. He used his famous jutsu and flashed away with them. Oh ooh. Minato was watching all children who were enjoying themselves and playing the games that were part of the festival. He also noticed Natsumi's sour mood as she walked with them. He didn't blame her for that. Minato, Kushina. A familiar voice called. Minato and Kushina quickly turned around to see a familiar face of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen-sama, Minato said. Hey, old man. Kushina greeted, causing Minato to sweat drop at her disrespectful behavior. Hiruzen smiled and walked toward them. After all these years, Kushina's behavior didn't bother him anymore. How are you two? We are all right, thank you for asking, Minato answered, smiling. And Naruto? Hiruzen had tried to find the boy, but he had failed to see the particular shade of blonde hair. Where is he? Minato noticed hearing their son's name. Kushina's mood had dropped again. He placed his hands on her shoulders to support her. He's home. He's not interested in the festival, he said. Why? Before Minato could say anything, he heard Ino's voice as she yelled his daughter's name out in fear. He quickly turned around. Natsumi was on the ground holding her stomach in pain. He rushed toward her with Kushina and Hiruzen following behind him. Kushina held her daughter tightly and called her name. Natsumi. Om. Didi. Grandpa, Natsumi weakly said. Her eyes blinking rapidly as she began to lose her consciousness. Ra, she growled in a deep voice before falling unconscious. Hiruzen was worried as he could feel a large amount of Fox's chakra leaking out from Natsumi. Sensei. Kakashi had landed in front of his teacher. He was in his Anbu dress code. Our sensors have picked up some unknown chakra signatures. Where? Minato asked. His azure eyes hardened like steel, showing the reason he had become a leader near the Uzumaki mansion. What? Naruto, Kushina shouted, as she realized Naruto was alone in the home. Kakashi, take care of Natsumi, Minato ordered before turning toward the former Hokage and his wife. Let's go. Minato used the Flying Thunder God jutsu and disappeared with Kushina and Hiruzen. Oh ooh. As soon as Minato, Hiruzen, and Kushina appeared outside the Uzumaki house with a yellow flash, they felt a large amount of dark chakra emanating from the inside. Naruto is in there. We need to get there quick, Kushina shouted, fearing for the safety of her son. Without wasting any time, they ran inside and went toward where they could sense the dark chakra. This chakra, it feels even more sinister than the Nine Tails, Minato thought. When they reached the source of the chakra, they saw a lot of blood over there. Just a few distances away, they found 4 bodies of unknown shinobis hanging from a big tree. The blood was seeping from where the black chains had stuck through their bodies, to the grassy ground below. Stone shinobi? What were they doing here? Hiruzen said, recognizing the symbol on masks. The big tree got the fourth's attention. That tree shouldn't be there. As far as he knew, on this part of the training ground had no tree. There was only one bloodline capable of growing full-grown trees in one day or in a few minutes. These days, only one person had that bloodline, but that person was out of the village for an important mission. The Hokage's eyes followed the chains back to their source and his eyes widened. Naruto stood there in the middle of the training grounds alone with the chains of unknown black metal protruding from his back. He yanked back the chains out of the dead bodies, making them disappear. The tree suddenly sprouted 2 branches covered in fur-like leaves. The branches wrapped around the bodies before they hit the ground. Wood release. He can use wood release, Hiruzen said as his eyes widened in surprise. Those were chakra chains. I didn't know Naruto's inherited my special chakra. Did you? Kushina asked her husband. Minato had said nothing. He had been staring at Naruto's emotionless violet eyes. Minato could never forget his son's eyes. Those eyes had held no emotion in them. After that, he had denied Council's all attempts to let Naruto join early in the shinobi program. That incident had also led to question about Naruto's would-release bloodline. Thankfully, Hiruzen had come with a theory. The Uzumaki clan had close ties with the Senju clan. Maybe, because of this, Naruto could use the wood release like first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Keeping Naruto's wood release as an S-rank secret, they had released very small details about the stone incident in the public. It had contributed to raise Naruto's popularity among the Leaf citizens. Minato, Hiruzen called patiently. Minato shook his head before he turned back to his visitors and asked, "Sorry, did you say something?" Hiruzen's sweat dropped and said, "You are truly Kakashi's sensei." Koharu made a fake cough to catch their attention toward her before saying, "Well anyway, let's talk about team's arrangement." Oh ooh. Natsumi was sitting in the classroom of Shinobi Academy with her childhood friends. She had gotten her father's blue eyes but otherwise could have been a mini carbon copy of her mother, same build, same skin tone, same long bright red hair with strands that framed both sides of her face. Her ninja gear also looked similar to her mother's old Jinan gear, a short-sleeved, tan kimono-like blouse with a dark embroidered border, held closed with a black obi, a dark skirt, and stockings that stopped at her thighs and brown sandals. To Natsumi's right side was her childhood friend, Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Hyuga clan. She had dark blue hair, fair skin, and customary white eyes of her clan that had a tinge of lavender. She was wearing a cream-colored hooded jacket with a fire symbol on the upper right and left sleeves and fur around the cuffs and hem, with navy blue pants. Like the rest of her clan, she possessed the renowned Byakugan. She was the shy girl in the Natsumi's little group. To Natsumi's left side was her another childhood friend, Ino Yamanaka from the Yamanaka clan in her fairly revealing purple clothing with small silver hoop earrings. She was a fair-skinned girl of average height with blue eyes. The most noticeable trait in her appearance was her long, blonde hair, which was in a high ponytail with bangs covering the right side of her face. There was Kiba Inuzuka from the Inuzuka clan with his nin dog, Akamaru, a tiny puppy with white fur. Like the rest of his clan, Kiba had messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with vertical slit-like pupils, pronounced canine teeth, and nails that can change into claws. He also had the distinct red fang markings of the Inuzuka clan on his cheeks. His attire consisted of dark grayish pants reaching to his calves and a gray, hooded fur-lined coat over an apparent plate of armor and fishnet undershirt. Next to Kiba was a boy with his head down, sleeping. He was Shikamaru Nara, heir of the Nara clan. He had quite long jet black hair tied in a spiky ponytail, narrow brown eyes. His attire was rather plain, consisting of a green-lined mesh t-shirt under a short-sleeved gray jacket with green edges, adorned on both the sleeves and the back with a circle with a line through it, brown pants, and blue sandals. Next to Shikamaru was a chubby boy who was eating a bag of chips. He was Shikamaru's best friend, Kuji Akimichi from the Akimichi clan. He had spiky, brown hair, swirl marks on his cheeks, like the rest of his clan. He was quite husky, which was a necessity in his clan to perform their techniques. He was wearing black shorts, a long white scarf, a short-sleeved, green haori, over a white shirt with his clan's obligatory kanji for food on it, small, hoop earrings, and his legs and forearms were wrapped in bandages. Right behind them was a fair-skinned boy with dark, bushy, brown hair. His name was Shino Aburame. He was wearing dark sunglasses and a sea-green jacket with a high, upturned collar. He was a fellow of the Hidden Leafs Aburame clan, whose members used insects as weapons. Away from all students, sitting next to a window was a dark-haired boy, Sasuke Uchiha, the last loyal Uchiha of the Leaf. He was a fair-skinned boy who had onyx eyes and black chin-length hair. His hair was spiky in the back with bangs. His clothing consisted of the traditional Uchiha clothing, a blue, short-sleeved shirt with a high collar and the Uchiha crest on the back and white arm warmers. Looking at Sasuke's direction with heart in her large green eyes was Sakura Haruno. She was the bright pink-haired girl with fair skin and a large forehead. Her ninja gear was a sleeveless red chi-pao dress with white circular designs, with a zipper, tight dark green shorts. They all were most promising and talented students who had good chances to become shinobi of the Leaf. The whole class was comprised of about 30 students. Most of them were civilian children and learning ninja arts was just fun or something their parent had forced them to do. The class was bustling with noises. All students were really excited. After all, it was graduation day. When two academy instructors walked swiftly into the noisy classroom, the entire class fell silent. They got in front of the class with their backs facing the blackboard. First academy instructor was Iruka Umino. He was a man of average height and build. He had brown hair that he kept in a ponytail, dark eyes, and a scar that ran across the bridge of his nose. Next to instructor was Mizuki Tuji. He had shoulder-length, white hair that had a slight hint of blue to it and green eyes. Both instructors were dressed in a standard the Hidden Leaf shinobi outfit complete with forehead protector, sandals, and flak jacket. "Good morning," Iruka said. "As all of you know, today is your graduation exam." He started his boring speech about ninja life. Ino leaned to the side and whispered, "PSST. Natsumi." Natsumi turned to her and in a low tone, she replied, "Yes? Where is Naruto-kun?" Just then, without any warning, the classroom's door flung open, catching everyone's attention there. A boy in a hooded shirt entered the classroom. He was fairly tall for his age, wearing red-black customized armor over a black high-collared shirt and black pants with matching sandals and fingerless gloves. He started to move toward his seat at the back of the class. "Naruto," Iruka shouted, "you can't wear the hood inside the classroom." "Whatever, sensei," Naruto said, and he removed his hood, making most of the girls in the class blush. Naruto had the same violet-colored eyes like before, but his spiky blonde hair had gained a silver tint on it. His skin tone had also lightened in the 6 years. Kaguya's chakra had made sure that he didn't look like a clone of his father. Ignoring everyone, he took his seat and crossed his arms with a bored expression on his face. "Naruto ni-chan." Natsumi looked at her brother. Her face dropped, her eyes sad. Even with all training she had done with her parents, she couldn't match up against her brother. He was a prodigy, smart and strong. He was a rare genius like their father. She had tried everything to improve her relationship with him, but nothing had worked against her brother's cold behavior toward her. "As you all know, today is graduation exam. It will take place in the next room. Come in there when you hear your name being called," Iruka said, and he completed his speech. Iruka started the test to find the potential Jinan. One by one, he called the name. Naruto watched Shino leave the testing room with a headband that had a blue cloth. He watched as students entered and exited either with a headband or none. But most of them are going to fail in the next test, he thought. He had heard about a test that used to weed out non-capable Jinan. He thought were cut off when he heard Iruka called his name. Iruka shouted, "Naruto-uz," he stopped in the middle of pronouncing the name, when he felt Naruto's cold stare. "Nah Naruto, it's your turn." Naruto stood up and started to walk toward the exam room. "Good luck, Naruto-kun." "Good luck. Naruto-kun," Do your best. His many fangirls gave him their best wishes. Good luck, Naruto Ni-chan, Natsumi said to her brother who just ignored her as usual. Why does he always ignore you? Ino asked. It was one question she always had in her mind. Natsumi sighed. It's a long story and I don't want to talk about it. She looked at Naruto again as he got into the exam room. A few minutes later, Naruto came out of the exam room wearing his new leaf forehead protector around his left arm. Ignoring all congratulations he was getting from his fangirls, he sat back in his seat. Natsumi Uzumaki, Iruka shouted. It's your turn, Natsumi. Good luck, Ino said, smiling. Thanks, Natsumi said. She walked towards the exam room and stopped in front of the door. Determined to make her parents proud, she took a deep breath, then cleared her mind. She opened the door and went in. Oh ooh. Outside the academy, many parents were seen chatting with each other, or their kids. Some of them were happy for their children's success while others were sad for their children's failure. Minato and Kushina were also there. Both of them were looking their children. Dad. Mom. They heard a familiar voice shouting. Their heads turned towards the direction of the voice and saw their daughter running towards them and getting her way through the crowd. I did it, Natsumi said. She showed them her forehead protector. I'm a ninja now. One step closer to being the first female Hokage. Yes, you did it, Minato said, ruffling her daughter's hair to annoy her. Natsumi slapped his hand away. Don't do that. I'm not a kid anymore, she said, shooting an annoyed look at her father. No matter how much you grow up, you will always be my little princess. Natsumi huffed and folded her arms across her chest in frustration. Kushina smiled. She bent down to her daughter's height and gave her hug. We are happy for you. Natsumi smiled. Wrapping her around her mother, she hugged back. Kushina released her daughter from the hug and slowly stood up. The smile never left her face. Her eyes fell upon Naruto. He was calmly walking away from the academy building with his hand in his pocket. He had his forehead protector tied around the upper part of his left arm. Naruto. She called out. She quickly caught up with him. I am really happy, save your breath, Naruto said in a cold tone, cutting her off, because I don't care, he continued his way, overlooking the tear that fell from her eyes. Kushina, someday, he'll forgive us, Minato said, as he stood next to his wife. He pulled her into a one-armed hug, attempting to comfort her. Oh ooh. Naruto was standing on the top of Hashirama Senju's head carved into the stone, looking down on the hidden leaf village. The hooded cloak, he was wearing over the ninja gear, was blowing in the wind. His unique dojutsu was active. His Rinnegan hadn't changed much, but his left eyes had evolved. His Rin Sharingan had gained 3 tomoe in the first ring, they were spinning rapidly around the pupil. The hidden village of leaves is a beautiful village. Having very bright and warm weather, it's a great place to live to anyone. It's also one of the most powerful villages in existence, responsible for producing many of the greatest ninja in history like Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It's painful for me to admit that Minato Namikaze is also one of them, he said. He crossed his arms as he looked up at the moon shining brightly in the night sky. But this village also has dark histories. It's also responsible for creating many deadliest missing ninja, don't you think? Yes. Madara Uchiha, Orochimaru, Tobi, and Itachi Uchiha were Leaf's ninja before becoming criminals, a voice answered his question. Naruto turned toward a strange mutated creature. The creature had a human-like shape and facial features, white skin, short green hair, a lone yellow eye, as well as unusually rounded teeth. You're right, White Zetsu, but the last one is the victim of one of the Leaf's darkest secret, he said. Aha, yes, Danzo and his rude Anbu. So anyway, Naruto turned around and looked back at the Leaf Village. Do you have any interesting news for me? Yes, Zetsu said in a slightly cheerful tone. It's about Academy instructor, Mizuki. Oh ooh. In the deep forest, Iruka and Mizuki were battling against each other, but as things stood, it seemed Mizuki would be the one to prevail. Give the scroll back, Mizuki, Iruka shouted. Mizuki only laughed and said, with this scroll, I will become invincible. Mizuki slashed Iruka's shoulder with a poison kunai. The poison was soon to start its effect on Iruka's body. He suddenly began feeling tired and dizzy and fell to the ground. With his blurry eyes, he looked up and saw Mizuki bring a kunai down to him to finish him. So this is it. This is how I'll die. Iruka closed his eyes and waited for the inevitable. He had a good life, and he was not afraid of death. The sound of kunai clang snapped him out of his own thoughts. He saw a hooded figure block the kunai and pushed the traitor away. An Anbu, thank God, Iruka thought. But he was proven wrong. Naruto, Mizuki said. Iruka looked up at the hooded figure. Even with blurry eyes, he could see there was a familiar silvery blonde hair sticking out from the hood. Naruto? What are you dining here? You? How dare you try to ruin my plan? Mizuki shouted. Whatever, Naruto snorted, putting his hands in pockets. Gritting his teeth, Mizuki dashed toward him with kunai in his hand. Naruto, Iruka shouted, worried for his student's safety. Naruto stood there doing nothing, only eyeing the traitor lazily. He yawned once more, hands still in his pockets. In the last moment, just as the kunai was about to connect to his chest, he simply sidestepped. He brought his knee up to the surprised Mizuki and slammed him right on his stomach, giving him a heavy blow. Before the man could recover, he brought his leg up and brought it down on his back, making the man kiss the ground. Is this all you can do? Naruto said. Weak. He gave Mizuki a hard kick, sending him skidding across the ground and slamming into a tree. Mizuki glared at the blonde-haired boy angrily. He tried to stand, but could not retain his balance. With one hand braced against the tree, he shakily stood up on his feet. I will show you my true power, boy, he cried. Naruto watched with a raised eyebrow as Mizuki took a vial from one of his vest pockets and brought it to his lips. He chugged it down in one gulp, shivering from the taste. The half-empty vial dropped onto the ground from Mizuki's hand as pain ripped at his inner throat and scoured down into his belly. It was agony beyond all reason. Mizuki grabbed his neck with his fingers as his throat began to burn. He tried to scream but no sound came. He tried to raise his feet and began to stumble. Mizuki dropped to his knees, screaming in pain. His ears lengthened and came to a point. His body grew taller, and orange fur with black strips grew quickly and covered his body. His teeth had also grown longer and had become razor sharp, especially his canines. Behold! Mizuki got up when the transformation finished, looking like a bipedal tiger. The ultimate gift from Orochimaru-sama. So what are you? A work kitten? Naruto mocked him. Mizuki's anger had reached boiling point. Brat! You will tremble in fear at my strength. Mizuki vanished from the sight and reappeared in front of Naruto. He sliced the blonde across the stomach. The force of the attack sent Naruto flying backwards and against a tree. Ha ha ha. Mizuki began to laugh evilly but stopped when he saw, instead of blood, a pinch black smoke leaking out from the cut. What? Naruto's body dissolved into black smoke. The smoke slithered toward the ex-academy instructor. Mizuki slashed his claw at the smoke but nothing happened. He looked at his hand. The skin on his fingers where he had touched the smoke had been badly burned. Mizuki watched as Naruto's upper body materialized from smoke more than 15 feet in front of him. He reached into his pouch, pulling out a pair of kunai. He threw the one at the boy. The kunai only met an empty air. The black smoke stretched toward Mizuki and out of that smoke leapt Naruto. His feet slammed into the traitor's back. He cried in pain as he stumbled forward. Naruto's feet touched the ground, he spun, crossed his arms, and dissolved again in the form of the black smoke. Anticipating the attack, Mizuki spun, cutting air. Naruto was there, his feet outstretched for kick, but again his kunai passed through the only smoke. He coughed and retched as it swarmed over him, burning his lungs and tasting foul on his tongue. Within the smoke, he heard Naruto's voice, echoing all around him. This is entertaining, isn't it? Mizuki gritted his canines in silent fury. Come out of that, boy, and show yourself. Don't hide in the dark, he roared. Sensei, we are ninjas. We hide the dark, and kill from the dark. Mizuki's eyes widened as Naruto's cold voice came from behind him. There was no time to scream. No time to move out of the way. A black chain with sharp tip burst through Mizuki's chest. Pain exploded, radiating out from his heart to every inch of his body. Goodbye, Sensei. Naruto could feel the man's life fade away. He jerked back the chakra chain, letting his former sensei's body fall to the ground. He turned toward his other sensei. Iruka was lying on the ground motionless. He went toward him and checked the pulse on his wrist. He's alive. But unconscious. I need to heal him. Can't have him die on me now. Too many explanations for later, Naruto said, mostly himself. He sighed and made a single shadow clone who went to copy the forbidden scroll of sealing. The real ones put a hand on Iruka's chest. A green glow emanated from the point of contact. He was using the manifestation of the chakra to diagnose the condition of the academy instructor. Judging from the way he frowned, it wasn't anything good. Oh ooh. Two Onbu jumped down to the ground and walked toward Iruka. One Onbu knelt down next to the academy instructor and she began to check his pulse, breathing and pupils. She had straight, purple hair reaching down to her waist. Her Onbu mask resembled a cat with 3 red stripes, One vertical stripe on the forehead and two horizontal stripes, one on each cheek. She then looked up at her partner and nodded her head. Her partner had an eagle's mask on his face that covered in green and red markings. He glanced at Mizuki. His body had returned to normal after his death. He went and knelt down beside the corpse. He could see something sharp had pierced in Mizuki's back between the shoulders and right through to his chest. He is dead. Eagle stood up. His eyes looked around for searching something. But where is the scroll of sealing? It's here, a voice said from behind him. Unsheathing his sword, Eagle quickly spun around to deal with danger. When he saw the fourth Hokage's son, shoulders sagging, he visibly relaxed and sighed in loud relief. This boy nearly gave me a heart attack, he thought as he sheathed his sword back. Eagle didn't want to admit it, but the blonde boy's sudden appearance behind him had caught him off guard. So, what happened here? He asked. Naruto handed the forbidden scroll of sealing to the Anbu and said, "That man was working for Orochimaru," he said, pointing his thumb at Mizuki's body. "He stole the forbidden scroll of sealing and tried to kill a fellow leaf ninja. In our fight, he drank something from this," he threw the vial at Eagle, and turned himself into some kind of bipedal tiger monster. Eagle studied Naruto, searching for any lie in his statement. He looked into the vial. A small amount of liquid still left in it. He looked at the boy again. "Very well," he said, pocketing it for further investigation. "Good job. Did you heal Iruka?" Kat asked as she walked toward them. A black smoke began oozing off of Naruto's body. "Yes, I did," he said, looking at her. "You did a good job healing him." "Thank you. But he still needs medical attention." "I am not a healer, so I am very limited in healing technique," Naruto said. He was slowly dissolving into the pitch-black smoke. "Goodbye." He then puffed out of existence. "That boy reminds me of Itachi Uchiha," Eagle said. "He's emotionless and genius just like him." Kat nodded. "Let's hope he doesn't snap out like Itachi and kill his own family." As a high-ranking Anbu officer, she knew most things that were happening within the village. She knew about the strained relationship between Hokage's family and their son. The boy hated his own family. She couldn't blame the boy. She would have done the same thing if her family had been responsible for sending her 6 months in the coma. Then he disappeared in the black smoke, Kat said as she finished her report on the events that had happened the previous night in front of the Hokage and his advisors. Minato felt more than just fatherly pride for his son's actions. "Thank you, Kat. You can go now," he said. Kat nodded and gave a bow before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Hiruzen puffed out smoke from his pipe. Genjutsu, and medical ninjutsu, he said to himself. "Your son is definitely stronger than we thought, Minato." "It seems he's been hiding his true skills," Koharu said, looking at the fourth Hokage. "Level-headed, intelligent and cunning," Homura said, who was clearly impressed the skill Naruto had shown. "He's a perfect example of a shinobi." "Yes," Minato said. "Now, what about the team arrangement?" "I think we should put both Naruto and Natsumi together on the same team," Hiruzen said. Homura looked at his old friend and nodded. "It's a great idea. This way, if Natsumi ever loses control of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto will be there to restrain her with his chakra chains and if it's possible then with his wood release," he said. Minato agreed with them. "Suppressing a tailed beast chakra is difficult, not impossible," he said. "But we have to assign a good instructor who can help Naruto to fully grab his wood release ability. And there is only one person who can do that," the third Hokage said. "Kenzo," Koharu said. She was one of a few people who knew about him. Minato said, "I will speak with him. I'm sure he'll be happy to give Naruto his private lesson." Hiruzen pulled the pipe from his mouth and blew out a small puff of smoke. "It's a very nice idea. It will keep his wood release power secret for now," he said. "Anyway, let's start forming other teams first," Minato said as he gave a signal. A Chunin brought a stack of papers inside and put them on the desk. After giving a bow to his superiors, he left. Koharu picked up the first paper. "The first team is Team 10. This team will work under Asuma Sarutobi. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Kuji Akimichi will be on this team. The next generation in the Ino Shikacho trio," Hiruzen said, approving the choice. He released a cloud of smoke from his pipe. Homura adjusted his glasses and read the next paper. Team 9 is still active. He put that paper aside and picked up the next paper. Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame, they will become Team 8. Kurenai Yuhi will lead the team. This team can become a great tracking team with Hyuga clan's Byakugan, Aburame clan's bugs, and Inuzuka clan's dogs as well as their own heightened sense of smell, Minato said. "We've some problem with Team 7, so keep it for later," Koharu said, putting Team 7's paper side. She took another paper. Now for Team 6, Far away from the Leaf Village, in a deep forest, Naruto was seating on a rock. Legs crossed, back straight, he was in a calm meditating position. The place around him was filled with wildlife and nature, there were plenty of trees and animals around. He made numerous hand seals. Would release, nativity of a world of trees. All around him, plants started to grow. Not small plants, but giant, tall, and beautiful trees whose roots shot out of the ground into the air, crushing and merging with old trees in the forest. As they branched out, they formed leaves and caves beneath their bases. One such root burst out of the ground beneath him, lifting him off the ground. Still not good, Naruto muttered himself and he went for another set of hand seals. Does anyone have a problem with arranged teams? Koharu asked. No one protested or said anything. Accepting no one had a problem, she picked up remaining paper. Now, there are just 4 students left. First 2 are your children, Minato. She took first 2 papers and placed them on one side of the desk. Another student is Sasuke Uchiha. She placed his paper next to Naruto and Natsumi's papers. The final one is Sakura Haruno. She took the last paper in her hand, which was Sakura's paper, last in the line. What is in her report? Homura asked to know more about the girl. Hiruzen picked up Sakura's paper. She is among the top students in the class. Other than Naruto, she is the only student who has gotten full marks in all written tests, he said. She has also shown in great talent in chakra control. Naruto and Natsumi must be on the same team, Koharu said. And only Kakashi can teach Sasuke about the Sharingan. We could always put Sakura on a different team, Homura suggested. No, that isn't necessary. I think I have a much better solution, Minato said suddenly, catching his advisor's attention. What's in your mind, Minato? Hiruzen asked. Put all of them on the Team 7, Minato said, shocking everyone. He quickly held his hand up, stopping Homura and Koharu from saying anything. This team is going to be our assault and frontline combat team. An assault and frontline combat team? Hiruzen repeated. Neither he nor his old teammates understood what Minato was trying to say. Being a Jinchuriki since the day of her birth as well as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Natsumi alone possesses a massive amount of chakra. She can easily take a position of a powerhouse of the Team 7, Minato said. I know Sasuke hasn't activated his bloodline Sharingan yet, but after activating it, he can become a ninjutsu specialist of the team. As for Sakura, putting her on this team may not seem like a good idea, but with her natural talent in controlling chakra, she does have the capability to become a medical nin. We all know how a medical nin is helpful to a team. He paused to let the information to sink in. The last is my son Naruto. He has shown a natural talent in most of shinobi arts. He is equally smart and cunning. With those qualities, he's suitable for a position of brain of the team. If you put that way then it'll be a great team, Hiruzen said. He had liked Minato's idea. Yes, but leading a team of fully trained ninja and leading a team of 4 freshly graduated Jonin is 2 separate things, Minato. Kakashi will also have to teach all of them. Can he handle it? Homura asked. I'm sorry but I don't think this is going to work. Homura had no doubt Kakashi was one of the best ninja the Leaf had ever produced. But Kakashi was also one of the laziest people he'd ever known. Maybe, Kakashi can't handle this team on his own, but with the assistance of another Jounin, this plan will work, Minato said. Koharu asked, you mean another Jounin instructor? Hiruzen puffed once more and removed the pipe from his mouth. Who is on your mind? He asked Minato. Someone who can keep a tight leash on my students' bad habits, Naruto was walking toward the classroom, his head held low, the hood draped over it. He took another bite of his apple. It was the day when the recently graduated students would be assigned to Jonin teams. He calmly strolled into class and threw away the remains of his apple in a dustbin that was at the corner of the room. He walked toward his desk. He looked around and spotted Shikamaru Nara sleeping in his seat. Without disturbing him, he walked toward his own seat. Sitting down in his seat, he crossed his arms over his chest, and closed his eyes, being decided to get some more rest. A loud screaming woke Naruto up from his sleep. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Sasuke kissing a brown-haired boy from the class. Everyone in the classroom and Sasuke's fangirls were looking at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. I didn't know, Sasuke plays for the other team, Naruto thought. Take note, maintain a long, very long distance between us. Both boys jumped away from each other and began to spit out the taste of each other's lips. Unfortunately, for the brown-haired boy, Sasuke's fangirls did not take well to the fact that he stole their Sasuke-kun's first kiss from them. They proceeded to beat the poor boy to a bloody pulp for the next few minutes, which only ended because of the arrival of Iruka. "Alright class, take a place." No one paid Iruka any mind, and continued their talking and playing. "I said sit down," he roared using his demon big head jutsu, which was not technically a jutsu, but his job was done as all of them immediately took their seats. He cleared his throat and looked to his class. There wasn't any weakness in his voice, nor was he showing any signs of yesterday's injuries. "Today, Iruka-sensei." Sakura interpreted, holding her hand up. "Yes, Sakura?" She stood up from her seat and asked, "Where's Mizuki-sensei?" "Well," Iruka said. He and the Hokage had come up with an excuse to cover up the Mizuki death. "He is on a long-term, top-secret mission and I can't tell you about it. Because if I tell you, I'll have to kill you." It was truly a lame excuse, but its job had done. It scared Sakura. At that point she nodded her head fearfully without asking any more question and took a place on her seat. "Now class," he started one of his boring speeches about ninja life. Natsumi looked at her twin brother out of the corner of her eyes. She knew that what her sensei had said was a big lie. The last night, she had accidentally heard her parents in the hallway talking about Mizuki-sensei. The silver-haired academy teacher wasn't on some kind of long-term, top-secret mission. He was dead, and it was Naruto who had killed him for his treason. "I hope you to do your duties with the utmost diligence and not to dishonor your village. From now on, you'll be placed in teams under the tutelage of your Jounin sensei. Team 1. Iruka began. Both Sasuke and Naruto's fans were waiting who among them would end up one of their squad. There were many possibilities. Team 7 is Haruno Sakura, Sasuke Uchiha. Iruka winced as he heard the little banshee screaming in victory. Natsumi Uzumaki and Naruto under Jounin Kakashi Hatake and assistants Kushina Uzumaki. Iruka paled as he was struck by a feeling of utter dread. He looked to see Naruto's cold stare. He swallowed a lump in his throat and continued shakily to declare the other teams. Naruto really wanted to slam his head into a table or something. "I can't believe it," he thought. "How come every time I try to keep my distance away from Uzumaki family, Minato always does something that sticks them with me?" Sasuke was also clearly unhappy for being saddled with Sakura. He had no problem with his other two teammates, but that useless fangirl was the one he disliked. Sakura was cheering inside her mind. It was her dream to end up together with her Sasuke-kun. It was common knowledge that Jounin were put in 4-man cells or squad, consisting of 3 Jounin and a Jounin sensei. However, her team constituted an exception. It was a 6-man cell, 4 Jounin and 2 Jounin sensei. "My love for Sasuke-kun is strong enough to make Hokage-sama bend rules for me," she thought. Another Sakura appeared in her mind. She looked exactly like Sakura, except she was in inverted colors, the gray body color with white lines. She had white eyes and kanji of inner Sakura on her large forehead. Pumping her fist in the air, inner Sakura shouted, "When love is eternal, even God bends its rules." Natsumi was grinning. She was happy. She was placed on the same team as her brother and mother. They were going to be together most of the time and she might be able to reconnect with her brother. It appeared that the only ones satisfied with the team were girls. Naruto suddenly stood up from his seat and started to walk toward the exit, shocking many students. "Where are you going, Naruto?" Iruka asked. Naruto was a real mystery, not just to him but everyone. Nobody could guess what was going through his mind. "It's obvious. I'm leaving," Naruto said, stopping in his tracks. "What about your team meeting? One of my sensei is Kakashi. You're already aware of his reputation. I'd rather use this time for training than sit here and do nothing." Naruto took a few steps toward the door. "And please, tell my teachers I'm outside, one of the academy training ground," he said before he walked out of the classroom and closed the door behind him. Oh. Within an hour, all the teams were picked up by their sensei with the exception of Team 7. They were sitting in the classroom and waiting for their own sensei to pick them up. "So I'm on the same team with a worthless fangirl and the 4th Hokage's children. At least they won't be a total waste of space like her." Sasuke glanced at Sakura before looking at Natsumi. He then thought about her brother. "And I've someone who can possibly challenge me. Let's just hope that this Hatake and the 4th's wife can teach me useful things. Things that can help me against him." Meanwhile, with Natsumi, the girl was thinking about her current team. "Okay, I'm with Mom, Naruto Ni-chan, and Kakashi Oni-san. Thank you Dad, but..." She looked at Sasuke and then Sakura. "But why did you put the class emo and his fangirl on my team? Sure, I can put up being with the Uchiha. But Sakura. I don't like her. Where are they? Sakura cried, having gotten sick of waiting. She was just trying to vent some of her frustration from waiting as well as having Sasuke neglecting her the whole time. Sakura, please keep your voice down, Natsumi said, rubbing her ears. Being Jinchuriki, she had heightened senses, which were sometimes pain in the ass to deal with. Kakashi was my father's student. He's always late for at least 2 hours, and it is a common belief that Kakashi Hatake will be late for his own funeral. Both Sakura and Sasuke stared down at her as if she had grown a second head. A tick mark appeared on Natsumi's face. It's true, but don't worry, my mom can handle him. As Natsumi finished the sentence, twin puff of smoke erupted in the room, drawing their attention to it. When they cleared, both jounin appeared in front of them. The first one was Kushina Uzumaki, wearing the standard uniform, which consisted of a simple black suit with a standard flak jacket, black pant, strapped-up sandals and leaf forehead protector on her head. Her long red hair was tied back into a ponytail with bangs both sides of her face. Their attention went toward the man standing next to her. This man was Kakashi Hatake. His hair was not white but had more of a silvery hue to it. He wore the regular attire of anyone in the regular forces of the Leaf. On his hands were short, metal-plated gloves. He wore his forehead protector on a simple navy blue band, tilted to the left to cover his left eye, and half of his face was covered by a navy blue mask. Yo! Kakashi greeted them with waving his hand. Sorry, we were late. We were lost on the road of life. Everyone's sweat dropped at his lame excuse. It was, of course, obvious that he was lying. Kakashi, Kushina shouted as she whacked him on the back of his head. You're the reason we're late. Sorry, Kushina-senpai, Kakashi said, rubbing his head. She still hits hard. Kushina turned to her students and smiled. Anyway, Team 7. Where is Naruto-kun? She asked as she noticed the lack of their fourth student, her son. Naruto Ni-chan is outside, Natsumi answered her mother's question. Kushina nodded and said, let's go to get him. Both teachers put their hands on their future students' shoulders and disappeared in puffs of smoke. They all appeared in the Ninja Academy training ground. Both Sasuke and Sakura felt a little dizzy, but it began to fade. Unlike her teammates, Natsumi was perfectly fine. She had already gotten used to her father's the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, which was more powerful and faster than the Body Flicker Jutsu. It's just temporary. You'll get over it soon, Kushina said. Sasuke and Sakura nodded as they already started to feel good. What the hell has happened here? Natsumi shouted, catching others' attention toward her. They quickly followed the line of her gaze and saw the condition of the training ground. It was torn in many places, filled with numerous small holes and cut marks. Interesting, Kakashi said, watching Naruto practicing his kenjutsu katas. The blonde boy's movements were fluid and quick, making him look almost like he was practicing some deadly dance. He is good. I didn't know he is this good in kenjutsu, Kushina said in a slightly depressed tone. Kakashi couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Being close to the Hokage's family, he knew that the relationship between his sensei's family and Naruto was non-existent. Putting Kushina and Natsumi on the same team with Naruto, Minato was only trying to repair the relationship between them. He looked back at Naruto and couldn't help but think that the boy was the perfect example of a shinobi. He was intelligent, calculating, and secretive, but he was also dark and lonely. The primary qualities were good to have, but when connected to the last two, it could form a very dangerous combination. Best examples of that were Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha. So what can I do for you? A voice caught everyone off guard. They quickly whirled around, looking back in the direction of the voice. They saw another Naruto standing on the top of a tree branch. What? Sakura shouted in disbelief. She turned back and saw the first Naruto still practicing his kenjutsu katas. A clone? Sasuke guessed. No, Sasuke. It's a genjutsu. Kakashi said. And a very good one. Correct, Naruto replied, as he jumped down from the tree and landed on the ground without making any sound. It's a genjutsu. With that said, other Naruto in the training grounds faded from the view. Natsumi asked, but when did you cast it? A good shinobi never reveals his secrets, Naruto told her. He looked at their faces, both Natsumi and Sakura were looking at him with expressions of awe. Kushina was looking at him with a pride. Sasuke, he was staring at him with some jealousy as he realized just how strong he really was. He turned his head to Kakashi and saw no expression on his face. I really wanted to see his expression, Naruto though. Okay, you four, meet us on the roof in 10 minutes, Kakashi said. Both teachers used the body flicker jutsu to disappear in puffs of smokes. Without saying anything to the others, Naruto turned himself into a pitch black smoke. The smoke dissolved into the air, leaving Sasuke, Natsumi, and Sakura alone in the training ground. "See you guys up there," Natsumi said, as she ran toward the academy. After seeing this, Sasuke frowned, but he quickly decided to go up to the rooftop, where he left the ground with Sakura following behind him. Oh ooh. When Sasuke and Sakura arrived on the rooftop, they found Natsumi sitting on a stone bench. She was looking at the scene in front of her with an amused expression on her face. Kushina stood, holding up an orange book in her hand. In front of her was Kakashi, who was attempting to take the book away from Kushina. Finally, there was Naruto. He was leaning against the wall and reading his own book, ignoring everything that was going on around him. "Please, Kushina-senpai," Kakashi said, kneeling in front of her. "This is the first edition and sign the copy of Icha Icha Paradise." "Kakashi," Kushina said, releasing a small amount of her killing intent. "I'll burn you and your every book if I ever find you reading this trash in front of my children or students again. Got it?" Kakashi gulped and gave a fearful nod. "Good." She threw the book at him. She absolutely hated these perverted books her husband's teacher wrote. Kakashi quickly caught the book and put it in his flak jacket's pocket. He didn't want to make Kushina angry. The last time when he had made her angry, she had tied him up with a chakra-suppressing rope and left him hanging upside down on the tree. The thought of that time still made chills run up and down his spine. He still had nightmares about it. Sakura and Sasuke sweat dropped. Is he really a jounin? They thought before they sat down next to Natsumi. Seeing drama was over, Naruto snapped his book close and took a seat next to Sasuke. Kakashi and Kushina sat on the steps, which were opposite side of their students. "I think we should get to know each other better first. Let's start with telling your name, what you like, what you dislike, and your dreams for the future and your hobbies," Kakashi said, looking at his future students. "How about you go first, sensei, so we know what we have to say," Sakura said to Kakashi. "Alright then, I'm Kakashi Hatake. I have no desire to tell you my likes and dislikes, my dreams for the future. As for my hobbies, I have lots of hobbies." The only thing we learned about him was his name, Sakura and Sasuke thought. Natsumi sweat dropped. Seriously, Kakashi Onii-chan is too lazy to even tell about himself to others. As usual, Kakashi and his secretive attitude. Kushina knew that Kakashi didn't like people knowing too much about him. "Kakashi Hatake, you are a very secretive person, aren't you?" Naruto thought, carefully eyeing the silver-haired jounin. "Well then, please allow me to tell them about you," Naruto said, catching everyone's attention on him. "Listen carefully, because I'm not going to repeat myself. Kakashi Hatake is the son of Sakumo Hatake, a genius renowned as White Fang." At the mention of his father's name, Kakashi winced slightly. Naruto continued, "He is a genius, a prodigy and the best of his generation. His prodigious talent, skill, and Sharingan prowess has made him one of the village's most capable ninja and recognized throughout the ninja world." "Sharingan?" Sasuke thought. This one word made him give all his attention to the blonde's words. Naruto continued, "He is also the last living student of the 4th Hokage. His hobby is reading Icha Icha series." Kushina glared at Kakashi for this, making him look away from her. "His dream is to fight his sensei. His favorite foods are salt-broiled sori and miso soup with eggplant, while his least favorites are anything fried or sweet. He has completed 1,141 official missions in total, 197 D rank, 190 C rank, 414 B rank, 298 A rank, 42 S rank." Naruto finished. There was complete silence. No one said a word. Kushina was smiling inside her mind. "Looks like he has done some research on you, Kakashi," she thought. "Okay," Kakashi said. He hadn't expected something like this. "There goes my plan making me look mysterious in front of students," he thought. However, there was something bugging him. "Where did you get all this information?" he asked. Most of the things that Naruto said weren't entirely secret, but neither was it common knowledge. Naruto smirked. "It's my hobby to gather information on every famous ninja, and you're quite famous in ninja world, copy ninja Kakashi. The man who has copied over 1,000 jutsu." All three remaining students stared at Kakashi incredulously after hearing that he knew 1,000 jutsu with their jaw hanging open. "T-1,000 jutsu?" Sakura sputtered out, being the first one to snap out of the shock. Kakashi sighed and ignored her completely. "It is truly a good hobby. It will certainly help you in future," he said to Naruto. "Hey," Natsumi shouted, catching their attention toward her. She pointed her finger in Kakashi's direction. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" she asked. She had always thought of him as a lazy man, but the thought of him being a genius never even crossed her mind. "Well," Kakashi said, you never asked. Hearing this, Natsumi's face faltered. Kushina let out a small laugh, seeing the expression on her daughter's face. Anyway, it's my turn now, she said, gaining her all students' attention toward her. My name is Kushina Uzumaki. I love my husband and children. Naruto scoffed when she mentioned children. My likes are ramen, particularly salt ramen, and playing pranks on people. My dislikes are perverts, people who make fun of my hair, coffee, and anything bitter. My hobbies are pulling pranks, chatting with my friends, and cooking. As for my dream is. She glanced at Naruto. I want to see my complete family once again. Only Kakashi and Natsumi caught the hidden meaning behind Kushina's words, as they knew what she meant. Kakashi said, "Okay, Natsumi, you are next. My name is Natsumi Uzumaki. I like my family, my friends, ramen, and learning new jutsu. My hobbies are eating ramen, playing with my friends, and trying new justice. I dislike traitor, perverts, and anyone who harm my family or friends. My dream is to help my mother to achieve her dream." Hearing it, a small smile appeared on Kushina's face. "And I want to become the first female Hokage," she cried out the final part, pumping his fist in the air. A huge sweat drop appeared on the back of Kakashi's head. She is a mini Kushina in the team. He pointed at Sakura, who was sitting next to Natsumi. "You're next, Pinky," he said, which caused Sakura to scowl. "My name is Sakura Haruno. My likes are." She glanced at Sasuke. "My hobbies are playing trivia games," and she looked at Sasuke again with a slight blush on her face. "My dislikes are Ino Pig along with Emi and her gang. My dreams for the future." "Kya!" she screamed in the excitement of what could happen between her and Sasuke in the future. Sasuke slightly moved away from her. He didn't want to stay too much closer to his number one fangirl. "Can't she see I am not interested in her?" he thought before shivering as he remembered his last night's dream. That wasn't a dream. That was a nightmare. Naruto just shook his head and ignored her. In short, her dream, hobby, and everything are linked to Sasuke, he thought. Natsumi also ignored her. Sakura, like Sasuke, was generally known thing in the academy. TCH, typical Sakura and her obsession toward Sasuke. Kushina and Kakashi cursed their luck. They looked straight at each other and nodded, knowing what they had to do. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and said, "Okay then, you're next, broody over there." Sasuke only scowled slightly at Kakashi's nickname. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things, and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan, and kill a certain man." Could someone just tell this guy to lighten up a little? Rather than brooding and thinking darkly all the time, there are many things he can do, Natsumi thought. "Mikoto-chan, I was worried about this. It appears that loss of the Uchiha clan has made your son hung up on revenge." Kushina looked up at the sky, remembering her late friend, Sasuke's mother. If he keeps going down this path, it will only lead more sorrow for him and everyone around him. Let's hope we can save him before it's too late. Kakashi sighed, as he knew he and Kushina had a lot of work to do. Naruto sneered. "Idiot. Revenge has blinded him from seeing the power gap between him and his brother. Itachi is a prodigy and genius. Running after him without any strategy and power will only kill him." There was only one person, whose thought was separate from the others, and it was Sakura. She had a dreamy look on her face. "Sasuke-kun is so cool. And now, last but not least, Mr. Rookie of the Year," Kakashi said, looking directly at Naruto. Naruto began saying, "My name is Naruto." Kakashi raised his eyebrow at his lack of using his last name. "It's worse than I thought." Kushina looked down, so no one could see hurt expression on her face. He doesn't even consider himself as a part of the family, she thought. Naruto continued, "I like and hate many things. My hobby. You already know it, I don't like repeating myself. My dream, I want to become the best." Kakashi looked at all his students one by one. "Well, I have a mini Kushina, a fangirl, an Avenger, and a boy with deep family issues." He turned his head toward Kushina. She had a cheerful smile on her face to hide her hurt expression, and nodded. "I think it's time to tell you about the test," Kushina said, surprising everyone, except Naruto. "But Mom, Natsumi, you're not home," Kushina interrupted. "Here, I am your sensei, so call me sensei or Kushina-sensei. Understand?" "Why yes, Mo Kushina-sensei," Natsumi said, quickly correcting her mistake. "But what kind of test?" "We already had our test," Kakashi chuckled out loud. "What's so funny, sensei?" Sakura asked with an annoyed expression. "Well, if I say this, I'm sure you four are going to be surprised," Kakashi said with an eye smile. "Out of all the graduates this year, Only a few are going to become real Jinan, and will stay as teams while remaining will be sent back to the academy. In other words, this test is going to be very hard with a dropout rate of 66%, Kushina explained. This means there is 34% chance of success. That's enough for me, Naruto said in a confident tone. Everyone turned toward him and looked him for a minute in silence. What? Naruto asked, annoyed. Nothing, Natsumi said. Anyway, meet us tomorrow at Training Ground 3 at 9 a.m. sharp, Kushina said. Kakashi said, oh, and a word of advice, don't eat breakfast, you'll just throw up. And don't be late, Kushina said. She glared at Kakashi. Which applies to you as well, Kakashi. Why yes, Kushina-senpai. Kakashi nodded fearfully. Both Kakashi and Kushina said goodbye to their students and disappeared in twin puffs of smoke. Naruto stood up from his seat and began to walk. Suddenly, stopping dead in his tracks, he turned his head toward his teammates and said, take my advice, don't take Kakashi's advice. Before anyone asked him any question, Naruto had already gone from there. What does it mean? Sakura asked. Sasuke answered her, I don't know. Goodbye, Natsumi said, as she began to walk away from the group of two as well. Once Natsumi left, Sakura turned to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, would you like to go out for dinner? She asked hopefully. No, Sasuke replied simply. He left the roof to go home and train. Sakura wasn't going to give up easily. She followed him to convince him to have dinner with her. Next day, in the Training Ground 3, Natsumi, Sakura and Sasuke were waiting for their both sensei and their last teammate to show up for their test for the last 15 minutes. At 9 am sharp, in a swirl of leaves, Kushina appeared in front of them. Good, you all are in time, but where are Kakashi and Naruto-kun? She asked, noticing their absence. Suddenly, there was a puff of smoke next to Kushina and Kakashi appeared there. Checking his clock, he sighed in relief. Yo, he said, greeting Team 7 and Kushina. Kakashi? Kushina said in a surprised tone. She looked Kakashi and then quickly checked the time. She looked up at Kakashi again and checked for any genjutsu. She found nothing. You're on time. Because I do not wish to die, Kakashi muttered under his breath. Did you want to say something, Kakashi? Kushina asked dangerously as she narrowed her eyes at him. Nothing, Kushina-senpai. Good, Kakashi sighed in relief. Anyway, where is Naruto? He asked, when he saw only Natsumi, Sakura and Sasuke present there. I'm here, a voice came behind Kakashi, causing him to move around in surprise. The silver-haired man's eye winded when he saw Naruto. How the hell did he sneak up on me? He observed the pale blonde-haired boy. Is he really that good, or am I just losing my touch? Both things are troubling me. Alright everyone, here is the test, Kushina said, getting everyone's attention. Kakashi. Oh well, Kakashi said. He walked over 3 stumps wooden posts and put a clock on it. Your task is getting a bell from Kakashi before noon, Kushina said. Kakashi pulled out 3 bells from his ninja pouch. Those that don't get a bell, will be tied to one of the wooden posts, she pointed at wooden posts, and will eat lunch in front of them. Oh, and we'll be sending you back to the academy. Sasuke glared at Kakashi. So telling us not to eat breakfast, was for this. Sakura held her grumbling stomach. Thank goddess, I took Naruto Ni-chan's advice. Natsumi smiled. She had eaten a lunch before coming here for the test. Why are there only 3 bells if there are 4 of us? Sakura said. Well, Sakura, this way we can send at least one of you back to the academy, Kakashi said with a smug smile. So come at me with the intent to kill. Begin 4 figures, 3 Jinan and 1 Jounin, blurred out of existence while 1 stayed there. Kakashi sweat dropped. Naruto, the test has begun. He sent a curious glance at the young boy. They're good, but they can be better. Sasuke and Natsumi are up in the trees while Sakura is under the foliage. Even though I'm standing next to him, I can barely sense Naruto's presence. He's good. Truly a prodigy, as academy teachers said. I know, Naruto replied, the sound of his voice calm. But I want to say, this is an interesting method to test teamwork. Both Kakashi and Kushina, she was hiding behind a tree to observe her and Kakashi's future students, were surprised by this. It was the first time someone had found out the true meaning of the bell test. He got your quick analyzing mind, Minato-kun, Kushina thought. A small smile appeared on her lips. So he figured out the meaning behind my test, impressive, Kakashi thought without taking his eye from the boy. So what are you going to do, Naruto? He asked. Naruto smiled and said, for now. Nothing. Suddenly, Kakashi felt something in the air, like something was off. A genjutsu, he muttered. He made a hand seal. Kai. He watched Naruto in front of him faded away, showing that he had been taking with an illusion. Kakashi smiled under his mask. Minato-sensei, your son is good, oh ooh. Natsumi was up on the tree, looking at Kakashi. Okay, think Natsumi. There are only 3 bells, and we need them before noon to pass the test. However, against an experienced jounin like Kakashi, this is pretty much impossible for fresh out of the academy jounin like us, she thought. And why are there only 3 bells? Her eyes widened as she remembered something. In our line of work, teamwork is the most important factor for the success of a mission, Minato had said to 10-year-old Natsumi. Those bells are used to put us against each other. They want to see if we can work out our differences and work together. Natsumi smiled as she finally put all clues together. She closed her eyes in a deep breath, just trying to calm her nerves. Okay, I know Sakura is under the bushes on my right, and Sasuke is on a tree on my left, but where is Naruto Ni-chan? Suddenly, a scream caught her attention. She acted quickly. Jumping off the tree, she ran toward bushes, in the direction she assumed the voice had come from. Upon arriving there, Natsumi saw an unconscious Sakura lying on the ground. She instantly ran toward her, knelt down beside her, and checked her condition. A genjutsu, she told to herself. Placing her front finger on Sakura's forehead, she pumped a small bit of chakra into her. After a few seconds, Sakura's eyes quickly fluttered open. Sasuke-K, she cried out. Haruno, shut up, Natsumi said. She had covered Sakura's mouth to stop her from shouting and giving their position away to Kakashi. Whatever you saw earlier, it wasn't real. It was a genjutsu. For God's sake, keep your voice down. After receiving a positive response from Sakura, she removed her hand from her mouth. Okay Haruno, I think I have figured out the meaning behind the test and she said before she was interrupted by Sakura. Why should I help you? Sakura asked quietly. But, go away. I only need Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, interrupting her again. She got up and left to find her Sasuke-kun. Natsumi got angry. Stupid fangirl. I'm beginning to see why mom hates them so much, she said to herself. She looked around. Now, where is that emo? Oh ooh. I'm not like the others, Sasuke said. Let us see after you get the bell, Sasuke-kun, Kakashi said, giving him an eye smile. Sasuke spun his kunai around his index finger. He then gripped the kunai tightly in his hand before he sprinted forward. Kakashi dodged his attempt and knocked the kunai out of his grip. He then threw some punch toward Kakashi, forcing the jounin to look away from his book. The Uchiha pulled another kunai and threw it at Kakashi, who jumped to the side to dodge them. There's no use in just using normal attacks, the silver-haired jounin said lazily. Sasuke smirked. The kunai he had thrown cut a rope, activating a trap. Several shurikens flew toward Kakashi's direction. A trap? Kakashi said as he slid along the ground, making shuriken to hit a tree that next to him. He jumped up and stood on his feet. Sasuke went behind Kakashi and kicked him. The ex-Onbu blocked the kick with both of his hands protecting his chest. Sasuke twisted his body downward. His finger faintly brushed the bell, making it ring. Kakashi's eyes widened and he forcefully pushed the Uchiha away from him before jumping backwards. I gave you that, you are not like the other. And Sasuke smirked. The cocky boy formed hand seals, ending with a horse and tiger sign. He inhaled deeply. Fire release, grand fireball jutsu. Kakashi's lone eye winded. What? A Genin shouldn't have enough chakra to do this. Sasuke put his right hand to his mouth and exhaled. He blew out a massive amount of fire out of his mouth. The fire moved rapidly towards Kakashi and left him no time to dodge. Sasuke smirked before he swiped his nose with his thumb. When the fire cleared, there was no burning Kakashi in sight. He gasped and glanced wildly. Where did he go? Behind me? No. Above. Where is he? He said to himself, frustrated as he lost Kakashi. I'm where you least expect me to be. Kakashi's voice came from under the ground. That was when Sasuke felt someone grab his ankles. Wah! The boy's eyes widened in fear and disbelief as he stared at Kakashi's hands. Earth-style, underground hunter jutsu. Within seconds, Sasuke was buried deep underground, leaving only his head above the ground. Kakashi got up from the ground and crouched down looking at the boy. Kakashi stood up and he turned and walked away. He said, good try. Your talents are exceptional, but not good enough. Kakashi opened the book in the middle and walked away from the Uchiha. Oh ooh. Kakashi stopped, looked up at Natsumi from the book. I was wondering when you would come out, he said. Sorry, I just had to get you alone, Natsumi said, getting into her taijutsu stance. Well, then come at me with the intent to kill, Kakashi said in a lazy tone. Oh ooh. After getting his ass kicked by Kakashi, a humiliated Sasuke Uchiha was struggling to get out of the ground. Natsumi came out from behind one of the surrounding trees. Hello Sasuke, how are you doing down there? She asked. The last Uchiha glared at her while trying to get out of the ground even harder than before. If you want I can help you. Go away, idiot. Uchiha elite like me doesn't need your help, Sasuke replied with an arrogant tone. A tick mark appeared on Natsumi's forehead. Then go to hell, she shouted before disappearing in a puff of smoke. From her hiding spot, behind a tree, Kushina saw everything. So, Natsumi-chan has also found out a true meaning behind the test. Oh ooh. Damn arrogant bastard. I guess I have to wing it, Natsumi cursed under her breath when a clone's memory suddenly surged into her mind. She ran toward Kakashi and tried to kick him only to miss. He's fast. She spun around and throwing a punch toward Kakashi only for the Jounin to block it. For a few minutes, Kakashi was blocking and dodging Natsumi's strikes. Natsumi saw a small opening, but just before she could take advantage of it, Kakashi blocked the strike by catching Natsumi's elbow with his left hand. In an impressive feat of flexibility and agility, Natsumi pushed herself away from Kakashi. Let's do it, she said, making a single-hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 4 clones of the girl appeared in a cloud of smoke and surrounded Kakashi. They all charged at him. Kakashi dodged their attacks without any difficulty. Shadow clones, wasn't expecting that from a Genin. He went and started dispelling all her clones, trying to find the real Natsumi. When all clones puffed out, he found the real Natsumi. Are you done yet? He asked. Kakashi's danger sense went off. He turned around just in time to see a dozen shuriken flying toward him. He quickly dodged all lethal weapons. He looked up to meet his attacker. Naruto. Hello, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said standing on top of a tree branch. Naruto jumped off the tree and fell on the ground in a crouch. Immediately after that, a wave of black chakra chains erupted from the ground, causing Kakashi to curse. The 4th student leapt back and began dodging all chains. So rumors are true. He inherited the special chakra from Kushina, Kakashi thought while trying to dodge the black chains. Natsumi watched the scene before her with pure awe. She had never seen anything like it before. She knew her mother could use chakra chains like her brother, but she never saw her using it. Wow! That's so cool. I wish I could do that. This is taking us nowhere, Naruto said, retreating all chain except one back into his body. I guess it's time to take it up a notch then. He smirked. Amplified the amount of chakra in the chain, said the chain completely enveloped in white flames. From her hiding spot, Kushina's eyes widened, seeing her son's mastery over his chains. He can even add his element affinity into them, she thought. Shit. Kakashi cursed when he saw Naruto aiming his flaming chain at him. Kakashi narrowly dodged that deadly attack, but it stuck in the tree behind him. The tree exploded into splinters as if it hit with a giant flaming rock. He kept dodging the flaming chain as Naruto kept whipping it at him. I grow tired of these games, Naruto said. Faster than before, he whipped his chain at Kakashi. It hit Kakashi, but he exploded into a puff of smoke. A shadow clone? He felt a kunai pressed up against his neck. Well Naruto, I have to admit it is impressive, but it's still no good if you're not fast enough to land a hit on me, Kakashi said. I admit you're good, sensei, Naruto said, but I'm still better. Boom. Without warning, Naruto exploded in a massive explosion. Fortunately, Kakashi was able to evade the blast. Damn it. He knows clone great explosion. Kakashi got out of the smoke. Unfortunately, for him, 2 Naruto waited for him. They attacked him with a flurry of punches and kicks. The Jounin continued to dodge attacks. As Kakashi felt something touched his belt, he jumped back and he started in shock seeing another Naruto holding 3 bells in his hand. Naruto's clone smirked, but he wasn't able to hold bells much longer as another Kakashi appeared behind him, dispelled him with a punch in the gut and caught bells before they could hit the ground. All Naruto moved away from both Kakashi. They got back into their taijutsu stance. They all were willing to fight once again. But the alarm clock rang, signaling the end of the bell test. The time is up, Naruto, Kakashi said. You've failed to get a bell from me. No comments, the real Naruto said as his all clones exploded into clouds of smoke. Come with me, Kakashi said. He dispelled his clone and pulled out another orange book. They walked in silence and came where 3 stumps lined side by side. Kushina, Natsumi, Sakura and Sasuke were already there. Naruto took a place next to the post on the side of Sasuke while Kakashi stood next to Kushina. He had already put his book back in his pocket, knowing Kushina would skin him alive if she saw him with the book. I watched all of you and I believe that there are no reasons for any of you to go back to the academy, Kushina said, carefully looking at each Jonin. Sasuke smirked. Sakura cheered, beaming, considering she had done an excellent job. Natsumi narrowed her eyes at her mother, not believing her. Naruto didn't show any visible reaction. Instead of "we think you should stop being a ninja," Kushina added in a cold voice. Kakashi nodded his head in agreement. Sasuke's smirk was replaced by anger. Sakura's beaming smile switched to disbelief. The twins didn't show any reaction. Kakashi asked, "Do you know the true meaning of the test?" "What? What's meaning?" "I thought we only had to get a bell," Sakura asked. "The teamwork," Natsumi said. Sasuke and Sakura stared at her. "She is correct," Kushina said. "Individual skill is important to a ninja, but what's even more important is teamwork." "Sakura," she pointed at the pink-haired girl, "instead of accepting Natsumi's help, you were only thinking about Sasuke, who was far away from you." She turned to Sasuke. "And you, Sasuke, you slapped away Natsumi's offer of help and dismissed her advice without listening." She looked straight at Kakashi, who nodded his head, as he knew the strained relationship between her and Naruto. Therefore, it was up to him to tell Naruto his faults. Kakashi turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, you knew the meaning behind my test from the beginning. Nevertheless, instead of assisting them, you just chose to watch them. Why?" "Because unlike someone, I didn't want to waste my time," Naruto said, looking Natsumi from the corner of his eye. Kakashi narrowed his lone eye at the blonde. "Naruto, you are a shinobi of the leaf, and here, we value teamwork and friendship. I don't believe in them, Kakashi. They are meaningless to me. It makes you weak and makes you make stupid decisions. I will not be weak." Kakashi looked at his sensei's son. The mask was hiding his surprise expression very well. He is colder than Sasuke. "However, I already know the benefits of a team and teamwork," Naruto finished. "Nonetheless, it's good to know unlike Sasuke, he is willing to work as a team." Kakashi sighed in relief. "And Kakashi-sensei," Naruto called, catching Kakashi's attention again. "I think those are yours." Pulling out something from his pocket, he threw it at him. Kakashi quickly caught it. To his surprise, it was 3 bells. Quickly, reaching his belt, he saw his bells disappearing in a puff of smoke. "But how?" he asked Naruto. "Our teamwork." It was Natsumi who answered his question. A few minutes before, Natsumi had watched the scene before her with pure awe. She'd never seen anything like that. She knew her mother can use chakra chains, but she never saw her using it. "Wow! That's so cool. I wish I could do that." She was impressed by his display. "However, he can't do it all alone, I'll have to help him." Before she could do something, a familiar voice stopped her. "Don't do anything stupid." Natsumi turned around and came to face with another Naruto. "Naruto, do you want to pass the test?" Naruto asked, cutting her off. "Yes." "Then follow my lead," Naruto had said. "Then I waited for the right moment and swapped bells with my clones," Natsumi explained, smiling brightly. "If the other Jounin finds out about this, they will never let me live peacefully." Kakashi shivered just thinking about it. "But how is this possible?" "I was watching you the entire time," Kushina asked her daughter. "You were there standing in front of me, all alone. What you saw was nothing more than an illusion, a genjutsu that I placed upon you," Naruto answered. "Well, that was a great plan, but since you have 1 extra bell, what are you going to do with it?" Kakashi asked, looking at the twins. Taking bells from Kakashi's hand, Natsumi threw the 2 bells toward Sasuke and Sakura each. "I'm giving them 2 bells, she showed her last bell to Kakashi, "and I'm sharing this last bell with Naruto Ni-chan." Kakashi gave her a deadpan look. "What? You didn't say that we couldn't share a bell." "She has a point, Kakashi," Kushina said, smiling. "You forgot to say that," Kakashi sighed. "Well, then I guess I have just one thing left to say that," he said, looking at all his students as he took a dramatic pause. "You all pass." Hearing it, Sakura began cheering out happily, but it quickly ended, when Kushina spoke in a serious tone. "I don't know why you are so happy, Sakura. The entire exam, you didn't do anything." Sakura looked it down in shame as she realized it was quite true. "This is not some game, Sakura. Death is a common thing in the ninja world. Do you understand?" Sakura nodded. "Good. Now, you all are officially Team 7, Kakashi declared. "It seems I didn't need to use backup plan," Naruto muttered under his breath, but Sasuke clearly heard him as he was standing close to him. Backup plan? Sasuke asked. You had a backup plan? Remaining 4 heads turned slowly in Naruto's direction. Well, yes, Naruto admitted as he held up a piece of paper with a seal neatly written on it. This was my backup plan. Interesting, Kushina said as she began to examine the seal. She was a Fuinjutsu master and an Uzumaki after all. It is a basic trigger seal uses to detonate one or many explosive tags. Sakura's face turned ashen white as a thought came into her mind. Please, do not say you have planted explosive tags all around training ground? She asked, looking around to find them. She was also carefully watching her footing. She didn't want to accidentally activate any tags. Her statement caught everyone off guard. Explosive tags were a dangerous ninja tool. Don't worry. I've not planted any explosive tags here, Naruto said, causing everyone to sigh in relief. I've planted them into Kakashi's home, especially all over his favorite books. You've done, what? Kakashi shouted when his statement finally sank into his mind. What did you think I was doing when you were busy with testing others? I went to your home and slapped explosive tags everywhere, especially on your all books. Everyone knows they are your weakness, Naruto said. If my original plan had failed, then I would have used those tags to force you to pass us. There was an absolute silence as everyone absorbed the information that Naruto had revealed. Kakashi quickly made the necessary hand seals for the body flicker jutsu and disappeared in a puff of smoke. What the hell just happened to him? Natsumi asked. He didn't even say goodbye. Kushina shook her head. He's gone to his home to save his precocious books, she said with disgust. Sakura looked at Naruto and asked, was your backup plan really necessary? Sakura, not everything always goes the way we planned, Naruto said. That's why having a backup plan set before anything goes wrong is one of the most important tasks. Okay, Team 7, pay attention, Kushina said aloud to gain her students' attention on her. Meet me here tomorrow same time, same place. You're all dismissed except Natsumi and Naruto. Sasuke said. He turned around and walked away slowly while his loyal fangirl followed behind him. Natsumi sighed as she watched Sakura following Sasuke like she always did. She will never change. What do you want? Naruto asked coldly after he made sure Sasuke and Sakura left. Kushina said, Naruto-kun, if you want to speak about earlier, then don't bother, Naruto said, cutting her off. As a leaf shinobi, I helped her. There wasn't anything personal. Naruto-kun, listen to me, Kushina said. I want to talk about your chakra chains. What about them? You have already seen it, I don't your help. I'm much better at using them than you. I can see that, Kushina admitted. But how did you add your element affinity in them? I tried it with my water affinity, but it didn't end well. Did she just ask my advice? Naruto thought as he just stood there confused. He had never seen anything like that coming. He had half expected she would ask him about his chains but not this. He shook his head to clear his thought. Well, your answer is always front of you, Naruto said. He turned around and took a few steps forward. With each step he took, tendrils of black smoke began to dance beneath his feet, gathering and coming apart unnaturally. Your chakra control. You need a very good chakra control to make chains using your element affinity. While too much chakra will break your chains, the low chakra will make them weak. The balance is the only way. It's very difficult to control. I can only add my element affinity into a single chain. Black smoke warped around Naruto and slowly started to dissolve into the air, leaving no trace of him behind. Mom, Natsumi said. She literally had stars in her eyes. Yes, Natsumi-chan, Kushina said, staring right at her daughter. When are you going to teach me the body flicker jutsu? I want to do that. She pointed at a place that had been occupied by her brother. Kushina's sweat dropped. Kids nowadays seem to focus more on flashy jutsu rather than getting the job done. The following night, together the Uzumaki family was celebrating the success of their children. It was only a little celebration, both Minato and Kushina had brought some gifts for their children. Congratulations on being a Jinan, Natsumi, Minato said as he handed a small box, packed in green cloth. Natsumi unwrapped the gift and then opened the box, causing her eyes to go wide. Inside was a 3-pointed kunai. You're going to teach me the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, she shouted with joy and excitement. Minato scratched the back of his head nervously. He didn't want to burst her bubble, but it had to be undertaken. Sorry, Princess, I can't teach you that jutsu yet. You do have chakra to use it many times, but don't have enough control to use it correctly. He pointed the 3-pointed kunai that she was holding in her hand. It is just a little extra insurance. Only to use it in case of an emergency. Natsumi nodded, placing her father's kunai safely into the weapon pouch. She moved and gave Minato a hug. "Thanks even though it's lame," she said, murmuring the last part under her breath. She released her father from the hug and looked straight at him with a hopeful expression. "Hey, Dad, can you teach me the body flicker jutsu?" she asked. "Maybe," Minato said. What's wrong with kids these days? They prefer flashy jutsu over basics, he thought. "This one is from me," Kushina said, giving her gift to her. It was long and wrapped in a red cloth. "Please, tell me, it isn't a demon wind shuriken?" Natsumi asked after examining its size and length. "No, my gift is not lame as Minato's," Kushina said. Minato's eye twitched in annoyance as he screamed in his mind. "My gift is not lame. It's for her safety." Natsumi unwrapped Kushina's gift. Inside the long, black box laid the most beautiful ninjato. It had a black sheath and blood-red hilt. On the hilt was carved a mythological bird, phoenix with the Uzumaki clan swirl in between its both wings. Natsumi removed the ninjato from its sheath. Her eyes moved over the blade to examine its beauty. The blade was thin, unelegant-looking, razor-sharp and deadly. She traced the kanji of will of fire carved into the blade with her fingers. "Do you like it?" Kushina asked, smiling. Natsumi had lost in eyeing the beauty of the sword. "Yeah," she said. She gave his sword a few practice swings to get a feel for the weapon and found ninjato was perfect for her hand. "I love it. I knew you would love it. Thank Mom." Natsumi sheathed her sword, moved forward, and hugged her mother happily. Kushina wrapped her arms around her daughter and gave her a hug in return. "I believe that you are fully ready to learn Kenjutsu," she said, releasing Natsumi from the hug. "Thank you," Natsumi said, "but what about Naruto ni-chan?" "Don't worry, Natsumi, we also have gifts for him," Minato said, smiling. "Anyway, where is he?" Natsumi answered, "I think he's in his room." Suddenly, they heard faint footsteps. They turned around to see Naruto. Minato smiled at his son. "Naruto, I have," however, he cut himself off when he saw him carrying a backpack. "Where are you going?" "I'm leaving your home forever," Naruto said, making his way toward the front door. "What?" Kushina shouted, a tear forming in the corner of her eye and slowly falling down her face. "Naruto, this is your home," Minato said, trying to persuade his son. Naruto stopped in front of the door and turned slightly to look at Minato. "It's your home, Hokage-sama, not mine," he said. "Naruto, I forbid you from getting out of this house," Minato ordered. "You can't stop me from leaving, Hokage-sama. I'm not a child you can order around any longer." Naruto answered him back. "According to the village law, after wearing a headband that shows my status as a ninja, a genin is considered an adult. There's nothing you can do now." With that, Naruto exited the house, leaving his saddened family behind. "Oh. Naruto stepped out of the Uzumaki house's compound and took a deep breath, savoring the air of freedom. At last, he had been able to free himself from all watchful eyes of his family. A former family. They had been a major obstacle in his path. It was time to start formulating his master plan. The blonde boy gathered some chakra into his feet and jumped to the next rooftop. He landed there in a crouch and then started jumping from roof to roof towards his new apartment. After jumping from one roof to another for several minutes, he slowed down when he came near his new place. He took a big jump and swiftly landed on the balcony. Naruto took a few steps forward, but something stopped him. His eyes drifted over to a small, dark empty space between the two buildings. He shook his head before returning his eyes back to the door. He withdrew a key from his pocket to unlock the door. "So Minato sent his pets to keep eyes on me," the boy thought as he pushed the door open and walked in. Naruto closed the door, turned a doorknob and channeled his chakra. A seal array materialized over the door, securing the whole apartment from unwanted eyes. He looked around. He had gotten everything he'd need in the small apartment. It had a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a bed. "So this is your new home," one of the white Zetsu's clones said, emerging from the apartment's wooden flooring. "But it's quite small, isn't it?" "It's not like I'm going to spend my whole life here," Naruto said, taking his backpack off from his back, and placing it on the ground. He took the black cloak out and pulled it over his head. "Get ready. We're going." Naruto looked at a spot occupied by a sofa with his heterochromia eyes. A small crack formed in the space as a time-space portal opened. It got bigger and bigger in a few seconds, big enough to enter two people. Naruto stepped into the portal with the white Zetsu's clone following just behind him. Exactly half minutes after they had entered the first portal, Naruto and Zetsu's clone stepped out of the second portal. They had teleported to very familiar place. "The Valley of the End," Naruto said. It was the place where the legendary two, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, had their final battle. The two had torn the earth itself apart and created the valley. The battle had ended with Hashirama victorious, Madara secretly escaping his death and going into hiding, and the nine-tailed fox being sealed within Hashirama wife, Mito Uzumaki. Naruto was standing on top of Madara's statue's head and looking at Hashirama's status. The statues of the two great shinobi had been built to memorialize that battle, with Hashirama on the side of the Land of Fire and Madara standing in opposition to symbolize his defection from the Leaf Village. Both were stood in the traditional shinobi sparring seal of confrontation, a protocol before engaging in a formal duel. The waterfall flowing in between both statues was serving as a border between the Land of Fire and the land known as the Land of Sound. Naruto ran vertically down on Madara's statue and landed on the surface of the water. Moving towards the waterfall, he made some hand seals before slamming hands on the surface of the water. A blood-red seal materialized on the water surface. The water from the waterfall split into two, revealing a pitch-black hidden passage. "Aha! One of Madara's secret hideout," the white Zetsu said, as he emerged next to him. "Yes, but now, it's our secret base," Naruto said as he stepped inside. Zetsu chuckled and followed the blonde. They continued walking in the dark passage. When they finally came to the end, they found the large room. The moment they had entered, several seals had activated, illuminating a huge room. Naruto saw various weapons, a few hundred scrolls and books. They were everywhere, stacked vertically and horizontally, in wooden shelves and cases. Naruto went forward, pulled one book from one of a shelf, and read its title. Uzumaki clan's secret Fuinjutsu. Interesting, he told himself, putting the book back in its place. "So you have finally come here." Naruto quickly turned around and saw the person he had expected to see there. TBC, Omake, Sasuke was walking in a forest near the border of the Land of Fire. He was not exactly a kid anymore. He had grown up into a tall and handsome man, but he still had duck-butt hairstyle. He was dressed in the standard uniform of the Leaf Anbu with a ninjato strapped to his back. He was the deepest part of the forest to search Itachi. "Today I'm going to destroy you, Itachi," Sasuke said as he jumped from tree to tree, searching for any sign of his brother. His Sharingan eyes narrowed when he saw a black cloaked figure standing near a tree. "Found you, Itachi." He accelerated and landed in front of his brother. "Itachi." Itachi turned around and looked at Sasuke with his emotionless Sharingan eyes. Sasuke looked at his brother and clenched his fist. They both bore similarities to one another in terms of their appearance. They both had same onyx eyes, jet black hair and skin tone, but that was where their similarity ended. Itachi's hair was pulled back with a red elastic in a low ponytail, which extended his shoulder blades, and his eyes, they were cold and emotionless. They were looking right at him. "Hello, my foolish little brother," Itachi stated in an emotionless tone. His Sharingan started to spin amazingly fast. "I'm not little anymore." Sasuke glared directly at Itachi, his Sharingan also spinning rapidly. "I've heard you got married and became a father, foolish brother," Itachi said. "It's none of your business, Itachi," Sasuke said. He gritted his teeth angrily as he glared hard at his brother. 10 years ago, the council had forced him to marry his teammate, Sakura. 1 year after their wedding, Sakura had become pregnant and given birth to his twin sons. Sasuke shook his head. "It isn't time thinking about it," he thought, not taking his eyes off his brother. "Less talking, more fighting, Itachi," he said, coming into the fighting stance. "Today I'm going to finish you." "Very well, foolish little brother." However, before they could make a move, two blurs landed in between them. Itachi raised his eyebrow when he saw two 9-year-old twin boys. They both had weird features. "Dad," one boy said, looking at Sasuke. "We've come to help you." His twin brother nodded in head agreement. "Dad?" Itachi said. Itachi stared at both boys. They had Sharingan spinning in their eyes, and both of them had pink hair. "Pink hair?" Itachi blinked. He immediately tried to dispel any genjutsu that might be affecting him but accomplished nothing even after he flared his chakra. He looked at Sasuke and then his pink-haired sons. He again looked straight at his brother before looking back at twin pink-haired boys. Then he did something. Something Sasuke had never expected that Itachi would ever do. Itachi laughed. Itachi laughed really hard. So hard that he fell to the ground still laughing and clutching his stomach. "Why are you laughing?" Sasuke shouted angrily at Itachi. Itachi pointed at Sasuke's sons. "Ha ha ha ha. Pink. Pink-haired. Ha 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 ha. Pink-haired Uchiha boys. Ah ha ha," he said, and he erupted into another fit of laughter. Sasuke's face turned a deep red in either anger or embarrassment, probably both. He growled at his brother, who was laughing like there was no tomorrow. Itachi was laughing so hard, his eyes were red and tears were forming in the corners of his eyes. "Stop laughing, Itachi," Sasuke shouted again. "Itachi! Itachi!" Sasuke shouted as he jolted up in his bed. Looking around, he realized that he was his bedroom. Dream? It was a dream. He shivered, thinking about it. No, it wasn't a dream. It was a nightmare. Naruto quickly turned around and saw the person he had expected to see there. "Hey, isn't it Black Zetsu?" White Zetsu's clone said in a cheerful tone. Like White Zetsu, Black Zetsu had humanoid shape and Venus flytrap-like extensions on his one side. He also had short green hair and a single yellow eye, which lacked any visible sclerae or pupil, and mouth with jagged teeth. Like his name, he was completely black. Compared to White Zetsu, Black Zetsu was more serious and knowledgeable as he was the physical manifestation of Princess Kaguya Otsutsuki's will. He was her last creation. He was a real antagonist, a true culprit behind everything. He had spent countless years influencing the shinobi world in order to facilitate her revival. "Idiot," Black Zetsu said to the clone in a deep voice, which was much different from the clone, "go back to your work." "Oh, well," the clone said in disappointment, and he slowly sank into the ground. "Where is your white half?" Naruto said. As far as he knew, both Zetsu halves would rarely separate themselves from each other on the mission that Pain Nagato has given us. Naruto nodded. He walked toward a stone chair and sat down on it with his arms crossed, one leg placed over other. "Why did you want to see me here?" he asked. Black Zetsu sank into the ground and came out with a scroll in its hand. "To give you this." He threw the scroll at Naruto. Naruto caught the scroll successfully. "What is it?" He examined the scroll. It was just a little scroll engraved with a familiar red swirl. The Uzumaki swirl? He looked up at Black Zetsu as he waited for him to say something, but he stayed quiet, so he asked again, "What is in the scroll, Zetsu?" "Probably something you would like." Naruto raised his eyebrow at it but opened the scroll. His eyes widened when he read the first few lines that had written in the scroll, and widened even further when he finished reading the scroll. He stared at smirking Black Zetsu with his eyes wide open. He asked, "Where did you get this information?" The smirk on Black Zetsu's face widened further. "I've been here since the beginning of shinobi time," he said. "I know more about the shinobi world than almost any other individual." "If this is true then I want it," Naruto said as he rolled up the scroll. "Send some White Zetsu's clones to find its exact location." "Why aren't you going there personally?" "Zetsu's clones can mimic anyone they have been in contact with, right down to their chakra. One clone can easily take your place till you come back. My teleportation has some limitations. It hasn't reached Mom's level yet. If I overuse it, I won't be able to use it until my Rin Sharingan has fully recharged, a process which takes a considerable amount of time," Naruto said. "Also, Minato is monitoring me closely. We can't take that man lightly. After all, he's a leader of the most powerful shinobi village for nothing. So we'll wait for the right time and I am sure we'll get it soon. Very soon." Black Zetsu had seen the fight between Minato and Tobi. The fourth had wrecked the boy twice after figuring out the weakness in his space-time technique. Minato was truly a genius. He nodded his head. "Yes, we can't underestimate that man. Anyway, tell me, Black Zetsu. How is your pet project? How is Akatsuki?" Naruto asked, resting his chin on a fist. "Have they started to capture tailed beasts yet?" "No, not yet. They are currently collecting funds for the organization." Interesting," Naruto said as his eyes shifted into unique dujutsu. "Mind telling me everything about them?" Black Zetsu told him everything. He didn't leave any tiny details. He even gave him information about every member with his or her powers and weakness. After getting all information from Black Zetsu, Naruto went into deep thought. "Good, but let me know immediately if anything happens in the organization," he said. Black Zetsu gave him a toothful smile, showing his sharp teeth. "Yes, I'll keep in touch, oh. After becoming an official team, both Kakashi and Kushina started Team 7's training with basic chakra control exercises like tree climbing and water walking, something every newly made Genin should know how to do before moving toward more advanced stuff. Naruto had already known them before even becoming a Genin, and Sakura had a stunning natural talent for chakra control, so those exercises were easy to them. It could not say the same about Natsumi and Sasuke. It took them more than 2 weeks to reach a decent level because of their naturally large chakra reverse. When all students completed basics, Kakashi and Kushina moved on some advanced stuff, teamwork exercises and improving their students' individual skills. During the training sections with the team, Kushina had even managed to break fangirl inside of Sakura some degree, forcing the pink-haired girl to take her shinobi career seriously. The pink-haired girl had improved greatly after that, but much to Kushina's irritation, her obsession over Sasuke hadn't changed much. When Team 7 reached the level where both sensei wanted them to be, Kakashi and Kushina introduced their Jinan to the horror of D-rank missions, lowest classification missions. Those missions were usually assigned to Jinan team and weren't actual missions that posed almost no risk to the ninja's life. They dealt with tasks as simple as finding missing pets and weeding a garden. This frustrated all genins. The most of them would prefer to practice his or her own ninja skills rather than doing those stupid missions. They were no more than chores. It was just like any other day. Team 7 was waiting for their sensei and teammate to show up at the bridge that had become their usual meeting spot since they had become an official team. Sasuke was leaning against the bridge railing while trying to stand as far away as possible from Sakura, who was trying to get closer to him. Even though she had become less fangirl of him, she was still annoying to him. The third member of their team, Natsumi, was watching the river that was flowing gracefully under the bridge. She was thinking about a way to convince her twin, who had yet to show up, to come back to the home. Suddenly, dark smoke filled the half-bridge. Most surprising things was no one seemed to care about it. It gathered around a specific spot on the bridge, forming into a hooded figure. It was Naruto. Right after him, both Kushina and Kakashi showed up with a puff of smoke. "Yo!" Kakashi greeted in his usual manner. "Hello, students," Kushina said, smiled. "Today, we are going on a special D-rank mission. There is nothing special about D-rank missions. They all are just a bunch of chores," Naruto muttered under his breath. "Except you, Naruto," Kakashi said, causing the blonde boy to look at him with a raised eyebrow. "Minato-sensei wants to meet you." Much better than this chore, Naruto thought, and he dispersed into the air in the form of black smoke. "Why does Hokage-sama want to meet him?" Sakura asked, looking at Kakashi. Sasuke and Natsumi turned their heads toward him, as they also wanted to know about it. In his usual lazy manner, Kakashi skillfully dodged the question. "Nothing special, Naruto appeared outside the Hokage office and went in when he got permissions to enter. He saw current Hokage and former Hokage sitting with their two advisors. "Welcome, Naruto-kun," Hiruzen greeted as soon as he saw the blonde boy. Naruto gave him a nod before he looked directly into Minato's eyes. "What can I do for you, Hokage-sama?" he asked. "It's about your special talent," Koharu said, as she quickly came to the point. Naruto turned his head right where Koharu was sitting next to Homura. "Which one?" Adjusting his glasses, Homura answered, "Your wood release." "What about it?" Naruto asked. Naruto didn't like those two. They had a bad habit of poking their noses into someone else. Yamato, former Hokage, called, and a man with short brown hair and black, almond-shaped eyes entered the office. Naruto turned his head to watch the man. He wore a variation of the standard attire of a leaf nin with a flak jacket. In addition to that, he had a Hapori-style forehead protector that framed his face, similar to that of Tobirama Senju. Naruto recognized the man. He was a prior Rudanbu codename Kaino. "Naruto, meet Yamato," Hiruzen said. "He is your new teacher. He can also use wood release like you." So they gave him another code name, Naruto thought while eyeing the man carefully who was doing the same as him. "So you are the lone survivor of Snake Sanin's experiment on the first Hokage's DNA," he said, shocking everyone in the office. "How did you know about this?" "It's one of the high-class secrets of the village," Koharu asked, sounding demanding. Naruto scoffed. "Ask your current Hokage, who has a tendency to leave important documents on his study table." Everyone turned to Minato. The fourth's cheeks had turned red with embarrassment. "Sorry. Just how many secrets you know?" Homura asked, turning back to Naruto. "Not too many," Naruto answered, but inside, he was thinking about something else. "Ha, I know every deepest and darkest secret of Hidden Leaf Village, you old fools." Hiruzen sighed before looking at his successor's son again. "Keep them secret," he said. Naruto nodded. "I will keep them secret until a certain time." "Yamato." Minato called to get Ex-Onbu's attention before he gave him a nod. Yamato gave a deep bow before he grabbed Naruto's shoulder and they disappeared in a swirling of leaves. Hiruzen turned to his successor and said, "I should have taught you the proper way to keep a secret before giving my position to you." Homura asked, "What were you doing anyway when your son was reading S-rank documents?" "Well, I was busy." Minato answered. There was a tiny blush on his cheeks, with Kushina. Hiruzen's sweat dropped. "Well, I cannot really blame him. It had also happened to me. Numerous times. Minato, Koharu said, getting current Hokage's attention. Are you sure he doesn't know the truth of the Uchiha clan's massacre? Minato shook his head. There's no document or file on that incident, so I'm sure Naruto doesn't know about it. How wrong Minato was. His son knew the truth behind the Uchiha clan massacre as well, even more than him. Oh ooh. Yamato and Naruto appeared on a large ground. Naruto's violet eyes looked around to locate where he was. The place looked similar to the training ground 3, which Team 7 used, with some minor difference. However, he could tell this ground was one of restricted training grounds that Onbu used for their personal training. The safest training grounds to avoid unwanted eyes. Yamato turned and looked down at the blonde boy. Well, Namek, Naruto interrupted, call me just Naruto. Yamato stared at him, confused, but nodded anyway. Well, Naruto-san, first, show me what you can do, he said politically. Naruto nodded, and waved his hands up. In less than a minute, he was standing on a branch of a fully grown-up tree. He jumped onto the ground and waited for Yamato's reaction. Your control over wood release is impressive, Yamato said as he was clearly impressed by his display. Wood release was very hard to control due to the sheer life force it had. Do you know any jutsu? He asked. Naruto smirked. Just because he had decided to hold back his real skill of using wood release didn't mean that he couldn't show up, a little. He began to make hand seals. It was a low-level version of his favorite move, wood release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. He finished the last hand seal. Wood style, giant forest jutsu. Small trees started popping out of the ground, so Yamato jumped out their way. In less than a minute, a small part of the training ground filled fully matured trees. Naruto fell on his knees and made a fake panting sound. This way he would get an excuse for showing such level of technique. Good, you are much better than I thought, Yamato said, clapping for him, as he walked toward him. But where did you learn this technique? Well, I sneaked into the Senju library to learn more about wood release, Naruto said. It was a half-truth. He didn't sneak into the Senju library, Zetsu did. How did you sneak inside the Senju library? Yamato asked. He had once tried to go inside the library, but it had turned out a complete failure because of a blood seal placed on the door. I'm from the Uzumaki clan. We are distant blood relatives of the Senju clan, Naruto answered. And the seal is designed by the first's wife, Mito Uzumaki. Yamato nodded. It made perfect sense. Oh ooh. Minato was speaking with former Hokage and elders in his office. They were discussing on some vital matters when the door to the office flung open and Hokage's daughter walked in holding a cat, followed by remaining Team 7 and their Jounin sensei. Both sensei looked perfectly fine, but the condition of all three Jounin weren't good. Their clothes were ragged with mud on them. There were also minor bruises and scratches on their faces. Daddy, Natsumi shouted, holding the brown-colored cat up. The cat had lighter-colored markings on her head and amber-colored eyes with the red ribbon on her right ear. Her name was Tora, infamous the demon cat Tora, the bane of every leaf ninja's existence. Tora had a bad habit of running away from her owner, who was none other than Madame Shijimi, the wife of the fire daimyo. I don't want this little monster's mission again, she added angrily, as both Sakura and Sasuke nodded their head in agreement. They had caught this little monster after searching her 3 hours, 3 fucking hours. Sasuke was debating himself, whenever, he should kill this monster before killing Itachi, or not. All adults in the room sweat dropped, seeing the weird behavior of the Jounin team in front of them. Minato opened his mouth to say something to her when suddenly Tora jumped from Natsumi's hand to the ground. Somehow, she had been able to free herself from Natsumi's grab. She ran toward the door, which was unfortunately opened. All three Jounin looked at the scene with their mouth gaping open for a few seconds before Natsumi came out of her stupor and shouted, "Catch that demon cat." But it was too late. Well, looks like we've to catch her again, Kushina said, hiding her giggle. Three Jounin slumped back to the ground in both exhaustion and utter defeat. I do not like that cat, Sakura murmured. Just a minute later, Yamato came into the office, followed by Naruto, who was petting very familiar cat. Tora? Sakura said, recognizing the demon cat Tora in Naruto's hands. She seemed so peaceful in his hands. How are doing this? And how did catch her so easily? Natsumi asked. It took all of us nearly 3 hours to catch her. Well, because I'm good, Naruto answered. He patted the cat on the head. No one except adults in the office noticed the genjutsu that Naruto was using on Tora to calm her down. The way he was using his genjutsu skill clearly impressed all of them. All Jounin, you are dismissed. Minato ordered. And Naruto, give Tora to Kakashi. Naruto did as Minato asked him to do and left with other Jounin. When all Jinan left the office, Minato performed some hand seals for privacy jutsu as the room glowed bluish for brief seconds before it turned back to normal. "Give me a report, Yamato," he said. Well, his control over wood release is impressive. Even I wasn't that good when I had first started to learn wood release, Yamato said. He was obviously impressed by Naruto's talent. The boy was really a genius. How long will it take him to learn to suppress the tail beast chakra? Koharu asked. I don't know. Maybe 1 year or more. It depends on him, Yamato said. They began to discuss on Naruto and other important matters, without knowing one of White Zetsu's clones was watching them and hearing their conversation. Oh ooh. Inside his new secret hideout, Naruto was standing on top of an underground lake water. He dressed in his new ninja gear, a black zipperless hoodie with red lining, a mesh armor with navy accents under an identical t-shirt with dark blue pants and matching shinobi sandals. Some White Zetsu's clones were arranging the place for him. Alone on the surface of the water, Naruto took a breath before he gracefully drew his ninjato blade in one smooth motion. He gave it a few practice swings and marveled at how quick and powerful it felt. He then began practicing his swordplay, performing swings and slashes against an imaginary opponent. He spent a few hours practicing to perfect his sword skills before he fell on his knee, panting. Naruto looked down and saw his own reflection in the water. He looked paler than usual. His hair looked like it had been bleached and also had a streak of a light color that perfectly matched Kaguya's hair color. So mom's chakra is still affecting my body, he thought. You do know that ninjato is a gift from Kushina, right? Naruto stood up and turned his head to see Black Zetsu, in his merged form, emerge from the ground. Together, two Zetsu were easily distinguished by two large Venus flies trap-like extensions enveloping their head and upper body as a shell. It gave them a plant-like appearance. Of course he knows, White Zetsu said in defense of Naruto, but asking the next question, he ruined everything. You know, right? Idiot, Black Zetsu muttered. Yes, I know, Zetsu, Naruto said. Naruto looked down at the ninjato he was holding. 2 days ago, he had found this beautiful sword wrapped in red silk cloth on his doorstep. He had named her Kurami, Dark Beauty. She was a beautiful ninjato with red-black hilt along with a pinch black dragon with red eyes coiling around the handle. Dragon's mouth wide open with the blade shooting out of it. Its long tail wrapped around the handle, forming the Uzumaki swirl. The metal blade was so sharp it could be utilized to cut through anything. It had kanji of will of fire craved into it before, but Naruto had changed it with kanji of peace and balance. I thought you hate your parents, Black Zetsu said. I hate them, but I don't let that hate blind me, Naruto said, and he moved his ninjato up. And look at her. She is a high-quality, custom-made ninjato. You will need deep pockets to afford a weapon like her. You and I, we both know, I don't have that much money. Naruto walked toward the ground where White Zetsu's clones were arranging the place for him. They were doing work like placing weapons in their place, arranging scrolls, book etc. Naruto sheltered his sword and said, so I got the opportunity, and I grabbed it, couldn't let it slip away. Ah, a free weapon, White Zetsu said. Yes, you could say that. Naruto quickly ducked as a box filled with shuriken and kunai flew past over his head, almost touching his hair. Hey, watch out, you idiot, he cried at the White Zetsu's clone who had been responsible for it. He stood up, wiping all the dust off his clothes. Sorry. It slipped out of my hand, the clone apologized. He quickly sank into the ground and appeared next to the box. Naruto disappeared and reappeared far away from those stupid clones, next to the stone chair, as he didn't want a part of another accident. He took a place on it. Did you find it, Zetsu? He asked, placing his hand under his chin. Zetsu appeared in front of him, emerging from the ground. It was just his head only. Nothing, his black half said. But my clones are searching for it, his white half informed. Good, Naruto said. Keep me updated on progress. White Zetsu nodded before saying, another thing, I think, you should know. Hidden Leaf is hosting Chunin exams this year, Black Zetsu added. And we've heard rumors that Cloud and Stone Even Mist are sending their candidates for exams. The Chunin exams? Interesting, Naruto said as he went into deep thought. Oh ooh. What's the distance of the target? Kushina asked through earphones that she had given to her students. 5 meters, I'm ready anytime, Sasuke said. Same here, Sakura and Natsumi replied both at the same time. Me too, Kakashi said, giggled while reading his orange book. It was only chance to read his favorite book series without making Kushina angry. Whatever, Naruto replied last. The Team 7 had been assigned the Catch Tora mission, again. They were continuously doing D-rank missions from past 2 weeks. All missions were nothing but chores, something civilians were too lazy to do. The Tora mission was one of the worst missions in all missions. Okay, Kushina said. Go. She gave them a signal and all of them cornered the target. Both Natsumi and Sasuke jumped into action and attempted to grab the cat. Tora tried to run away, but before she could, Naruto caught her tail and quickly placed a genjutsu on her. Got her, Naruto said. Ribbon on the left ear. Are you sure this is the target, Tora? Kakashi asked without taking his eyes from the book. Yeah, I'm sure, Naruto said, patting the cat who was behaving well. Kakashi. Put your book away. Kushina warned, as soon as she saw the book in his hand. Kakashi nodded fearfully. He hurriedly put his book back in his pocket as he didn't want to die. Good job, Team 7. Lost Pet Tora search mission, complete, Kushina said, smilingly brightly. Oh ooh. No. Absolutely not, Natsumi shouted at her father. I want to do, a more incredible mission. Find us a better one, Dadabayo. She quickly clapped her hands over her mouth as her cheeks instantly reddened with embarrassment. Kushina smiled at her while Minato's sweat dropped. She is becoming more and more like her mother. Even, her verbal tic is the same as hers, he thought. Iruka stood up from his table. Natsumi, you should realize you're still a Genin, he said, and he began to explain the mission system. Each request is written down on these lists.
And divided into an A, B, C, D ranking based on difficulty, Iruka described briefly.
The village is also divided based on skill. Starting with Hokage to the Jounin, then the Chunin and lastly the Genin. The missions are then handed out by us at the top of the ninjas based on their abilities, and if the duty is completed successfully we receive payment from the client. He took a deep breath. He was in his private world. You guys just recently became Genin. D-rank missions are perfect for you, he finished before looking around. A tick mark showed on his forehead. Both Naruto and Kakashi were reading books. Natsumi's back was facing him and she was telling Sasuke and Sakura about ramen that she had eaten yesterday. In short, no one was giving him attention. Iruka turned to Hokage and his jaw dropped on the floor. Kushina was particularly sitting on Minato's lap while her hands were around his neck. They were just talking about some random topics. Iruka did a fake cough to catch their attention. When he didn't get any result, he said, Hokage-sama. Kushina quickly stood up from Minato's lap. There was a slight blush on her cheeks while Minato adjusted himself properly before looking at Team 7. You understood him, right? He asked because he didn't. Not really, Naruto said as he closed his book and looked up. But, I've heard that Team 8 is on a C-rank mission. Is this true, Iruka-sensei? What? Natsumi and Sasuke shouted at the same time. They snapped their heads toward their former teacher, demanding an answer from him. Iruka sighed as he knew what was coming. Yes, it's true. Their mission is to escort the master bridge builder to the land of waves and protect him while he finishes building his bridge, he said. Naruto didn't have any hope that Team 8 would return back to the Hidden Leaf safely. His spies had told him about the land of waves condition, which was very bad. A gangster named Gato, who was ruling over that area, had hired the demon of the hidden mist Zabuza Momochi to kill the bridge builder, who was in Team 8's protection. In short, the mission was not a simple C rank, its difficulty level was in between A and B. Team 8 wasn't a suitable team for that kind of mission. It wasn't a combat team, it was a tracking team. There were too many gaps between Zabuza and Kurenai's skills as well. Zabuza was in Anbu before joining the Seven Swordsmen of Mist, where Kurenai was a newly made Jounin. She didn't have skills and experience to confront a ninja like him. Even if she did have them, she couldn't protect her students and client at the same time, not without sustaining any major injuries in the fight. Dad. We also want a C-rank mission, Natsumi said, nearly shouting to prove that she wouldn't take no for answer. Minato rubbed back of his head and thought something before he said, well, Hokage-sama. An unknown Chonin called urgently, as he ran into Hokage office. He gave a slight bow before saying, Team 8 needs backup. Their Jounin sensei is injured. What? Minato said, but how? We don't know. The message is very short. So it would seem. Minato sighed and he turned to Team 7's both sensei. Are they ready for a higher class mission? Kushina and Kakashi looked at each other before looking at their students. Sasuke and Natsumi looked determined to do this mission while Sakura looked slightly nervous. They didn't blame her for that. It was going to be their first real mission. Then they turned to the final member of their team, Naruto, who looked bored like he didn't care about it. Kushina turned her back to her husband. They're ready, Minato-kun, she said proudly. Minato gave them a small smile and said, okay, Team 7. You are going to the Land of Waves as a backup for Team 8. Natsumi started to cheer, even Sasuke had a small smile on his lips. Sakura was still nervous. And Naruto, he wasn't paying any attention. Alright, Team 7, meet us at the Hidden Leaf Gate in 2 hours, Kakashi said. Oh ooh. Naruto finished packing all the essentials he'd need during the mission and finally strapped a ninjato onto his back. Are you going to visit the site? Black Zetsu asked. Maybe, Naruto answered, walking toward the exit. Let me know if you need any help, Black Zetsu said before sinking into the wooden flooring. Naruto walked out of his apartment and locked the door, securing it with seals. He turned around, leapt off his balcony and landed on the second-story roof. He then started to jump from rooftop to rooftop, quickly heading toward the Hidden Leaf Gate. Oh ooh. Naruto reached the gate first. He leaned against a wall to wait for others show up. In a puff of smoke, Kakashi arrived before everyone could show up. Naruto raised his eyebrow. You've come before the time? He said. Hey, I'm not always late, Kakashi said. Naruto gave him a deadpan look. Okay, I've come late to our meetings and training sections many times and I admit, I'm not exactly the most punctual person, but, I'm not the worst. There are a lot of people worse than me in that department. Naruto shook his head and took out a book from his pouch. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Kakashi-sensei, he said. Kakashi sighed, knowing there was no way he could win this argument. He then followed Naruto's example as he pulled out his Icha book and started reading. A minute later, Sasuke showed up, his number one fangirl, Sakura, following shortly behind him. Both of them wore their regular ninja clothes. In addition, they had backpacks on their backs to store their extra ninja supply and essential things they'd need during the mission. On the way, Sakura saw that Kakashi was already there. He was standing beside Naruto and reading an orange book. Kakashi-sensei, you are on time? She asked. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Is my reputation really that bad? There was a puff of smoke, and Kushina and Natsumi appeared next to Sasuke. Kakashi quickly hid his book into his flak jacket before turning to them. Kushina was in her as usual Jounin uniform and Natsumi dressed in her new gear, a yellow blouse with a red shirt underneath that exposed her navel, a black skirt, thigh-length fishnet stockings and sandals with her red ninjato strap on her back. So, are you ready? Kushina asked her students. She got nods from them. Let's go. They left the village and started their journey toward the Land of Waves. Knock knock coming. A knock at the door garnered the attention of a beautiful dark-haired woman. She made to open the door before being stopped by Shino, who pulled a kunai and went to answer it in her stead. Opening the door, keeping his weapon hidden from view, Shino saw his 4 former classmates along with a masked man and a red-headed woman, whom he recognized Kushina Uzumaki. You must be Kurenai's student, Aburame Shino, right? Kushina asked, giving him a small smile. Yes, Shino said. He was person of few words. He looked back at the woman inside of the house and gestured to her to let her know everything was okay. At that point, the woman came to the door and greeted the new arrivals with a warm smile. Hello, my name is Tsunami. You all must be the group of ninjas sent to help the others protect my father. She bowed to them. Kushina smiled. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. It's nice to meet you. I'm Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi gave her a smile. He pointed behind him at the kids. Those are our students. The brooding one is Uchiha Sasuke, the little redhead is Uzumaki Natsumi, Pinky's name is Haruno Sakura, the blonde boy is Naruto. Sasuke gave his famous stoic response. Natsumi gave her grin, Sakura smiled at her, and Naruto just nodded his head. Shino stood off to the side as they all came in and Tsunami closed the door behind them. Where is your team, Shino? Kushina asked. They are in the living room. When they reached in the living room, they saw remaining members of Team 8 with exception of their teacher. They all looked worse for wear. Kiba had a ripped jacket, Hinata had a small bit of blood on her arm meaning she had been hit by some small weapon, probably a senbon needle. They hadn't noticed it before, but Shino also looked tired, probably from the chakra exhaustion. Natsumi stepped forward when she saw Hinata and gave her childhood friend a small hug. Thank goodness, you're safe, Hinata, she said. I was worried about you. Sorry for making you worried, the shy girl said. She subconsciously rubbed her injured arm. Naruto's eyes caught this. He pulled out a small vial from his pocket, it contained a light purplish liquid inside, and tossed at Hinata. The Hyuga Airless caught the vial and looked at the blonde questionably. That medicine will ease your pain, he told her. Thank you, Hinata said while pocketing the medicine. Thank God, Kiba to himself as he saw the team. We really need your help. Kurenai-sensei is upstairs injured from a fight and we didn't know what to do without her. Kakashi smiled at the young man. You did everything you were supposed to do, sit in a fortified area and wait for backup, and well done on not just answering the door. He praised the team while gesturing for Naruto to go check on Kurenai. Go see if you can get her up and moving, Naruto, do what you can. Naruto nodded. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, I'll accompany you, Naruto-kun, Kushina said. Kushina smiled at Team 8 as she and Naruto walked past them up the stairs. On the way, they ran into an old man. They recognized him, Tazuna, the master bridge builder. They had seen his picture in the file. He had gray hair, a large beard and dark eyes. He wore a sleeveless v-neck shirt with an obi, pants. The bridge builder was drunk. He took a sip of the sake. His eyes fell upon Kushina. A perverted grin appeared on his wrinkled face. Kushina noticed that as she gave him a death glare, making the old man nearly piss his pant. He quickly moved away from her with fear in his eyes. Idiot, Naruto thought as he and Kushina walked into the room. Kurenai was laying down asleep, but her dress was ripped in the stomach and they could see clearly that there was a rather deep cut on the abdomen that wasn't healing right. Naruto quickly placed some seals on her body. What are those seals for? Kushina asked, pointing at the seals that were blinking in a purple light. Naruto didn't look at her as his all attention was on Kurenai. Why are you asking me? You're an Uzumaki. Fuinjutsu is in your blood, he said. Kushina signed. She should have expected this kind of answer from her son. Let's see. She watched the seal carefully. It didn't take her much time to understand those seals. So these are medical tags, she said. Where did you get them? They are more advanced and complicated than those tags we use in hospitals. I made them. You made those tags? I didn't know you know Fuinjutsu. There are many things you don't know about me. Kushina watched her son making some hand seals. He had come this far in the Fuinjutsu, one of most complex shinobi arts. The Uzumaki blood truly flew strongly in her son. I've treated her wounds, but seems like she has some chakra exhaustion, Naruto said. His glowing green hands were on Kurenai's stomach where she had a deep wound. I will have to feed some of my chakras slowly into her body to relieve the stress on her coils and to flush the toxins from her chakra stream. Oh ooh. Good news for you, Team 8. Kurenai is out of danger, Kushina said. Team 8 and 7 had gathered in the living hall for a meeting. After hearing that their teacher was going to be alright, Team 8 signed in relief. Kushina continued, but the bad news is she can't help us in this mission. She's going to need rest to allow her body to heal. One of us has to take care of her. I'll do it, Sakura said, volunteering herself for this. This surprised everyone, to Team 7 more than others. Kakashi looked at Kushina, who gave her approval. Okay, Sakura will take care of Kurenai as well as the guard this home, Kakashi said before looking at Team 8. Now explain to me what happened since you fought the Demon Brothers. We defeated the Demon Brothers with teamwork and help from our sensei. Then we acquired the real information about the mission from Tazuna and decided as a group to continue on with the missions. After Kurenai-sensei sent a message for backup, we took the boat ride to the village. Then we encountered a missing ninja by the name of Momochi Zabuza. Taking a breath, Shino paused. Then before he could continue, he was interrupted. Momochi Zabuza? That name sounds familiar. Natsumi squeezed her eyes shut and tried to remember. Momochi Zabuza, aka Demon of the Hidden Mist, Naruto said. Ah, yes. Now I remember. Thanks, brother, Natsumi gave her brother a small smile. Whatever, Naruto scoffed. He looked away as he didn't need her thanks. Momochi Zabuza. He is a rank missing nin from the mist, Natsumi said. He is one of the former 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist and specialist in a silent killing technique. That man is dangerous. Wow, Natsumi, it's very smart, but where did you get this information? Sakura asked. Natsumi rubbed the back of her head. Well, ever since I learned that our lazy sensei isn't lazy but a genius of his generation, I have been reading about famous shinobis and missing nins for future. After all, knowledge is power. You're heading in the right direction, Natsumi-chan, Kushina praised her daughter before turning to Shino. You may continue, Shino-kun. Kurenai-sensei instructed us to protect the client while she fought with Zabuza. The matchup was unfortunately heavily sided in Zabuza's favor because of the jutsu that he could use. Kurenai-sensei did everything she could, but she could only protect us while we escaped with the client. She soon met up with us afterwards, in which she collapsed at the house from exhaustion. Shino explained with a monotone voice. Good work, Team 8, did Kurenai say anything to you before she collapsed? Kakashi asked. Oh, she did mention that Kiri Hunter Nin took Zabuza's dead body, Kiba remembered. So Zabuza is dead, Sasuke said, sound disappointed as he really wanted to test his strength against the powerful ninja like Zabuza. Naruto said suddenly, I'm not so sure. What do you mean? Kiba asked as he looked at Naruto. What are you not sure about? Naruto looked at Team 7 and 8. The hunter nins usually dispose of the body of the person they killed right there. That way no one has a chance to discover the secrets. Kakashi and Kushina suddenly realized the entire situation. So what? Sakura asked, who didn't have any clue what Naruto was saying. It means Zabuza may be alive and that hunter nin who took his body is his companion, Kushina informed all genins. The announcement that Zabuza was alive seemed to have varying levels of effect on those in the room. Natsumi seemed excited. Sasuke was smirking, thinking he would get a chance to fight a strong opponent and prove himself as an Uchiha, as well as bringing himself one step closer to kill Itachi. Sakura looked around in worry, not feeling anywhere near as confident as her crush. Hinata was nervous. She knew that she had no chance of helping in a fight like this. No one knew what Shino was thinking as he had shown no visible emotion. Aren't you thinking too much? Kiba asked. If Zabuza was alive, he intended to pay him back for what he had done to his sensei. Hunter nins are supposed to kill missing nins. No, with all the suspicion, we will prepare before it's too late. That's shinobi rule, Kakashi stated. Plus whether Zabuza dead or alive, there's no assurance that Gato hasn't hired an even stronger shinobi. But what can we do? Hinata asked, frightened of even the thought of seeing Zabuza again. This whole mission had worsened for her. Don't be afraid, Hinata-chan. Natsumi pointed over at Kushina and Kakashi, we have 2 jounin and the rest of us. Hinata gave her best friend a weak smile, still not really feeling too good about this whole thing. Hyashibaka, look what you've done to your sweet girl. Kushina blamed him for Hinata's lack of confidence. But again, I'm not better than you, she thought sadly, eyeing Naruto. It was her and Minato's fault that had changed her son. Naruto used to be a sweet and bright child, but he had become a shadow of its former self. Kakashi-sensei, I'm going outside to gather some medicinal herbs, Naruto informed. Natsumi took a few steps toward Naruto and said, brother, I'm coming with you. It's not safe to go alone. I didn't need your help. If you go with me, you will be a burden to me. But what if Zabuza isn't going to attack soon, Naruto cut her off. From what Shino told us, Zabuza is also injured. It will take a while for him to recover. Angrily Natsumi opened her mouth to protest, but her mother stopped her. Let him go, Natsumi. But Natsumi wanted to protest, but she couldn't. Thank you, Naruto said and quickly left the room, closing the door behind him. Oh ooh. Naruto leapt from tree to tree, gracefully jumping from branch to branch. He had heightened his sensory ability to make sure no one following, as he didn't want to screw up this golden chance. He jumped from tree to tree, branch to branch, he didn't stop till he reached his destination. When he saw a clearing, he pumped chakra to his legs before jumping high into the air and landed on the green ground silently. Zetsu, have you found the entrance? Naruto said. He took a few steps forward before moved his head to the right. He saw Zetsu emerge slowly from the grassy ground. Yes, we've found it, White Zetsu started. The Black Zetsu completed, but it's protected by a strong barrier. I'll handle that barrier, Naruto said, removing the gloves he wore. Now, get ready for the switch. I require a White Zetsu's clone for this process. A White Zetsu clone emerged from the ground near Naruto. Hi, he said as he waved at Naruto. Naruto bit his right thumb and started to make some hand seals. Is it going to hurt? The clone asked, nervously. I don't know, Naruto said, completing the last hand seal. Let's find out, shall we? He thrust his right hand into the clone's chest. A small seal array materialized on the clone's body. It doesn't hurt, the clone said before ripple formed on his skin. The ripples had started from his chest before spreading all over his body. Good to know, Naruto said, removing the hand from the clone chest. Naruto watched the clone's body begin to melt. First, he thought his experiment failed, then something unexpected happened. The clone's body started to take a shape, his skin and hair started to gain colors, clothing began to form on his body. Within a few minutes, the White Zetsu's clone transformed into his perfect replica. How do you feel? Naruto asked his replica. I don't know, boss, but it's felt weird in someone else's body, his clone spoke, looking at his own body. What did you do? The white half of Zetsu asked, confused, eyeing Naruto's replica carefully. I've also the same question, the black half of Zetsu said. He was also confused as his white half. White Zetsu and his clones are particularly part of a tree, so I used your clone to make the body of my wood clone. This technique is a fusion of wood clone technique and fuinjutsu, Naruto explained. But tell you the truth, I wasn't even sure this was going to work. But it worked, Naruto's clone said, smiling. Why did you go such lengths to make this clone? The Black Zetsu asked. A Zetsu's clone would have easily taken your place in this mission. I can't control the action of Zetsu's clone, but I can control my clone's action. Naruto looked at his clone and sweat dropped. His clone was sticking his finger into his nose. I take back my word, I can't even control the action of my own clone. Both Zetsu let out a small chuckle. I'll meet you there, brother, the Black Zetsu said. Zetsu slowly merged into the ground and disappeared, but Naruto could still hear their chucking. He sighed and did a fake cough to catch his clone attention. What? Naruto's clone said. He still had his finger stuck into his nose. Will you please stop doing it? I have an image. Sorry, the clone apologized, removing his hands from his face and straightening. I need you to behave properly and please, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Naruto leapt high into the air. He stopped in midair for a few seconds and then started to descend towards the ground. Before he touched the ground, a dark portal opened up and swallowed him whole. Why did boss come here? Naruto's special clone said, mostly himself, scratching back of his head. Well, I think about it later. Time to take a nap. He laid down flat on the grass and closed his eyes. I don't know, but I've got a feeling my clone has done something stupid, Naruto said to himself as he landed on the dusty ground in a crouching position, feet wide apart and supporting their weight with one hand. Cool landing, one of the Zetsu's clones said while clapping his hands. Thanks. Naruto stood up and dusted the dirt from his clothes. He looked around to see where the portal had thrown him. The ruins of Uzushio-Gakure. At the center of the ruins was a squat, very battered, but very sturdy-looking building. It was 2 stories tall and made of solid stone, looking like it had all been carved out of one massive slab of rock. It was on its own island in the middle of the river that divided the village in two, probably the seat of power for whoever led the village. It looked to be largely intact, with massive steel doors that had been forced open underneath a giant Uzumaki crest. The walls all had rough gouges in them, looking like chunks had been torn out of the stone. At the front and back of the building, there were pathways leading up to the remains of 2 bridges that connected the village. They weren't the only bridges between the 2 shores, but they had been the biggest from the looks of it. The ruins all looked very foreign to Naruto, the buildings made out of concrete, rock and steel as opposed to the wooden structures in Konoha. From the looks of the place, Uzu's buildings had been much taller than most that could be found in Konoha as well. Where is Zetsu? Naruto asked the Zetsu's clone that was following him. I'm here, brother, the Black Zetsu spoke, slinking out of the wall. You're late, Naruto said, glancing around curiously. The White Zetsu grinned, sorry, we got lost on the road of life. It's not funny. Naruto wasn't in the mood for joking. We've already wasted too much time. Tell me, where is the entrance? Stop your nonsense, the Black Zetsu scolded the White Zetsu. Brother, follow me. Zetsu led Naruto through the ruins of the fallen village. There were so many destroyed buildings and so little nature. Everything seemed as if it was just recently destroyed and burned to the ground. Everything that was buried in certain areas seemed to have either been destroyed or already taken. It added to the feeling of the area, as if not a single soul had walked the grounds of Uzushio-Gakure in decades. A feminine-looking boy with long black hair and brown eyes walked through the woods with a basket in hand when he saw a sleeping boy. As he got closer, he took note of the headband wrapped around his arm. A Konoha ninja? But this one isn't any of the ones that we saw last time. Did they get reinforcements? I've left all my weapons at the hideout. He narrowed his eyes and set the basket down before quietly creeping up to him, slowly extending his hand to strangle him right then and there. Right as his hand got in range of touching his throat, the blonde grabbed his wrist and forearm with both hands and wrapped his legs around his neck and arm, proceeding to turn the tables and choke him with his legs. When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw a boy his age slowly turning red in his grasp. Naruto quickly set him free, before backing away against a tree. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that to you, I'm sorry. The boy sat on his knees coughing as the color of his face started returning to normal. He looked up at the boy that had almost killed him. Boss is gonna kill me. I nearly killed a civilian. Naruto's clone took a closer look at the boy. Why is he wearing woman's clothing? Does he like cross-dressing? He thought when he saw the boy wearing a pink, sleeveless kimono. He narrowed his eyes, sensing the feminine boy's chakra. He has a strong chakra for a civilian. He must be Zabuza's subordinate. He looked again at the boy and then thought about Zabuza. I didn't know Zabuza swing that way. Did he cross-dress to seduce Zabuza? Perhaps, Zabuza isn't gay, but his subordinate is trying to catch his attention by wearing woman's clothes. It's okay. The boy finally said, "You must have been quite on edge to attack like that. My name is Haku, by the way." He gave a disarmingly beautiful smile. Naruto didn't react to him. Obviously, Haku thought that he would fall to his cough woman's charm. "I'm Naruto," he said. Silence. No one spoke. The feminine boy fidgeted on his spot at the uncomfortable silence. "Say, are you a ninja?" he asked, trying to make conversation. "I mean, you're strong and you have a forehead protector." "You're right, I'm a ninja. Why did you ask?" "Nothing, I'm just curious." Curiosity killed the cat. Naruto's eyes fell on Haku's basket. The boy had collected some special herbs that used to make strength drink. "Tell me, Naruto-san, do you have any precious people you want to protect?" Haku said. Naruto had no clue what the boy was saying. "What are you talking about?" "It's just, I believe when a person has something important that they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong," Haku said. "My parents died when I was just a kid. I was found by my precious person months later." He seemed to go down an own memory lane. Naruto didn't want to hear his sob story, so he took the next step to confirm his suspicions. "Haku, how is Zabuza?" he asked. Naruto observed his reaction and he wasn't disappointed. Haku's eyes had widened. The feminine body quickly got into the fighting stance, but couldn't do more than that as a string wrapped around his neck tightly. "Don't move or you'll find yourself without the head," Naruto gave warning. "So, how's Zabuza?" He got any answer as Haku stayed silent. "Don't want to give information to your enemy, huh?" The blonde Jinan tightened his string hold, causing Haku's neck to bleed. "Go to hell. You know? Last time, the person who said the same thing to me died. So if you don't want to die horribly, tell me. It's not like you'll lose something in the process. I'll even let you go. I'm in a pretty good mood today. Don't ruin it. I will never betray, Zabuza-sama. Kill me. I won't tell you. Your loyalty is admirable." Haku knew a swift move from the blonde Jinan and he would die. But there was way. Concentrating on his bloodline, he formed an ice using the water around him and froze the string. He hit the frozen string, effectively destroying it. Wasting no time, he formed an ice mirror and stepped inside. Naruto raised his eyebrow as he watched the mirror dissolve into water and drop to the soil. The ice release, so he's a member of Yuki clan. That's interesting. "Oh ooh. I told you, Mom, I should have gone with him," Natsumi argued with her mother. She was clearly worried about her father. 4 hours had passed, there was still no sign of him. "Nat," Kushina cut off by a loud noise. The front door had flung open. There stood Naruto with 4 fish in hands. "I brought our dinner," Naruto said, walking in. He offered his fish to Tsunami, who gladly accepted. Kakashi looked up from his orange book. "You're late, Naruto." "Sorry, I was lost on the road of life. Then I ran into one of Zabuza's accomplices and had to fight him to come here," Naruto said with straight face. Everyone's sweat dropped at his unbelievable answer, except the teammate, who hadn't known Kakashi very well, looked at Naruto in disbelief. "Naruto. I'm so proud of you. Coming up with such an awesome excuse. I now feel like my time being this team sensei has truly borne fruit." Kakashi gave an eye smile. He yelped when Kushina slapped him upside the head. "It's not the excuse, it's true." The clone screamed in his mind, realizing no one was believing him. "I lost in the forest and fought with Haku, who is working with Zabuza. Oh ooh. I don't know why, but I really want to kill my clone now," Naruto muttered while following Zetsu. "How far away is that place from here?" "We'll reach there in about 10 minutes, the black Zetsu said. "You said the same thing 15 minutes ago," Naruto said. When the group finally arrived at their destination, the sun had disappeared completely under the horizon, the only sources of light being the stars and the green glow of thousands of fireflies flitting throughout the ruins. "This is the entrance," the black Zetsu said. He pointed to a large rock. There was a complex seal carved minutely on the smooth gray face. "But be careful, brother. A complex seal protecting it." "Don't worry, black Zetsu," Naruto said, walking toward the rock. "I have the blood of the Uzumaki clan, which is the key of this seal." He bit his thumb, just enough to draw blood. He smeared the drop of blood across the seal. When his blood touched the seal, it started to shine, opening a shimmering blue portal. "You did it," the white Zetsu said. "I know," Naruto smirked. "Let's go. The protecting barrier has gone." The black Zetsu summoned few Zetsu's clones. "Protect the entrance and make sure no one comes near this place," he said. Naruto and Zetsu stepped into the portal that was connected to an unknown place. "The Uzumakis were really something," white Zetsu said. "Yes, Black Zetsu admitted. He glanced around, he was amazed by the immense size of the place. So this is the lost dimension of the Utsutsuki clan. The Library of Benzaiden, it was the name of the dimension they were in. The place was an incredibly large library that seemingly had endless floors. The interior walls were shaped like a hexagon, with numerous shelves at each side arranged in various patterns. Neatly arranged scrolls and books on all those shelves were holding a vast amount of knowledge of Utsutsuki clan and every dimension they had invaded. The floors were linked with each other with what seemed to be bridges, serving as a passageway between sporadic flats in the library. Naruto pulled a seemingly random book from a shelf, flipped through it quickly. Interesting, he said. This book is on various types of sealing techniques, but we're not here for this. He closed the book and then stuck it back into its place. Naruto looked around when he spotted what looked to be an image of the goddess carved from some warm reddish stone beside a large passage. The goddess was sitting on the back of a large dragon playing a biwa. Naruto and Zetsu walked up to where the passage led into another room. They stopped in front of a beautiful sandstone statue of the same goddess whose statue was at the entrance. However, in this form, the goddess had 8 arms instead of 2 and was sitting on a lotus throne. In each of her hands, she was holding a bow, arrow, sword, axe, spear, long pestle, iron wheel, and silk rope. Naruto closed his eyes and clapped his hands together. He held them together out in front of him and concentrated on his chakra. A dark aura lifted off his body like a smoke and spread over the floor. A 7-pronged seal illuminated like the sun across the floor below the goddess statue. 7 lines of symbols spread outwards from each seal, away from the inside of the formation, stopping at the same time and forming another line that connected the ends in a circle. The goddess statue moved, revealing a secret passage underneath. Another passage? White Zetsu said, annoyed. Just how far we have to go to get that thing? This is the last one, I think, Naruto said, muttering the last part under his breath. Naruto walked down the passage, ignoring the seals that dimly illuminated the pathway. He knew the place he was looking for would be on the other side of the passage. The end of the passage was a large empty room. In its center, hovering in a dim white light, was a strange brownish-orange mask with black marks on the corners of the mouth and eyes. It had a large white beard with what seemed to be unruly eyebrows and a mustache. A mask? We came here for an old mask? White Zetsu said. This is not just a mask, Black Zetsu said. This is the mask of Terakudo, Lord of all Oni. This mask is a powerful artifact. Many have tried to control its power, but no one has succeeded in it, Naruto said, walking toward the mask. White Zetsu swallowed nervously. The mask had an aura of pitch black darkness and death, surrounding and flowing out and off of it like it was made of water, which consumed any light. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked. There is no second chance. The failure means death. Black Zetsu informed. There is no turning back now. Naruto grabbed the mask and put it on his face. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the air suddenly seemed to darken, to become thick with an overwhelming power. Naruto's eyes widened. He fell down on his knees, breathing heavily. He felt terrible pain, but besides physical sensations, he felt as if his very soul was also charring, roasted by the flame. He gritted his teeth. Something was trying to take over his body, he could feel it. Several shadows began swirling around Naruto, lashing at him like tentacles. They wrapped around his arms and legs. Naruto struggled to break out of their hold, but the tentacles started to drag him into the floor, into some kind of a dark portal. What would happen to us if he died? White Zetsu asked as he watched shadows pull Naruto into the portal. Black Zetsu opened his mouth and then closed it immediately. He hadn't thought about it. Oh ooh! Mom! Natsumi screamed. The door of a bedroom was flung open. Natsumi, what happened? Kushina asked. Natsumi was kneeling beside her brother. Her eyes were watering. Kushina's eyes widened when she saw her son lying on the floor, unmoving. She immediately moved toward her children. She grabbed Naruto's arm. His body was like a furnace, burning away. Shaking him, she tried to wake him. Nothing. She yelled at him. Nothing. The image of 6-year-old Naruto lying on the hospital bed flashed in the front of her eyes. Naruto, oh ooh. A child? A child wants to control me. Naruto was on his knees. His violet eyes were glaring at the large, brownish-orange floating head with green-yellowish eyes. Around them was an empty black void filled with an eerie mist-like sky. He was the place they called the Shadow Realm, an alternate dimension where the shadows lay. Naruto got up and threw a punch, but it just passed right through the floating head. The Lord of all Oni laughed. Naruto screamed when a charge of electricity racked his body. A physical power is useless against a spirit like me. Give up. I promise I'll make your death less painful. Naruto groaned, but began to move, trying to find someplace to put his hands and feet to try and stand up. An invisible force slammed into him and sent him flying. Naruto lay on the non-existent floor feeling pain. He willed himself to make it to his hands and knees. He forced each muscle in his body to move, despite the incredible pain. He swayed back and forth. You're a stubborn child, Terakudo laughed as he watched the boy struggling to get up on his feet. What? Do you want to say something? Don't call me Chi child. The space behind Naruto rippled and two large white eyes shot open. They glowed ominously into the black background of the Shadow Realm. Those eyes glared at the Oni, making him freeze to the spot. What is this? Show him the power of an Utsutsuki, a familiar voice said as it echoed over in Naruto's head. Mom! Naruto's eyes gleamed and a joyous smile spread across his lips. A tiny white glimmer appeared in front of him. Slowly, the glimmer grew into a small fiery ball. Naruto shakily stood up on his feet. He stretched his hand out toward the ball. His fingers connected with the white ball and he felt a sudden surge of power flow through him. It coursed through his fingertips, up his arm, and into his body. The power filled him, his body crackled with the sheer amount of power that he now held. It healed his all wounds, lessening all his pain. Naruto's mismatched eyes locked onto the King of Shadow. I am Naruto, Naruto Utsutsuki, the son of Princess Kaguya. Remember it, he shouted. Naruto crushed the fiery ball he held in his hand. A misty power enveloped him and his Rin Sharingan obtained another Tomoe. 4 Tomoe in his eye began to spin around his pupil and Naruto disappeared in the burst of speed. He appeared in the front of the Omi. He moved his arm to grab the floating head. Terakudo thought the punch would pass through him, but to his surprise, Naruto's hand connected him. How? Don't underestimate Rin Sharingan, it has a power of beyond life and death. The Oni felt his power being pulled out of him. What are you doing? You don't need to know, Naruto said. The Lord of all Oni began to break down. Cracks formed all around his skin. Terakudo let out a scream before bursting into several particles. The particles moved, swirling around Naruto. They concentrated on his forehead and absorbed in his body, giving him a black diamond-shaped mark the forehead. I feel different, Naruto said mostly himself. Shadows were flocking around his body, moving like they had their own mind. I think I can control them. Naruto waved his hand and shadows moved away from him. He stretched his arm forward. Coping his hand's movement, shadows conjuncted a giant hand of shadow that followed his hand movement. Oh ooh! Naruto got up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the Hyuga heiress kneeling beside her injured teacher. Do you want anything, and Naruto-san? She asked. She peeled off Kurenai's stained bandages and cleaned up her wound with alcohol. She wrapped new bandages around the wound. I think her name is Hinata, Naruto's clone thought. No, thank you, he said. He got to his feet and did some stretching exercises. Naruto-san, Hinata said to get Naruto's attention. You were unconscious for nearly 3 days. What? Naruto said, snapping his head toward the Hyuga. He looked at her face. Just what happened to you, boss? I felt like someone had shredded off my connection with you. He asked Hinata, where are the others? They are guarding the bridge. Naruto about asked another question when he heard a scream. Both he and Hinata immediately set off to find out why. Oh ooh. Inari was in the bathroom, getting cleaned up when he heard his mother scream. He raced down the hall and burst into the kitchen. Inari, no. Run, Tsunami shouted. Should we take him, too? Waraji asked Zuri. We only need one hostage, Zuri responded. I guess I can kill him, then. I've been wanting to cut something all morning. Waraji drew his sword. Inari was paralyzed by fear. Even as the words of Keiza drifted through his head, about protecting what's important, all Inari knew was that he was scared, about to die, and couldn't save his mother. Wait. Tsunami barked out the single word sharply. Don't you dare touch my son. If you do, I'll bite my own tongue off and drown in my blood. Then what will you do for a live hostage? Zuri and Waraji exchanged glances, debating whether she was serious or not. They couldn't take the chance. Both sheathed their swords. You got lucky, kid, your mom saved you, Zuri commented as he and Waraji tied Tsunami up. They forced her to walk, leaving Inari alone. He began to sob, thinking of all that had happened. Keiza's words caused Inari to stop crying. For the first time, he put his own life on the back burner. With his fists clenched, he ran outside. Mommy, he shouted, before running blindly toward the 2 samurai. The 2 samurai grinned at each other and drew their swords. It wasn't every day they got someone so willing to die. Their blades flashed down and cut Inari in two. But Inari was gone, a log? Turning quickly, the two samurai saw that their hostage was also gone, replaced by a log. Naruto put down Inari and Tsunami. "Hinata, take care Tsunami and Inari. I will handle them," he said, drawing his sword. Waraji began saying in a mocking tone, "You talk too much," Naruto said. His sword had been buried in Waraji's chest, piercing his heart. Naruto pulled back his sword and the dead body fell on the floor. Zuri took a few steps back, fear quickly rushing throughout his body before he met the same fate. "Hinata, clean up this mess. I'm going to go help others, the rest here is up to you, okay?" With that, Naruto zipped away to catch up others. Wait. Hinata was too late to stop him. She looked at the dead bodies and shivered, knowing she would remember all of this for as long as she lived. What am I going to do with them? The real Naruto levitated up from a shadow portal and landed in silence. "Brother, we really thought we'd lost you," Black Zetsu said. Naruto walked toward Zetsu as he said, "Have faith in me. I'm not going to die without fulfilling our goal." "So, what did you get?" White Zetsu asked. "More than I could have ever imagined," Naruto replied, and he motioned with his hand. A dozen shadows came out of every dark corner of the room and stopped in the circle around Naruto. All shadows distorted before taking shapes of tall men wearing black ninja suits with dark red and blue accents that covered most of their bodies and faces. All men inclined their heads silently with a slight bow toward Naruto. "Okay, what are they?" White Zetsu asked. Both Zetsu looked at new arrivals. They all had identical features like grayish-blue skin and glowing, red eyes as if they were demons or part of a demon clan. "They are like tailed beasts, but instead of made of chakra, they are living forms of shadows," Naruto said. "There are several types of them, but these are my favorite." "Well, I can see why," Black Zetsu said. "They look like ninjas." "I know." Naruto smiled. "I don't know if you'd be particularly interested in hearing anything about it." Your former family," White Zetsu immediately corrected his mistake. "They and Konoha ninjas have gotten into a big trouble." "What kind of a trouble are you talking about?" Naruto asked. Kushina had drawn her sword, but she remained like a statue, waiting for her opponent to make the first move. Her opponent was a tall muscular man with pale skin, short spiky black hair, brown eyes. He was wearing bandages like a mask over the bottom half of his face. "I certainly never expected to see you of all people here, red hot-blooded habanero," Zabuza said, shifting his sword to his left hand. Zabuza shifted his weight to his right foot and Kushina quickly lifted her own blade, parrying the strike. Zabuza's sword was massive, as tall as a full-grown man, shaped like a butcher knife. That sword's name was Kubikirabocho. Kushina blocked his strike again with her own sword. The metals clashed in a huge sound. Compared to Zabuza's huge sword, Kushina's sword was small. It was thick, razor-sharp, two-tone blade. The sword was accented with the black cord around the hilt, gold menyuki, red cord around the wooden guard. "I need to be careful around her," Zabuza thought. "She is an S-rank shinobi and my wrong move can cost my life." Once again they clashed swords. This time the demon of the hidden mist applied an amount of force. Swinging rightwards with full force, he sent Kushina skidding backwards. Zabuza noticed small cracks in his sword. So this is the power of Benihime, the legendary sword of Uzumaki clan head. Kakashi heard a small explosion followed by the sound of clashing steel. Kushina-senpai has started to take her opponent seriously, he thought. He uncovered his Sharingan eye. Kakashi looked at his opponent. His name was Nagare. He had small black eyes and cheek-length black hair. He was wearing a weird hat on his head tied under his chin, a beige-colored tunic-type sleeveless shirt buttoned together with a single button and a tan-colored baggy pair of short pants held up with a white belt. Nagare was a user of Assimilate All creation technique that allowed its user to take on the properties of any nearby object. Two ninjas launched themselves. Two traded blow after blow, faster than any regular human I could follow. Parting away, they tossed some handful shurikens. The throwing stars collided with each other and cancelled each other out. They then engaged in another fierce battle of taijutsu, trading kicks and punches with each other. Kakashi slipped a kunai in his hand from his hidden pocket and moved to plunge the kunai down into his opponent's neck. The kunai failed to penetrate Nagare's neck as it simply bounced off his rock-hard skin. Assimilation, rock tank. Fusing with a nearby rock, Nagare expanded into a large ball and rolled towards Kakashi with great force. It would be harder to attack him this way. Kakashi recognized technique similar to the Akimichi clan's human bullet tank. He knew he needed to get out of the way fast. Oh ooh! Why is the air so cold all of a sudden? Sasuke thought to himself, not dropping his guard. He was so focused on Haku that he didn't notice the water all around him lowing into the air and hardening. Secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. All around Sasuke, mirrors made of ice cropped up. He was boxed in by the dome shape the mirrors collectively formed. What happened next was even more amazing. Haku walked up to one of the mirrors. He just kept walking right into the mirror. But even more amazing was the fact that Haku's image suddenly spread to all the mirrors. What's he planning to do with those mirrors? Sasuke wondered. He knew this was a jutsu, but it was baffling. Let me show you real speed, Haku's voice intoned. Seconds later, senbon flew from every direction. Wind release, breakthrough. Before any of the senbon could hit the Uchiha, a gust of wind came and blew them away, sending them back to the fake hunter Nin. Sasuke, are you alright? Natsumi asked. You idiot. We could have attacked him from both sides, Sasuke shouted. Our best chance was to have me attack from the inside, while she attacked from the outside. And what does this idiot do? She surprises me instead of the enemy. Excuse me? You're welcome for the save. I went through hell to help you. Natsumi shot back. At that point, Haku resumed his attack, this time hitting both Natsumi and Sasuke. This led Sasuke to form a desperate plan escape by destroying the mirrors. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke released a huge amount of fire from his mouth. But to Sasuke's exasperation, the ice didn't melt. It only scratched their targets. Then, as if to add insult to injury, the mirror rapidly repaired itself, leaving no trace of his attempt to escape. Haku's voice echoed throughout the icy prison saying, your fire attacks can't hurt me. You can't catch me. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Natsumi created dozen flesh and blood doubles of herself. Immediately, clones moved around her and Sasuke, forming a ring of the protective wall. Hey, Sasuke. Let's try your fire with my breeze, Natsumi said. Sasuke didn't understand what she was saying, but then Sasuke caught the meaning. Both Shin'an started waving hand signs of their respective jutsus. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. Sasuke inhaled air, and then blowing out a huge amount of fire through his slightly open fist. At the same time, Natsumi released her own wind jutsu. How fire and wind jutsus worked, Natsumi and Sasuke's attacks merged to create an enormous, blazing hot fireball. Haku was paralyzed in shock when he saw the roaring fireball approach him. Zabuza's apprentice tried desperately to think of a way to escape from the oncoming attack. No matter where Haku looked, he couldn't find a way to escape. The collaboration attack was big enough that no matter which mirrors Haku jumped to, he would be hit by the attack. Haku immediately moved his all mirrors in the front of him as a protective shield. Instantly, after the blazing hot fireball collided with the frozen mirrors, a huge explosion occurred. Both Natsumi and Sasuke were forced to cover their eyes from the flares and minuscule ice shards. Oh ooh! Aren't you supposed to rest in order to recover faster? Naruto sighed as he stood in front of Kiba and his nin dog. He had met the fellow Jinan just a few distances away from Tazuna's house. I'm feeling much better now, Kiba. Thanks for asking, Naruto said. But what are you doing here? I thought you went with others. Kakashi-sensei sent me back to guard Tazuna's house. You're slightly late. Just a few minutes ago, 2 Gato's men attacked Tazuna's family. If it wasn't for me, Inari would be dead by now, Naruto said. Kiba's eyes widened. Has anybody been hurt? He asked. No one hurt. I don't think there will be another attempt on their life, but better safe than sorry, Naruto said. He suddenly jumped up and grabbed hold of a branch and climbed up into the tree. Kiba, here is the plan. Kakashi-sensei gave you an order. You will follow his orders and I'm going to help others. Wah, hey, wait. Naruto zipped through the trees like flying, barely touching a branch before he was reaching for another. Soon, he disappeared into the forest. Akamaru gave a series of barks and Kiba sighed. I know, Akamaru. The guard duty is world's most boring job, he said. I hope Shino has better luck than us, oh ooh. Shino Aburame was always cool, calm and collected that he rarely lost his temper. But at this time, he really wanted to put all his insects into the pink-haired Kunoichi's mouth. Sakura-san, I must insist that you stop talking loudly. You're giving our position to enemy ninjas, Shino said. Ah, what? Sakura asked, confused, not clearly understanding the situation. Girl, stop taking, Tazuna said, frustrated. You're going to get one of us killed. A tiny, iridescent black and blue beetle-like insects landed on Shino's fingertip. It flicked its wings on occasion, the only way Shino studied the bug carefully before nodding, allowing it to run back to its home beneath his skin. There's another one. I have to find Sasuke-san and Natsumi-san, and very quick, Shino thought. He unleashed tons of bugs from his clothes. The Kikaiku met up in the air, and suddenly they all vanished in the mist, all searching for his fellow ninja. The chakra in the mist is making very hard to find them. Kazuna was normal. He had seen Shino using the same move before. But Sakura, she was pale as a ghost, and had a disgusted look on her face. Sakura opened her mouth to say something, but an explosion shook the ground. What's going on? She asked. Oh ooh. Haku lifted his trembling hand. His ice mirrors had managed to prevent heat from the jutsu reaching him. But the sheer force of the attack had shattered his all mirrors. One of the ice shards had hit him, nearly missing his heart. He started clawing at his chest, wanting that terrible pain to stop. Natsumi and Sasuke uncovered their eyes. With the exception of a few cuts and bruises, this was all the damage they had sustained. They gazed at the destruction they caused. While the actual damage to the structure of the bridge was light, there was vast surface scarring and there were occasional whips of smoke coming up. Natsumi blinked her eyes at the damage and dumbly said, "Whoa, I didn't think we'd do this much if we teamed up." Sasuke would have the retort that he did most of the damage, but if he had been paying attention. The Avenger of Team 7 was staring at injured Haku. Even though Sasuke didn't like to admit, Haku had been stronger than him. That was something that angered and exhilarated Sasuke. By beating Haku, Sasuke had proved he was one step closer to beating Itachi. Natsumi stepped forward, toward her fallen enemy. There was a shift in his posture when she pulled out a kunai from her pouch. She said, slowly walking toward Haku, "You are losing too much your blood. Surrender, we can help you." "Kill me," Haku said lowly, blood pumping out in spurts from the wound. "What? Master Zabuza has no use for a weak shinobi. So, please, kill me." Haku even smiled as he said it. "Say what? Why do you waste all that devotion on that rotten jerk? That mercenary scumbag. He doesn't care who he works for, or what he does, as long as he gets his money. Is that browless idiot really your beloved friend?" Natsumi shouted. This was beyond her scope of understanding. Why would anyone want to die for that monster? Why would anyone want to die at all? Haku smiled serenely, but before he could answer, they heard a scream. Natsumi recognized the voice at once. Sasuke. Her blue eyes widened in shock. Sasuke was crouching on the ground, holding up his hand, smeared with blood. The kunai sticking out from his shoulder burned as if it had been heated in a forge. He yanked the bloody kunai out of his shoulder and tossed it with disdain to the ground. He held his left shoulder, blood drooled from the corner of his fingers. He was thankful that the knife luckily had missed vital organs. If he hadn't noticed the kunai before, he wouldn't able to survive. He then winced and looked up as his newly awakened red eyes could clearly see the faint outline and chakra of his unknown attacker. Two tomoe in the left eye and one in the right began to spin rapidly when his unknown man dropped the jutsu and became visible. The man with the long sky blue hair looked at the Uchiha. He had a cocky smirk on his face. He was wearing a beige-colored vest-like shirt that goes down to his knees and a purple-colored shirt underneath it. He twirled the kunai on his finger. The man clutched the handle to where the sharp end was pointing to Sasuke. "Hokushin, remember this name, kid." Sasuke's vision became blurry from the pain and he managed to glare at the man towering above him. His newly awakened Sharingan faded away from his eyes and he fell on the ground, unconscious. "Move away from him," Natsumi shouted as she threw her kunai at the man. Hokushin deflected the kunai with his own. He jumped away from Uchiha and faded away once again. Natsumi ran toward her teammate. A ring of Natsumi's clones puffed around Sasuke, having him surrounded on each side. The real Natsumi knelt down beside the Uchiha. Blood was spurting out of the wound. She cut off his shirt and cleaned the blood. The skin around the wound showed red inflammation, grayish pallor, and streaks of darkening skin, almost black. Clots had formed around the edges, but blood still flowed. "Boss, we can't see him," one of Natsumi's clones said as she and her fellow clones blocked another kunai attack from their invisible foe. Hokushin's voice echoed all around her. "My poison has already entered his body, into his bloodstream itself. It is only matter of time before it consumes him. Will you shut up?" Natsume gritted her teeth. She and Sasuke were not on very good terms with each other, but still, he was her teammate. She was trying hard to find a way to save her teammate life. She knew she wasn't a medical ninja. With her shitty chakra control, there was no chance that she would become one. "Is this the first time you've seen a comrade die?" Hokushin asked. "There. One of the clones threw a kunai at a particular direction, but it only met empty air. Get used to it, girl. That is part of a ninja's life. Shut up. Hokushin suddenly realized he wasn't talking to the same girl. Natsumi had an orange-red chakra swirling around her. Her eyes and face had gone feral. Oh ooh. Kakashi and Nagare both sensed Natsumi's unearthly chakra. First, their thoughts drifted toward each other, but Kakashi came to realize what was really going on. The seal by the fourth Hokage, has it broken? No, there's not enough chakra. But the seal has weakened. The power of the nine-tailed demon fox is bleeding through, I've got to act quickly. Kakashi had already figured out his opponent's weakness. His Sharingan could see Nagare's chakra emanating from a rock, the location of his real body. He had one perfect jutsu to finish the fight. Kakashi made a series of hand signs. Reikiri. Bolts of lighting seemed to fly from his hand. Pure chakra, such raw energy, it would tear a man in half. Oh ooh. No. Not again. She can't control it, Kushina thought when she sensed the nine tails chakra leaking out of her daughter. Habanero, what's going on? Zabuza asked, still hidden in the powerful mist he had created. He could clearly sense bloodlust and inhuman chakra. That's none of your concern, Zabuza, Kushina said. Kushina kept up her guard. She heard shuriken whizzing toward her. She quickly reacted, knocking each shuriken down with her kunai. Kushina sent the chakra through her sword. Several crimson-colored sealing arrays appeared over the blade. Scream Benihim. She swung her sword in an arc, firing crimson-colored energy blasts. It created a powerful gust of wind, blowing away the mist. It revealed Zabuza's position to her. Zabuza rushed towards Kushina. Before the missing shinobi could get near her, a flurry of golden chains wrapped itself around him and his sword. Separating Executioner's blade away from him, the chain slammed him into the ground. Zabuza struggled to get out, but the chain's grip tightened around him. Don't bother. They can hold down much stronger thing than you, Kushina said, walking toward him. I've also heard that they can even hold the mighty nine-tailed fox itself, Zabuza said. He knew it was over as he couldn't even feel his chakra. Oh ooh. As Naruto continued running deeper into the forest, his senses began to be overwhelmed. He slowed down to a jog and soon completely stopped. You did a good job, the real Naruto said as he literally came out of a tree's shadow. He walked toward his clone and placed his hand on the chest. Thank you for your service. The clone's eyes rolled up and went completely blank, all spark drained out of them. He looked as if someone had pressed his switch off button. He slumped back. Before his lifeless body hit the ground, large hands stretched out of a shadow and grabbed him. Warping its tendril-like fingers around him, the hands pulled him into a shadow portal. Naruto untied the headband and tied around his head to hide the marking on his forehead. He was ready to move when it suddenly hit him. What the hell? Naruto could feel his bones go numb where he could not move. He could clearly sense the nine tails chakra from there. It was like a beacon. The beads of sweat poured down his face, frozen with fear. The image of Natsumi slashing her razor-sharp claws across his face appeared before his eyes. He remembered that pain and burning sensation. Naruto took a breath and let it out slowly. Fear was not an option, and if he let fear become an option, he would have chosen the easy way out. Naruto took first one hesitant step before breaking out into a run. Instead, he chose the hard path to overcome his fears. Natsumi turned swiftly and took a few steps away from unconscious Sasuke with her eyes now having turned red. I'll kill you. Red chakra exploded out of Natsumi's body and wrapped around her. Her nails and canine teeth grew longer and sharper. Hokushin's eyes widened. He'd never seen anything like it before. He took a few steps back in fear. The red chakra grew stronger, gained a brighter glow. One tail of red bubbling chakra sprang from Natsumi's body. And then Natsumi lost control. She roared, a roar so powerful, it sent shockwaves through both sides. A shockwave stuck both Hokushin and half-dead Haku, sending both ninjas flying backwards. Hokushin quickly grabbed the only kunai he had in his back pocket and stabbed it straight into the ground, stopping his movements. Shit, Hokushin cursed as he was visible again. That shockwave had made him lose the focus on his invisible jutsu. Natsumi immediately launched herself at Hokushin. Her sharp claw was ready to tear him apart. Hurling himself to the side, narrowly escaping her claws, Hokuden heard an animalistic growl. When he looked behind, he paled. The red chakra had completely covered the red-headed girl from head to toe and she had sprouted out another tail from her back. Natsumi crouched and hissed, her features becoming more and more feral with each fleeting second. Oh ooh. It can't be. Oh god. Sakura's knees felt weak. Her hands began to tremble. All the strength in her drained away as her arms fell limply by her side. She couldn't believe it had happened. Not to Sasuke. Shino knelt down beside the Uchiha and checked his neck for a pulse. Sakura-san, he is alive, but barely, he said. He looked at his bleeding wound. If we don't do anything, he will die. What are you doing? Sakura asked as she watched Shino's bug spread over Sasuke's wound. Stop it. The wound on his shoulder isn't fatal. It won't kill him, but poison in his body will definitely do, Shino said in his usual monotone voice. My insects are making sure that poison won't spread into his body until medical help arrive. Sakura looked at Sasuke, feeling useless. If she had known any medical technique, she would have been more helpful, but she didn't. At that time, she realized how useless she was in the mission. Everyone, from a Jinan to a Jounin, had contributed something in this mission, except her. Not anymore, Sakura clenched her fist. I won't let this happen again. Oh ooh. Hokushin tried to crawl back away from the monster as fast as possible. Leave me alone, he shouted and threw handful shurikens at the monster. All shurikens just bounced off the nine-tailed chakra cloak and fell to the ground harmlessly. Natsumi growled and lifted her arm. An arm made of red chakra stretched up, forming a giant fist. She didn't give her enemy time to think as the fist slammed on him, burying him deep into the ground. She did not see her enemy was already dead, her bloodlust consumed her. Violently, the chakra arm grabbed Hokushin's limp body and lifted him up. The sharp claws dug deep into the body. Blood dripped to the ground. Natsumi slammed him onto the ground 3-4 times before letting go. The lifeless and barely recognizable body of Hokushin dropped to the ground. Kyuubified Natsumi let out a huge roar, blowing away all mist around her. The pressure of Nine-Tailed chakra almost tripled as it made visible distortions, squashing the air around her. Natsumi then arched her head backwards, and the tails upward. She began gathering black and white chakra to form a ball above her mouth. Kazunat took few steps back. What's going on here? Is it some kind of your ninja technique? He asked, looking fearfully at Natsumi. Cold sweat dripped down her face. Sakura didn't need any sensory abilities to feel nature of the red chakra. So much bloodlust poured from Natsumi's body that it felt like the air itself was ready to burst. I don't know, but her chakra. It is not natural, she said. This isn't good, Shino said as he watched a compressed chakra begin to take shape over Natsumi's mouth. Kyuubified Natsumi suddenly saw coming up fast toward her, but she reacted an instant too late. The bottom of a boot slammed into her face, causing the black sphere intently to disappear. Natsumi jerked head black and whipped her tail at the head of the attacker, the only for it to be dodged away. Naruto landed on both feet without even the slightest stumble. He clasped his hands and his chakra sprang out, forming several black chains. The glowing chains shot out from all directions, attempting to ensnare Natsumi. But it wasn't easy because of Natsumi's small size and her increased speed. Naruto's eyes widened and he froze in his place when he saw a massive claw made of pure red chakra coming toward him. His heart began to pound. His mouth became as dry as his palms became wet. The image of 6-year-old Natsumi slashing her razor-sharp claws across his face flashed through his head. He shook from head to toe and found himself breathing like an unfit man running to the finishing line of his first marathon. He remembered that pain and burning sensation from the red chakra. The chakra chains became unstable and dissolved, making Naruto an easy target. The claw hand slammed into his chest. He flew backwards, a shockwave of sound and air exploding from the contact. Naruto rolled, shadows splashing off his body and lying like deep puddles. His feet touched the ground, he spun, crossed his arms, and dissolved in form of a black ink. Naruto, Sakura shouted, watching her teammate to disappear. Don't worry. Boss can take care himself, Naruto's clone said, green chakra glowing around his hand. The clone's hand was over Sasuke's right shoulder. A green, luminous glow from his hand was going into the Uchiha's shoulder to heal it up. Shino had done a good job in preventing the poison from spreading through Sasuke's body. After removing the last bit of poison out of the last Uchiha's body, the clone used his more advanced healing jutsu to speed up the healing process. Naruto leapt out of a shadow. There was a large cut across the fabric of his shirt and fresh blood, but no wound. His healing factor had already taken care of it. He took a deep breath and cleared his mind. It's now or never. Naruto ran toward his twin sister. I won't let the fear control me again. Natsumi sent a chakra arm at his direction. Naruto foresaw the motion and quickly dodged it. Another chakra arm branched out. He evaded them in midair by stepping on a black rectangular platform that had just appeared out of nowhere beneath his feet. Kyuubified Natsumi sent her left arm in a secondary assault. Fear is only as deep as the mind allows. Naruto jumped and landed on another platform of shadow. He raced toward Natsumi while performing hand seals. The stepping platforms were instantly forming under his every step. When he got closer, he spewed a giant fireball at his twin. Natsumi dug her heels into the ground and roared, disrupting the blast. The resulting impact blew up dust in the air, reducing visibility on the battlefield. Beyond fear, there is a victory. Several glowing black chains materialized out of Naruto's body and shot toward his sister. Naruto didn't need his eyes to locate Natsumi. The Nine Tails chakra was like a beacon to the sensor ninja like him. The dust settled down. The chains had warped around Natsumi and was restraining her movement. Naruto landed on the ground and tightened the grip of chains around Natsumi. He then began to make hand seals of a wood-release jutsu. Before he finished the last seal, several glowing golden chakra chains shot out of the ground, wrapping their way around Natsumi's limbs and body rapidly. "Kakashi, do it," Kushina shouted as she landed in front of Naruto. In a burst of speed, Kakashi appeared next to Natsumi. He slapped a special seal tag on her forehead. The chakra suppression seal worked immediately. It disturbed the flow of the nine-tailed chakra in her body. The chakra cloak around Natsumi dissipated. The fox's chakra returned back into the seal and Natsumi's features reverted back to normal. Her eyes rolled back in her head as she fainted. Kushina and Naruto retracted chakra chains back into their bodies and Natsumi fell to the ground. Kushina's eyes traveled to the large cut that ran up her son's chest. "Naruto, you are hurt," she said, worriedly. She went to check wound on his chest. Naruto slapped her hand away. "I don't need your sympathy," he said, coldly. With that, he turned and walked away, but after a few steps, he turned again. "Your golden child is there." He pointed at unconscious Natsumi. "Why don't you just go there and dote over her? Like you always do?" Kushina watched her son walk away. "I can't change the past, but the present is my hands. Naruto, I will bring you back to our home, your home. This is my promise." She moved toward her unconscious daughter and knelt down. "How is she?" she asked. "The seal has successfully suppressed Fox's chakra, but it has left her exhausted," Kakashi said. Kushina softly stroked her red daughter's hair. Kakashi got up and left to check others. He then walked over to where his students were and stopped to talk them. He looked at injured Sasuke, watching the slow rise and fall of his chest. "How is his condition?" he asked. "It's too early to say something," Naruto said. "At the moment, he is stable, but..." "But?" Kakashi asked. "I need to put him under critical observation to say something more about his condition." Kakashi nodded his head. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura called. "Yes, Sakura." Kakashi turned his head toward his pink-haired student. "What was that red chakra Natsumi used in the fight?" she asked. "That chakra wasn't normal. Even my Kikaiku were afraid of getting close to it," Shino said, his usual monotone voice filled with curiousness. Kakashi looked at Sakura and then Shino and sighed. He had seen that coming. Even Tazuna wanted to know about it as he came close to hear him. "It's classified. I can only tell you without breaking the rule is that it is a special chakra, only 9 people in the whole world can use it," Kakashi said. Unscrewing the lid, Tazuna gulped down a mouthful, 2, and then another. The alcohol burned his esophagus and slid down into his belly. Breaking the silence, he asked, "What happened to those super scary ninja?" "Well," Kakashi started. At that time, a gust of strong wind lifted the heavy curtain of mist. There, in the distance, were dead bodies of Zabuza and Nagare lying in a pool of blood. "They are dead," Kakashi said. Tazuna swallowed nervously. "Where is that faked hunter ninja?" Sakura asked, suddenly. Everyone looked around. They saw only 3 bodies, one was clearly missing. Shino called his insects and hundreds upon hundreds of bugs began to swarm around him. "His chakra signature has disappeared," Shino told them, his insects around him buzzing noisily. "He is gone." Kushina carried her daughter toward her team. "How is Sasuke now?" she asked. "Much better than before," Kakashi answered. Kushina said, "Okay, take him and Natumi to Tazuna's home. They aren't safe here. We don't know how many ninjas Gato has haired. Let me help you carry the boy." "At least this I can do," Tazuna said. He suddenly seemed like a kindly old man, rather than the drunken construction worker he had been acting like the entire trip. "Well, what a mess." Kakashi looked up, seeing a small man tapping his cane. He had brown hair and was wearing a black suit with a purple small and pair of black glasses. Tazuna took a step back when he saw the nearly 100 thugs behind the man. "Gato," he said, his eyes widening in absolute terror. Thanks for killing them, Leaf Ninjas, Gato said, then smiled evilly. You see, I never planned to pay them. It's such a pain, hiring skilled warriors like them, at such a hefty price. Now that they've worn all of you, my thugs can kill you easily. That reminds me, I have a score to settle. He walked over to where Zabuza's body was laid. Calling yourself the demon of the hidden mist. What a load of crap. Baby demon, maybe. I call it false advertising. He began to lay in, kicking it. Shaking her head in disgust, Sakura said, disrespecting the dead. He is such scumbag. What's the plan, Kushina-sensei? Shino asked, looking at all bloodthirsty samurais. We're heavily outnumbered. Kushina unsheathed her sword beneath him and took a fighting stance. We are ninjas and a spirit of a ninja never give up, she said, not taking her eyes away from the enemies. One by one, all ninjas pulled out their respective weapons. They were ready for the battle when several wooden planks spurted out of the ground. In a matter of seconds, there stood a large wooden wall between them and the group of thugs, separating both groups from each other. Kushina turned her head toward her son. Naruto shook his head, telling her it wasn't his doing. She thought, if it isn't Naruto, then, Yamato, Kakashi muttered. Besides Naruto, he was the only person he knew who could use the wood release. They could hear shouts and cries coming from behind the wooden wall, screaming, cursing, and what sounded like metal clashing, sword clashing. It started out slowly and then became louder. The noise stopped and everything became too quiet. The wooden wall retracted back into the ground. There stood, in distance, 4 masked men dressed in standard uniforms of leaf onbu. One man in eagle mask was holding Gato at sword's point. Around them where Gato's thugs lay dead, injured or dying. An onbu walked toward the fellow leaf ninja. Kushina and Kakashi were already aware who was behind the mask. They had recognized mask that resembled a cat's face covered in green. Kakashi-senpai, Kushina-senpai, the onbu greeted them. Tenzo, did Minato-kun send you here? Kushina asked, using Yamato's code name. No, we are on another mission, Tenzo said before he looked at Kakashi. Do you remember that mission, Kakashi-senpai? Which mission? Kakashi asked. As far as he knew they had done plenty missions together. The mission of finding the Land of Fire's missing citizens, the onbu said. Oh yes, how could I forget that mission? The ex-onbu said. We found dead bodies of those missing citizens near the Land of Fire border. Gato is responsible for their death, senpai. He kidnapped them to sell into slavery. When he saw he could get out of it, he killed them all, Tenzo said. Kakashi said, this is unexpected. That's not all, Tenzo continued. He has many illegal businesses in the Land of Fire. We've also found evidence of the Gato company involvement in several bandit activities. What will happen to him? Tazuna asked, suddenly as he stepped forward. The Fire Daimyo will decide Gato's fate, Tenzo said, looking at the bridge builder. Thanks for your help, Tenzo, Kakashi said. Tenzo nodded his head. All onbu disappeared, taking the criminal with them. Gato is. He is gone. He is really gone, Tazuna said, it took him few minutes believing it. His face split into a wide smile. We are free. Sakura went toward her teacher. Kakashi-sensei, she said. Yes, Sakura. Do you want to ask something? Kakashi said as he could see a big question mark on her face. Kakashi-sensei, that wall. It was the wooden wall, but... Sakura trailed off. But only would release bloodline can create something like that, right? Kakashi mentally cursed Yamato for showing his bloodline and said, yes, you are right, Sakura. But how? Lord First Hokage is the only user of that bloodline, Sakura asked. Then her eyes widened with the realization. You are telling me there's another one. 2 actually, Kakashi thought. The information you are asking is classified. Sorry, I can't tell you about it, he said. I understand, sensei, Sakura said. She watched as Kakashi went to pick up the Uchiha. What the? All things we asked is classified. Inner Sakura shouted. Suddenly, an arrow flew across the air and buried itself into the concrete. This is our land. Gato. You can't have it. It was Inari, and he had an entire army of villagers behind him. He looked over and only saw dead bodies. What's going on? Where is Gato? You are kind of late, Naruto said. Gato is gone and we are free now, Tazuna declared happily. The citizens of the Land of Waves dropped their weapons. They cheered, their homeland theirs once more. Naruto-san, can I talk with you? Shino asked his classmate. Naruto looked the insect's user. Yes, Shino. Those black-colored platforms you made in the fight. What were they? Shino asked. I know we are from the same hidden village, we were a classmate, but it doesn't mean I'm going to tell you my all-secret, Naruto said. We are ninjas and a ninja's greatest strength is deception. Shino didn't ask him as he understood his logic. Oh ooh. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, it'll be dull once you're gone. But come by and visit, alright? Kazuna answered Kakashi's thanks. Wave citizens waved at their heroes, wishing for a safe and successful journey. They didn't stop waving at them until they became a blur. What's the name of the bridge, Tazuna? One of the bridge workers asked. How about the super awesome Tazuna Bridge? Kazuna offered. The crowd booed at his suggestion, showing displeasure. How about the Great Leaf Bridge in the honor of the Leaf Ninjas, who stopped Scum Gato? Someone from the crowd suggested. The crowd was silent for a moment before they burst into cheers for the name. Kazuna carved the name into the plaque at the end of the bridge. Oh ooh. Kurenai, you made reckless decision continuing that mission. When your team encountered the 2 Chunin level missing ninjas, the mission parameter increased from C rank to B rank, Minato said to the leader of Team 8. Kurenai looked down in shame, knowing her superior was telling truth. Kiba opened his mouth to defend his teacher, but Shino grabbed his friend's shoulder, stopping him saying anything reckless in front of their leader. One of your genins could have died in that mission. You were extremely lucky. But, Minato continued, good job, we, our Leaf Ninjas, never abandon the mission. Kurenai looked up, a surprised expression crossing her face. Thank you, Lord Hokage. She gave a slight bow. Minato turned his attention toward the last loyal Uchiha. Sasuke, how is your wound? He asked. Just slight ache, nothing more, Sasuke said, subconsciously grabbing his right shoulder. Naruto has done a good job healing it. Minato nodded. I'm glad to hear it and congratulations for activating your Sharingan, he said. Thank you, Sasuke said. Minato moved toward Team 8. And said, Team Kurenai, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka. He looked at the white dog sitting on Kiba's shoulder, and Akamaru, when your teacher was injured, you all handled that situation very effectively until help arrived. Great job. Hinata smiled and Kiba grinned happily. Akamaru let out a small bark of happiness. It was barely visible, but Shino's lips curved in a small smile. Minato smiled as he looked at his son. Naruto, you showed great courage and exceptional medical talent in the mission. You put your life in danger to save lives of your fellow ninjas and our client from certain danger, he said. I'm proud of you, my son. Naruto didn't say anything or show any reaction. Minato's acknowledged meant nothing to him. There was a time when he wouldn't have done anything for it, but he had left that time far behind. Minato had expected this kind of response from his son. Congratulations to all of you for successfully completing the mission, he said. Natsumi, stay here, I want to talk to you. The rest of you are dismissed. Everyone left the Hokage office except Natsumi and Kushina. Minato made some hand seals and the doors and windows glowed. How are you feeling, Natsumi? He said. Natsumi looked down at the floor. I. She looked so uncomfortable. I am sorry, Daddy. I lost the control again. Tears raced down her cheeks as she could not hold any longer. Kushina watched her daughter break down. She reached her, to stroke her hair and rub her back, to comfort her. Natsumi, she said. I felt lost. I didn't know what I was doing, but it's not an excuse, Natsumi sobbed. I attacked my friends. They would have died if it wasn't for Naruto Niiken. I nearly killed him again. Natsumi burst into tears like a broken sprinkler system. They poured down her face so forcefully she couldn't keep up with wiping them away. She sobbed so hard she could barely catch her breath. Kushina wrapped her arms around her daughter and hugged her on her shoulder. It's okay, sweaty. Let it out. The worst thing in the world was watching someone you loved cry, but Minato had to do it. Natsumi, you must learn to control Nine Tails chakra, he said. But what if I lose the control again? Natsumi asked. She didn't want to use Fox's chakra ever again. In the influence of the red chakra, she had nearly killed her father twice, she didn't want to happen it again. This may sound a little harsh, but it's better you lose the control in a controlled environment than on a battlefield. But, listen to your father, Natsumi, Kushina said. I was a former container of the fox. I know it's not easy to control his chakra, it is filled with hatred, but you have to at least try it. I know you are afraid, but it's normal, Minato said. He stood up from his seat and walked toward his daughter. We are human beings. And whether we like it or not, we are afraid. We live in a world full of fear. He bent down slightly so he was eye level with his daughter. You will never accomplish anything meaningful in your lives if you let fear control you, he said. Natsumi thought about everything. She knew her parents were right. She couldn't run away from her fear. It would just chase her and get bigger and bigger. It was time to stop, stand and face it. What the family didn't realize was that they weren't alone in the office. A pair of red eyes, glowing faintly, were watching over them from the darkest corner of the room where the natural light could hardly reach. Oh ooh. Naruto was walking down the street of Leaf Village, lost in deep thought. He was thinking about upcoming Chunin exam. He stopped dead in his tracks. He had heard his name being called. He turned around and saw his pink-haired teammate running toward him. Sakura stopped in front of him. Naruto, I've been looking for you, she said, panting heavily. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. I thought you liked Sasuke, Sakura, he asked. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. What are you talking about? I like Sasuke-kun, Sakura shouted. Sorry, my mistake, Naruto said. He sighed in relief. He didn't need another diehard fangirl, one Ino was enough. So what can I do for you? Where did you learn the medical ninjutsu? She asked. Why are you suddenly interested in that? Well, she looked so uncomfortable. The wave mission opened my eyes when I saw Sasuke lying on the ground and covered with blood. I felt worthless and useless, I couldn't do anything to help him. He wouldn't be in that condition if I had known any medical ninjutsu. She paused before continuing, I want to learn medical ninjutsu, Naruto. Kushina-sensei once told me that I have a perfect chakra control and the medical ninjutsu requires very advanced chakra control. So you want to learn medical techniques for Sasuke, Naruto said as he came to that conclusion. No, I want to forget that useless feeling. I want to help my friends and anyone who needs a medical attention. I am the weakest link in Team 7, I know that, but don't have the plan to stay there forever. He looked at Sakura and checked for any lies. When he found none, he said. Good to know, you are on the right path. It's more important to know your weaknesses than your strengths, he said. As for your information, I learned everything from the Senju library. How can I get there? She asked. The excitement of learning the medical ninjutsu was clearly visible on her face. You can't. The library is protected by the blood seal. Only members from the Senju clan or related to that clan can get in there. Naruto saw her mood drop, so he said, the ninja library has a separate section for medical books. You can learn some basic techniques from there, but to learn more advanced and actual healing techniques, you have to contact the head of Medic Corps. Sakura smiled and said, thank you, Naruto. This is very helpful. After she left, Naruto turned around and made his way to the marketplace. He quirked an eyebrow when 3 kids around the age of 8-9 passed him, screaming and running away from a furious purple-headed girl. He wondered what the idiot grandson of the 3rd Hokage and his friends did to Me, a bully and ninja academy dropout, to make her angry like that. Shrugging, he continued his walk, only to stop when he felt the chakra of a tailed beast nearby. Oh ooh. Let me go. The short spiky brown-haired boy struggled in the air as he was lifted roughly by the sand ninja he had bumped earlier. How dare you bump me, little brat, I'll teach you a lesson. The sand ninja had weird fashion sense. He was dressed in a black, baggy, full-body suit with a black hood that had cat-like ears. If that weren't enough, he had painted triangular shapes on his face. Serve you right, brat, Me said and left the boy alone with the sand ninja. Moegi, Udon, help me. The boy shouted. Moegi had orange hair tied up, with red elastics, into 2 very large pigtails. Her friend, Udon, was short brown-haired and a dark-eyed boy with circular glasses. Let Konohamaru go, Moegi shouted. Besides her, Udon nodded vigorously, but the ninja only sneered. Kankuru, stop it. Let him go. We don't want any trouble. The blonde San Kunoichi frowned, not liking the situation, but her brother ignored her. Konohamaru. Both the siblings heard someone shout. They turned in the direction of the voice to find 2 girls rushing toward them. The red-haired girl looked a bit angry. Both the siblings could tell that the 2 were probably genins of the Leaf Village. But the San Kunoichi was able to recognize something which her stupid brother failed to notice. The red-headed girl matched the description of the daughter of the 4th Hokage. Unhand Konohamaru, Suna Ninja, Natsumi said in a calm tone with a small tone of anger in her voice as she stood a few feet away from the Suna ninjas. Natsumi Ne-chan. Hinata Ne-chan. Konohamaru's friends called. The San Kunoichi's eyes widened when she heard the name. Natsumi. So I was right. She is the daughter of the Yellow Flash. I hope you don't do anything stupid, brother. What if I don't? Kankuru said in an arrogant voice. Kankuro don't? The The blonde kunoichi tried to say something to him, but she was interrupted by her brother. "Don't worry, Tamari, I have everything under control," Kankuru said. Kankuru watched as the red-haired leaf kunoichi pulled out a kunai and held it in her right hand while the dark blue-haired kunoichi took a defensive taijutsu stance. But the two were no longer alone as they were joined by another blonde girl. "What's going on here, Natsumi?" Ino asked her friend. Instead of answering Ino's question, Natsumi tightened the grip on the kunai as she glared at the Katsutsuna nin. "Unhand him." She spoke in a threatening voice. "To threaten me? You got some guts, girl," Kankuru said with a mad grin on his face. But before things could escalate any further between the two parties, the black chains wrapped around each of Kankuru's limbs. The chains pinned the sand ninja to the ground, making him drop Konohamaru, who unceremoniously fell on his butt. The kid rushed towards Natsumi and hid behind her. "Children of the fourth Kazekage or not, you can't threaten the grandson of the third Hokage," a calm voice said. Everyone looked up at the source of the voice to find Naruto standing on a branch of a nearby tree. The chains were coming out from his outstretched hand. "Naruto-kun," Ino cried, seeing her knight in shining armor present at the scene. "Naruto ni-chan." Natsumi muttered. Natsumi was afraid to make eye contact with her brother after what she had done, but she was glad that he was there. Hinata was thankful to him for saving Konohamaru. Tamari looked at the boy. His description was perfectly matched with the son of the Yellow Flash. She blushed as the blonde boy appeared even more handsome in person than in the picture. She then remembered his words. "Wait. He called us children of Kazekage. He knows about us." Kankuru glared at the blonde. He tried to struggle free but it was no use, the binding chains wouldn't break. "Let me go, punk," he shouted. Naruto jumped down from the tree, landing smoothly. "Life is a circle," he said while walking toward the sand ninja. He bent down and smirked. "Whatever you give will come back to you." Tamari's hand went to grab the giant folding fan strapped to her back. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Naruto said, looking at the sand kunoichi from the corner of his eye. Tamari froze in her tracks. Behind her was another chakra chain with its spear-like tip pressed against her neck. "When did it get behind me?" Naruto turned his attention back to her brother. "Take this as a suggestion. This is Hidden Leaf Village, not your sand village. Here, we don't kill people to prove existence," he said. The sand siblings were white as chalk. Their eyes and mouths were frozen wide open in an expression of stunned surprise. Naruto smirked and straightened up. He pulled back the chains into his body, freeing Kankuru. "Kankuru, stand up." Everyone heard the voice which sent a chill down their spine, especially because of the killer intent that washed over the area which was accompanied by the voice. All eyes traveled to the source of the voice. They saw a boy with brick red hair and a gourd on his back. He was hanging upside down on a branch of a tree. "He has strange eyes," Hinata thought, shaking slightly, as she saw strange black rings around the boy's eyes. Naruto had shrugged off the killing intent like it was nothing. "I felt your chakra but I wanted to confirm it," he thought, eyeing the boy critically. "So you are actually here, Tanuki." "Gee Gaara," Kankuru stuttered. He immediately got to his feet. "I can shut up. You are an embarrassment to our village," Gaara said as he focused his killing intent on Kankuru, which froze the boy in his steps. Gaara took no notice of the stares and fear he had generated in the people in the clearing as he focused on Kankuru. "Losing yourself in a fight, how pathetic. Why do you think we came to the leaf?" Finally, Kankuru was able to gather some courage as he quickly tried to defend his situation. "Listen Gaara, they started it and, shut up. I'll kill you," Gaara said, focusing a large dose of killing intent on his brother. The dose of killing intent made Kankuru start shivering along with causing him to sweat heavily. "Okay, I'm sorry." Tamari also spoke to Gaara to try and defuse the situation between her younger brothers. "Look, Kankuru is sorry. I am also sorry." "Really, I don't want to hear any excuse," Gaara said. He dismissed others as his eyes focused on the blonde boy. To be able to restrain both of them, he is good. "It looks like we got here too early but we didn't come here to play around," Gaara said, appearing in between his siblings but his eyes still focused on Naruto. "I know that," Kankuru said to his brother. "What's your name?" Gaara finally asked the person who had defeated his brother and sister. Naruto smirked. "It's Naruto. Gaara of the desert," Gaara said, introducing himself before turning to his siblings. "Let's go. Hey, wait." Ino called out to the Suna nins to the surprise of everyone present. "What?" Gaara said as he turned around to look at the blonde girl. "You guys are ninjas from the Hidden Sand Village, right? You may be allies with the Leaf Village but it is forbidden for shinobis to enter each other's village without permission. State your purpose." Depending on it, we may not be able to let you go, Ino said, making an intimidating face. Natsume facepalmed herself hard in the forehead and shook her head at her friend's stupidity. She knew that Ino was trying to impress her brother, but that scary face was too much. Don't you know anything? Tamari said, clearly unaffected by the scary look on Ino's face as she showed her pass to all. You're right, we are genins from the Hidden Sand Village. We have come to your village to take the Chunin selection exams. But before anyone could say anything further, Gaara spoke as he turned towards Naruto. Are you entering the exams too? It's dependent on my teachers, Naruto said. If they nominate my team, then I am entering. Then I am looking forward to see you in the exam, Gaara said. When Gaara walked away, Kankuro turned to Naruto. He clenched his teeth together, glaring hatefully at the blonde boy. Kankuro, that's enough, Tamari said, grabbing her brother's hand. She stopped him doing anything stupid again as she knew it wouldn't end well in his favor. This is getting interesting, Naruto said as he watched the Sand siblings leave. Naruto-kun. You are so cool. Naruto sidestepped, dodging the missile named Ino. The young Yamanaka had tried to hug her crush from behind, but it didn't end well. Naruto moved toward his twin. Naruto-ni-chan, Natsumi said softly. Naruto leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Natsumi's eyes went wide. Naruto smirked as he expected that kind of reaction from her. When Natsumi came out of shock, there was no sign of her brother. I need to talk to Dad. Natsumi spun around and ran in the direction of the Hokage Tower. That sand ninja Gaara is just like me, but completely different. What does it mean? Where is she going? Ino asked. I don't know, Hinata said as she watched her best friend disappear into the writhing crowd. Oh ooh. The Team 7 gathered on the bridge, their usual spot of a meeting. Sasuke was leaning on the bridge rail, staring intently ahead. Naruto was sitting on the bridge railing overpass and reading a book. Surprisingly, Sakura wasn't ogling Sasuke. Instead, her focus was on the medical book in her hand. A small distance away from her team, Natsumi was peering over the metal railing, down into the water below. She tossed her kunai up in the air, flipping and catching it, then up, flip and catch again. Her mind kept thinking about what her father had told her yesterday. Gaara was just like her. He was the container of the one-tailed beast as well as a son of a cage, but all similarity ended there. Her parents had sheltered her whole life, keeping her safe from a life of a living sacrifice. In the Hidden Sand, Gaara didn't have that luxury. His father had isolated him from his siblings. He had tried to assassinate him rather than deal with Gaara snapping. Gaara had truly lived a life of Jinchuriki, a life of a nothing but loneliness, sorrow, and hatred. He is just like me, but completely different, she thought, remembering her brother's words. Twin Puff appeared on the bridge and then came out the teachers of Team 7. The Genin stopped whatever they were doing and looked at their teachers. Morning people, Kakashi greeted them in a lazy manner. This is sudden, but we've nominated you guys for the Chunin selection exam, Kushina said. Really? Natsumi asked, not believing in her ears. Yes. Kushina smiled. For the first time in 5 years, there are going to be rookies in this Chunin exam. So teams 8 and 10 are entering as well, Naruto asked. Maybe. Kakashi smiled under his mask. Here are your applications. He handed each of them a form. Sign those papers and turn them in at 301 by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Sasuke, Natsumi and Naruto immediately sighed in their forms. They were not going to let the opportunity to move next ninja rank slip away. Sakura gazed long and intently upon the paper in her hand. Is it all right if I don't participate in this exam? She asked suddenly. Everyone looked at her, a little stunned by the question. And speechless. Unlike them, Naruto had already seen such side of her a day ago. He wasn't surprised. Well, yes, Kakashi said. Okay, it was unexpected. Test can only be taken by teams of 3. Sasuke, Naruto, and Natsumi, together they are already a 3-man team. Then I am sorry. Sakura handed her form back to Kakashi. I don't think I am ready to be a Chunin. Are you sure? This is one of a chance to move forward in rank, Kakashi asked her for the last time. I am sure, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said. She had made the decision and she was not going to change it. May I ask you why? Kushina asked. She wanted to know the reason behind her decision. If it was self-confidence, then she and Kakashi could do something about it. Sakura took a deep breath and said, I am aiming to become a medical nin, Kushina-sensei. Learning to medical ninjutsu is my first priority now, then move forward in rank. I'll try my luck next time. Kushina smiled. Her student had grown up from being Sasuke's #1 fangirl to a ninja. I'm proud of you, Sakura. You have made a right choice, she said. I can't help with medical ninjutsu, but I will talk to the head of Medic Corps for you. Thank you, Kushina-sensei. Good luck to everyone, you too Sakura, Kakashi said, giving them a smile. That is all. Good luck, Kushina said. With that, both teachers puffed out of existence. Naruto looked at his teammates. I will meet you tomorrow, he said. His shadow stretched out upwards, curled around his body and he disappeared. That's new, the remaining genins thought. See you tomorrow, Natsumi said. She decided to show off like her brother but a little. She made a hand seal and disappeared in a puff of smoke. She reappeared a few meters away in another puff of smoke. I need more practice, she thought. This time she chose to simply walk away from there. Sakura sweat dropped. Then without a word, Sasuke walked away. He took a few steps and then paused, glancing back at Sakura. At least in the future, we can't depend only on Naruto for medical help. Good luck, he said. Thank you, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said happily. When Team 7, Naruto, Natsumi, and Sasuke, reached the academy, they wasn't surprised to see the mass number of genins in the grounds of the academy. They didn't give them much glance as they made their way directly toward the room 301 that assigned for the first test. As they walked up the stairs, they came across teams from various countries. They reached the second floor and saw a huge crowd of genins gathered around the room labeled 301. But this is second floor, Natsumi whispered, looking toward the room labeled 301. Sasuke briefly activated his Sharingan. It's a Jinjutsu, he said in a quiet tone and made a hand seal to dispel the illusion. Naruto quickly grabbed his hands, stopping him from doing it. Don't do anything, he said. Look at them. Don't you recognize them? Both Natsumi and Sasuke looked at what he was pointing. They saw two boys guarding the fake 301 room. They both had brown hair. The one on the left had his hanging down haphazardly around his face, framing his black eyes. The one on the right had spiky hair which framed his own black eyes and the bandages that were on his face. They looked like ordinary boys, nothing special about them. Natsumi cupped her chin in her hand, staring at them. They look familiar. They are our eternal gatekeepers, Izumo and Kotetsu, Naruto said. Sasuke took a second look at the boys. Image of two boys overlapped by image of older versions of the same boys guarding the front village. They are here for weed out weak genins, Naruto continued. Don't say anything. It's better if we don't draw attention to ourselves. They heard the sound of one person being knocked down at the front of the group. The throng of people seemed to part, allowing them to see the person who had been hit. The boy had shiny black hair, round eyes with prominent lower eyelashes, and very thick eyebrows. He wore a skin-tight green jumpsuit, orange leg warmers, and a red leaf forehead protector as a belt. Don't you think it's too much? Natsumi asked her brother. Don't let him fool you. He's stronger than he looks, Naruto said, giving Natsumi a pointed stare. Come on, let's go. However, their presence didn't go unnoticed by a pair of white eyes. Hugo Boy wore a khaki shirt with dark brown shorts that matched his hair, which fell to the middle of his back. His forehead protector was wrapped around his forehead with the leaf symbol on it. The veins around his eyes bulged with chakra. The boy's white eyes narrowed at Naruto. Oh ooh. As Team 7 are heading toward the classroom, they heard someone behind them saying, "Hey, guy with the blonde hair." The trio turned to see the same boy in the green leotard on a platform above them. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he was only blonde in the team. "What can I do for you?" he said. "Will you fight me, right here, right now?" the boy said with a determined look on his face. "A fight? Here and now?" Naruto asked. "This is against rule. Do you want to be disqualified even before the exam starts?" The boy jumped over the banister and landed about a dozen feet from them. "My name is Rock Lee. You are Uzumaki Naruto, right?" "No, I am not," Naruto shook his head and then smirked. "I am just a clone." Sasuke was smiling. That look was very unfamiliar on his face. "Actually, we all are clones," Natsumi said. With that, the trio puffed out of experience. Lee stood there alone with his mouth gasping open in shock. "Oh ooh." Natsumi got feedback from clones she had left behind. "You were right, Naruto Ni-chan," she said, walking beside her brother. "That boy in the green jumpsuit was following us. His name is Rock Lee." "That's not important now," Naruto said, putting a full stop on that matter. "The important is the Chunin exam. It is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is a written test." Natsumi's mood dropped immediately. The written exam had been her worst subject in the academy. Naruto continued, The second stage is a survivor test and the third and final stage is in one-on-one tournament battles. How do you know all of this? Sasuke asked finally. It was supposed to be a secret, right? A ninja must be good at information gathering, Naruto said and looked at Natsumi out of the corner of his eye. I hope she catches my hint and doesn't screw up, he thought. He had gotten tired of watching Kushina and Natsumi's faces each day. Once I become a Chunin, I can move out from the team. Oh ooh. The first part of exam went very well, Naruto thought himself. If only Natsumi hadn't opened her motor mouth. Naruto looked at all the remaining competition. Ibiki Morino, the commanding officer of the Konoha Torture and Interrogation Force and the first protector of exam, had seemed well set plan as he had played his little mind game against the Genins before asking the 10th question. But his ex-sister had decided to confront the proctor in hopes the man would stop his mind games and get on with the final questions. Her little outburst and "I'm going to be first female Hokage" speech had installed courage in the hearts of others to stay put in their seats and pass the exam. A total of 30 teams along with Team 7 had passed the first part of the exam, which according to the second proctor was something unusual. Naruto sighed. They were standing in front of the closed gates of Practice Arena 44, or as the proctor so lovingly called it, Forest of Death, the place where the second test was going to be held. He could clearly see that most of the Chunin hopefuls were clearly scared by the creepiness of both the forest and the proctor of this exam. All right, maggots. This is the place for your second test, Training Area 44, or better known as the Forest of Death. The proctor for the second test said. She was tall, athletic and absolutely mean in appearance and behavior. Her name was Mitarashi Anko, a special jounin. She determined to cut the number of the Chunin hopefuls in half. Naruto wasn't disturbed by her behavior, but he looked around for any potential challenge. His eyes fell on the Iwa girl. She had short, black hair and pupilless pink eyes. She wore a red-colored, raised collar garment that reached below her stomach region with a full-length sleeve on her left arm while sleeves missing, fishnet tights and a skirt over them. Kurotsuchi, the granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage. Naruto glanced at Kumo team, especially white-haired boy and red-haired girl, and students of eight-tailed Jinchuriki are also here. White-haired Kumo boy's name was Amoe. He had dark skin, spike hair and dark eyes accentuated with eyelashes curving upwards from the corners. He wore a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood, with red bandage hand guards. Kumo Kunoichi's name was Kairo. She also had dark skin with spiky hair like her teammate. Her eyes' color were amber. She wore a long, short-sleeved dress with frilly edges complete with two simple yellow earrings, fishnet stockings, thigh-high boots with white soles. Both ninjas had a long sword on their back. Naruto leaned his head to the side as a kunai sailed past his head by millimeters. Anko appeared behind him with another under his chin. Well, aren't you the brave one? Anko started speaking, cupping the face of the fourth son with her hands and bringing her face closer to his. She pressed down the tip of his blade into the boy's chin until it started to draw blood. It is kids like you that are quickly killed. He he he. Spraying the red blood I love, she said as she licked the blood on his face. Several tick marks appeared on Ino's forehead. Get the hell off my Naruto-kun, she shouted. Troublesome women, Shikamaru muttered. Anko ignored the blonde girl, but she was mentally getting annoyed as she didn't get the desired response from the boy. He looked completely bored at her scaring tactics. But there was some relief when her eyes swept on the other contestants to find them scared by her little fun play. Naruto used his finger to push her kunai away and said, well, why don't you get on with the show, I'm bored already. Spoil sport, Anko grumbled. She sensed someone creep on her from behind. On instinct, she activated the hidden kunai mechanism in her sleeves, which shot forth a kunai in her palms to block the incoming attack. Here's your kunai. Anko heard the voice of the female who held her kunai by that elongated tongue of hers. Why? Thank you, she replied in mock happiness, as she pressed her kunai a little further on that disgustingly long tongue of the grass nin. She didn't know why, but something about the grass kunoichi was sending her bad vibes. She ignored it for the time being. But don't sneak up behind me unless you want to die. I'm sorry, your kunai grazed my hair. I got excited, but I wanted to give it back, the grass kunoichi said, as she offered the kunai to Anko. Anko swiped it from her, showing no disturbance at the large tongue. She pocketed the kunai and returned to stand in front of all genins again. Okay, your task is to enter this area and get another scroll from others. Remember, to pass you must complete this test with both scrolls, heaven and earth, with your teammates alive. And within 5 days, you have to show up at the central station that is your finishing line, so to speak. Before you enter you will sign special forms that my colleagues are giving you, she said. Why? Some genins asked. Why? To state that the leaf or I aren't responsible for your death or injury that will surely occur in this test. Anko spoke gleefully. Said Jinan plus many others paled. Oh ooh. I thought we would meet some challenge by now, but all we met was a group of weak rain ninja that ran away when things got tough. What a letdown, Naruto thought. It had been about 3 hours since they had entered the forest and nothing had really happened. He was seriously starting to get bored. What's the plan now, Naruto ni-chan? Natsumi asked as she stopped and looked her brother. Sasuke was also looking at the blonde. He hated to admit it, but Naruto was better plainer than him. We have a heaven scroll, so we need a earth scroll to pass. Get down, Naruto shouted, but he was too late. A sudden massive gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, scattering the team from one another. Oh ooh. Anko relaxed with a sigh as she took another bite of the stick of dengo. Yum. Nothing better than dengo and juice. For some reason, the taste of her favorite food had increased by 20% during the exams. While normally she would have wondered what could account for this, but she determined it had to do with the thoughts of all the genins probably engaging each other in the mortal combats. Now, once I'm done eating, I guess I'll head to the tower. She took the last bite of dengo. Since, in this program, the fast one should only need about 24 hours. She tossed the empty stick into a nearby tree. Said tree was now decorated by what must have been almost 30 or 40 sticks. All of them were arranged into the leaf symbol. Leaf mark complete. She took the last sip of her bean soup and tossed the cup into a nearby trash can, and hopped to her feet. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke appeared in front of her. The woman saw a chonin with glasses and a forehead protector tied on top of his head like a bandana. He looked worried about something, causing the woman to sigh in disgust. What's with the look? She asked. Big trouble, Anko. The chonin replied. Already? What the hell could the problem be this soon? We've found dead bodies, 3 of them. Dead bodies? Yes. Please, it's easier to show. Come quickly. Anko followed the chonin as he requested. He ended up leading her to a small graveyard in the outer parts of the leaf. 2 other chonins were already there to examine the dead bodies that the one with glasses had informed Anko about. Anko put her index finger under her chin while taking thinking position. She looked at the bodies. Weird. She walked over for a closer look. After examining their paper and personal items, they seemed to be the hidden grass shinobis who were entered in the exam, but, as you can see, one chonin with said who had examined the dead bodies. He turned over the one body to show his face to Anko. They have no faces, they are blank if they were melted off. Anko's eyes widened as the words of the chonin came together in her mind. There's no mistaking it. This jutsu is his. Why is he in this exam? She thought about her old master who had betrayed her in the village. Her head jerked back and looked at the chonin. Show me the picture of these 3. Oh, yes. The chonin produced them at once and handed them to Anko. Anko gasped in horror as she saw the photo of the familiar creepy grass kunoichi she had met at the start of the second part of exam. He stole this face. So at that time. He already. She clenched his fist. This is bad. Huh? One chonin said in confusion. Anko turned to look at the leaf nin. You guys, go report this to Hokage-sama. Send some Anbu captains to the Forest of Death. She ordered. I'm going after them right now. The chonin nodded and left Anko to do as told. Said woman jumped the fence into the forest, and began jumping from tree to tree. Her heart was racing in fear, anticipation, and anger. Oh ooh. After being blown away by the massive wind, Natsumi found herself alone in the small clearing in the forest. What the hell, Natsumi groaned, as she woke up in the clearing and held her head in pain. She guessed she might have hit the ground with her head. She wanted ice for her head. She slowly regained his senses, breathing deeply. Something wet trickled down on her hand. What is this? Natsumi tried to shake the rotten sticky substance off her hand. She glanced over her shoulder into the darkness of the trees and saw 2 yellow-slitted eyes. Oh, shit, oh ooh. That attack almost caught me off guard, Naruto said to himself. He was floating in the shadow realm. This shows, only power isn't enough, you need also experience. A space of void distorted before taking shape like several little sharks on legs with no eyes. They were shadow eaters, one of the tribes of the Onis. Jumping up and down, they made combination of squeaking, hissing, and chattering sounds. Go and become my eyes and ears, he ordered them. Their noise increased. The blackness melted around them and they disappeared. Oh ooh. After the large gust of wind scattered his team, Sasuke spent several minutes trying to find them. He was intercepted by 3 Kuzujinan, 2 of whom left on the order of their leader. The strange grass kunoichi pulled out a scroll from her pouch and held it up for Sasuke to see. You guys want this, right? An earth scroll since you has the heaven scroll. As soon as she finished, the kunoichi brought the scroll to her mouth and she shoved it down her gullet right before his eyes. The last loyal Uchiha turned a light green and looked like he wanted to puke. That is disgusting, he thought. Now we can fight for these scrolls, with our lives on the line, the woman finished, as she released an intense killing intent. Sasuke gasped and fell to his knees, shaking and struggling to breathe as images as his deaths at the grass nin's hand came to his minds. He saw himself getting gutted by a long sword, getting brutally ripped apart and all way of gruesome deaths. The images of death lasted several seconds before they disappeared. Yet the feeling remained the same, gripping him hearts and preventing him from moving. This is not genjutsu, Sasuke thought. Her killing intent is so intense it showed images of my death. I've never felt something like this before, not even from that time with Zabuza. Well, it seems you can't move, a pity. I expected a challenge, the woman said with a frown. I guess I'll just get rid of you now. She pulled out a kunai and gave them a lazy toss toward the Uchiha. Come on, move. I've to move. Sasuke struggled to move the hand he had that held his kunai. Come on, move. Move. At the very last moment, he managed to stab himself in the leg and leapt away. I see, so the prey managed to use pain to get rid of his fear. The strange kunoichi licked her lips. It seems the prey might be more interesting than first glance may seem. Sasuke stopped behind a tree when he felt they had gotten a safe distance away. He knelt on the branch, pulling the kunai out of his leg with a wince. His Sharingan eyes began spinning frantically as he looked around for any sign of the frightening woman. Sasuke, movie. There's a snake above you. A familiar voice of his teammate shouted. The raven-haired boy jumped off the branch just as the snake smashed it. Damn it. I was so frightened, I wasn't aware of my surroundings, he thought and cursed himself for his lack of awareness. Natsumi landed beside him. Watch your surroundings carefully, Sasuke, she said. Natsumi grabbed kunai and shuriken and began flinging them at the snake, aiming at the head to kill it. Knowing it won't stop the snake, she and Sasuke quickly made some hand seals. They aimed at the snake, their mouths gaping wide. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire style, dragon fire technique. The combination of wind and fire rushed out towards the snake in an incredible speed and force. Unable to avoid, the deadly blast reached it and created a violent tornado of fire, drowning the giant snake inside it. Natsumi and Sasuke were relieved as the snake hissed and began to fall. Then to their horror, the scales on the snake began to crack and then revealed the grass kunoichi. The grass kunoichi came out, grinning at the genins widely. You two shouldn't relax even for a moment, the woman said, as she gave a bloodthirsty grin. In the presence of a predator. She began to slither across the tree branch, only stopped by the sound of something hard hitting wood. When the grass kunoichi looked down, she saw a kunai stuck onto the large branch she was standing on. At the same time she also noticed that there was an exploding tag tied to the end of it, where it lit up and exploded. After the tag exploded, there was a large cloud of smoke. The mysterious Jinan jumped out of it, revealing that she was unharmed. But as soon as she did, she was suddenly sent flying down to the ground, hard, after a sudden kick to the face. Natsumi and Sasuke looked up to the person who had attacked their mysterious enemy. They saw the person standing on a large branch and looking down at the bush-covered area, where he sent the mysterious assailant into. Ni-chan, Natsumi thought when she saw him. Naruto, Sasuke thought at the same time. Naruto jumped down and landed next to his teammates. Stay alert. He isn't down, he said. They suddenly heard the dark chuckling of the mysterious shinobi echo throughout the forest. Ku, you're smart like your father, Naruto-kun, the shinobi said, emerging out of the tree in front of them, completely unharmed. Cut the crap, Naruto said. I know who you are and what you want. The grass kunoichi laughed, peeling away the face to reveal very pale skin, golden eyes with slitted pupils. It was his true face. Well, it wasn't, but nobody had to know that. Natsumi paled seeing the familiar face. She slowly reached her hands into her pouch. Where is it? She thought. Orochimaru, Sasuke thought as he recognized the face of the legendary snake Sannin. It's well known that you're obsessed with learning every jutsu that exists, something that you likely picked up from your teacher. The Sharingan is the perfect ninja tool for learning and coping jutsu instantly, Naruto said, eyeing Orochimaru carefully. The tree's shadow stretched and ended at the feet of the snake Sannin. You're here for Sasuke, aren't you? You're right, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru chuckled in amusement. Now, I'd like to do what I came to do and I'll be on my way. He stared hungrily at Sasuke who shivered, he now knew who he was facing. He seethed for a moment, he hated being so defenseless. I can't let you do that, Naruto interrupted the Sannin. Several black chains shoot out of the ground and formed a protective barrier around Team 7. Do you think your little barrier can stop me? Orochimaru said as he carefully observed the barrier made by the Uzumaki brat. The barrier made by the Uzumaki chakra chain was quite impregnable, but the brat was young and inexperienced to use its full potential. I think so, Naruto said, knowing that Orochimaru was underestimating him. You see, the first thing is that I need Sasuke alive to advance to the next stage of the exam. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. Naruto was, and always had been, an arrogant, self-centered bastard. Why should I care? Orochimaru said half amused. He decided to hear this interesting person. Again, I assume that your thing will prove dangerous to Sasuke, maybe even disabling. Since this place is full of others who'd love to nail Sasuke for bragging rights if nothing else, you see where I'm going. Even if he lives through your experiment, he might not survive other competitors. Orochimaru pursed his bloodless lips in thought. He had to admit, his seal was a dangerous thing to apply on his chosen subjects. The blonde brat had a point, but not fully so. And what are other reasons? Naruto shrugged. I think that you should also consider what his older brother might decide to do if you mess with Sasuke. Sasuke snarled in an instant rage. Shut up. You know nothing about. He suddenly froze, unable to move or speak. What's going on? He felt some invisible force holding him. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows at the Uchiha's behavior. He also noticed the strange way the boy's shadow moved. He decided to investigate about it later. And why would Itachi-kun care what happens to his brother? You do know who is he? He asked. Think about it, why did Itachi leave his brother alive when he got rid of his whole family first? I think he has a good reason, a very good reason. After all, a maniac who can kill a whole clan, his clan, of very powerful ninjas in cold blood has to have a very strong reason to spare his weak brother. What are you doing, Ni-chan? Natsumi watched his brother talking to a S-rank missing nin. She then felt a familiar handle in her hand. Got it. Orochimaru found himself nodding in agreement. Indeed, you've proved your point, but it's changed nothing, he said. Not really, but it's brought us time, Naruto said as he watched Natsumi pull out a three-pointed kunai. Natsumi shouted, ready to throw the kunai. Stop there, snake freak, you one move and I will summon dad here. Nice move, brat, but it's still changed nothing. Orochimaru scoffed. Idiot, why can't she act like a ninja? Naruto sighed. Think about it, if the Hokage came here, we will disqualify from this exam, but you will also lose to see true potential of Sharingan, he said, carefully. When Orochimaru did nothing, he took that as a sign to explain himself. It wouldn't hurt to see more of Sasuke's skills, right? I mean, one lousy fight against you is hardly a measuring stick. Sasuke should have a chance against other opponents to prove his worth, eh? Maybe. Orochimaru trailed off while considering possibilities. This was unfortunately a true and valid point. But he would be hard-pressed to mark the child later, this was a unique chance to do it. Who was he kidding? He was a Sannin and Konoha was once his playground. He could do it later, he just thought it was much nicer this way, to tempt the Uchiha more. But as he considered it further, he realized that Sasuke was ripe for taking, he just had to wait. The boy wanted power, he could see it in his eyes. No, Sasuke was already his. Also, if the threat of marking the last Uchiha disturbed Konoha's leaders and his old sensei, it would sufficient to distract them from his real reason for coming back. He liked that too. Still, he'd love to see how strong were Hokage's children. If that blasted child of Kazekage's was any indicator, well, that would just be lovely. He almost laughed aloud, those fools in the sand village would get weaker, and Konoha would be weakened too. And he would have his prizes all to himself without any risks. Very well, Naruto-kun, you've made your case. I'll leave your teammate alone, for now. If only to amuse myself even more. Orochimaru vanished, leaving his trademark creepy chuckle echo behind. As soon as he was certain that Orochimaru was gone, Naruto removed the barrier. He spent a great deal of his concentration trying to sustain it and his shadow hold at the same time. Thanks God, is he really gone? Natsumi gasped as she realized that the crazy man wasn't with him anymore. She was eyeing the surrounding forest for any signs of the snake freak. Relax, he's gone for now, Naruto said. Sasuke stood up and glared at him. You went too far, Naruto. I didn't need any protection. I can take care of my problems. Your problems? Naruto scoffed. If that guy had his way with you, you'd be screaming in pain right now and be very ill. And that would make it mine and Natsumi's problem. Besides, I didn't protect you, I just bought you some time to get protection. What do you mean by that? Natsumi asked, pocketing the kunai and making sure this time it would easy to grab. Don't you hear what I said? He is obsessed with Sharingan blood limits. He will come for Sasuke. I just managed to convince him to postpone it. Natsumi paled. That's insane. This is Konoha, one can't just waltz in and do things to our ninja. Naruto shrugged. You are forgetting that Orochimaru was one of us too, and damn good at his job. He was almost chosen as the next fourth you know. We have to tell this to Dad, Natsumi said. We will tell Hokage-sama, Sasuke stated firmly. But in meantime we have to complete this exam. And Naruto, we will talk about some things you said. Oh ooh. What is this? Sasuke said, as he pointed to a large poster on the wall opposite of the entrance. If you lack heaven, seek wisdom, be ready. If you lack earth, run in the fields, seek advantage. And if you heaven and earth, you can succeed in even the most dangerous mission. These rules will guide extreme. It only took a glance at the scroll for Naruto to understand that this had something to do with the two scrolls, as the words heaven and earth were highlighted on that large scroll. It's telling us to open the scrolls, he said. Bringing out the scroll, in one swift motion he unfurled the scrolls. But the moment he opened the scroll, his eyes widened at the seal for a teleportation jutsu inscribed on the two scrolls with the kanji for person at the seal's center. Quickly placing the two scrolls on the ground, he and his teammates quickly jumped back, forming some distance between them and the scrolls. When the smokes cleared, Team 7 was greeted by Kakashi. Yo, he said in his usual lazy tone with his favorite orange book in his hand. Congratulations are in order of you passing the test. He looked at his watch and checked the time, within 24 hours. Well, about the meaning of the motto of the Chunin written by 3rd Hokage-sama. The heaven in the motto refers to human mind and the earth refers to human body, Kakashi-sensei, Natsumi said, cut in. Yes, Natsumi, Kakashi said, looking at his teacher's daughter. I need to talk to my dad. It's really urgent, Natsumi said, there was seriousness in her voice. Kakashi closed the book in an indication he knew how serious she was. What do you want to talk about? He asked. We met someone in the Forest of Death, Sasuke said. Who? Orochimaru. It was Naruto who answered his question. Naruto for the last 4 days stayed out of sight of every ninja present at the tower. He spent most of his time meditating and training in the Shadow Realm. A single day inside of the forest had changed his life. It had shown him some of his errors in his training. Also there was the matter of the snake Sannin in his mind. Minato had told them to not think about Orochimaru and concentrate on the Chunin exam. He would deal with the snake Sannin. He had also assigned Kakashi as Sasuke's bodyguard to protect him from the risk of kidnapping and other harmful situations. As for his information network, his Shadow Eaters had gathered a good amount of data on all the participating teams. Information on which of the teams had passed the exams to the skills they had, thus giving him an estimate of the possible skills of the teams who were left in the exams. This certainly would prove favorable to him. At present time, Naruto and rest of Team 7 were standing alongside the 8 teams that had passed the second test. Those 8 teams consisted of remaining 4 teams from Konoha and 1 from Kumo, Suna, Oto and Iwa each. In front of them stood the 3rd Hokage along with the 4th Hokage to his right and his student Jiraiya to his left and Kushina to the right of the 4th. They were accompanied by the proctors of the exams in the front row, while the second row was occupied by the Jounin sensei of the teams that passed the second round. Congratulations on passing. Anko's voice could be heard through the speakers. Oh ooh. I said I'd cut them in half, but I was expecting single digits. Anko thought as she eyed the teams. She certainly was impressed. Good, your team passed too, Kakashi. Guy spoke as he kept his eyes fixed on the contestants. He was adult version Lee, they are good. But as long as my team is around, getting any further is impossible. Since from now on it's all about real ability and I am certain that my team is more skilled than yours. His eyes then shifted towards Kakashi. Well, with youth there are sweet times and there are sour times, Kakashi? Huh? You say something, Guy? Kakashi asked with a look that clearly said that he didn't hear a thing. Guy looked away from Kakashi and cursed the masked Jounin in a hip attitude. Gaara is unscathed. I hope Gaara stays to the orders passed on by Kazekage-sama. Baki thought as he eyed his team. He was a tall man with 2 distinctive, red markings on the right side of his face, only visible part of his head, with the rest being covered by his turban-like headgear. At least the 3 put their differences aside and passed this test. After all, it is important for both the future of Iwa, the black-haired Iwa Jounin thought as he looked at his team with a proud look. Meanwhile the pale-skinned Oto Jounin had his eyes fixed on genins which were not his own, them being Uchiha Sasuke, Yakashi Kabuto, and Naruto. For this many to make it this far and most of them being rookies. The third Hokage thought as his eyes traveled through all the genins that had passed, no wonder they all nominated them. He spoke the next words out loud enough for the people standing next to him to hear as looked at the jounins behind him. True enough, Minato said as two shared the same thought as the third. It makes me remember the time when Minato took the exams. He too passed the exams on his first time, Jiraiya said as he remembered those days. All this while Kushina just stayed silent as she just had her eyes out for children. Hokage-sama will now explain the third test. Listen carefully, Anko shouted through the microphone for all present to hear. Naruto ignored Minato who was clarifying the true reasons of the exams. His eyes were fixed on the pale-skinned Oto Jounin all time. The blonde looked down at the arena when the proctor of the third round made his appearance. Naruto had to raise an eyebrow at the man's appearance. He dressed in the standard Jounin uniform and had a bandana-style headband. However, what caught his attention were the deep bags under his eyes as well as his general sickly look. Welcome, my name is, Gekko Hayate and I'm the proctor for the, third stage of the Chunin exams. Hayate spoke, coughing so much that many genins wondered if he was fit for duty. Unfortunately, it seems that the first and second stages of the Chunin exams were too easy and we now have too many candidates. Because this, we will be holding the preliminary matches. When the option of quitting was given, only one took it. The one to quit was Yakushi Kabuto, which didn't come as a surprise to Naruto. From the beginning, he had felt that there was something clearly going on with him. It seemed that even the proctors shared his viewpoint. The rules for this battle are simple. There are no rules, the match continues until one of you dies, out, or declares defeat. If you don't wish to get killed, quickly acknowledge your defeat. When the winner has been clearly established, I will jump in and stop the fight. If you continue to harm your opponent after the fight has declared, you may find yourself in the hospital, Hayate said as he coughed then smiled at the group of genins. And the thing that will decide your future is that. He pointed to a, now revealed, big black screen. This electronic screen will randomly select two contestants to fight. Now, let's begin. Finally the preliminaries had started. Naruto stood on the balcony like upper level as he watched the first match going underway. Uchiha Sasuke vs Akato Yoroi. From the get-go the match was one-sided with Sasuke dominating the fight. Next was the fight between Omoi vs Kintsuchi. Just like the previous match, this too was completely one-sided with Omoi's victory. The next fight was Kankuro vs Tsurugi Misumi. Unfortunately Kankuro's opponent wasn't able to differentiate between Kankuro and his puppet and that turned out to be his loss. This is getting boring, Naruto thought. He looked at the electronic board as it started to roll. He smirked and decided to play with it. His shadow servant would certainly come in handy for this work. The board flashed through names after the names of the many contestants, each name bringing a dinging sound before a loud beep signaled the names of contestants. Kurotsuchi from Iwa vs Tenten from Leaf. Soon Kurotsuchi and Tenten were standing in front of each other in the middle of the room. The fifth match of the preliminaries. Kurotsuchi against Tenten. Please step forward, Hayate said. Yeah, go Tenten. Go, Lee yelled. Begin, Hayate said and he vanished from the floor as he didn't want to get in between the fight. Jumping back, Tenten grabbed a kunai from her pouch and threw them at Kurotsuchi, but the Iwa nin dodged the sharp projectile. Kurotsuchi went through several hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The head of a dragon made of fire came out of Kurotsuchi's mouth as it shot towards Tenten, but the weapon mistress managed to dodge it. Tenten, use the power of your youth, Lee yelled. That's the spirit. Keep cheering her on, Guy said. Leaf ninja are too noisy, Iwa Jounin thought. Come on, Kurotsuchi-san, show her what you're made of. Iwa boy shouted, cheering for his own teammate. He was large boy, with dark eyes and black hair that spikes out at the back from underneath his forehead protector. Iwa Jounin sighed. Not, you too, Akatsuchi. Tenten then pulled out two scrolls from her pockets before putting them down on the floor and weaving a hand sign. Sashoryu. She called out and in a puff of smoke, two smoke dragons shot skyward while spiraling around each other before the smoke dispersed to reveal that the dragons were actually the scrolls. Tenten then jumped up into the air before hitting the seals on the scrolls to summon weapons. She threw weapons down towards Kurotsuchi before more weapons appeared as she touched the seals again. Earth style, Earth Dome Jutsu. Kurotsuchi called out. She was done with the hand sign sequence and slammed her arms down on the floor. A half dome appeared over her and blocked all of the weapons. After the barrage was over, she quickly weaved a series of hand signs before jumping out of her hiding place. Lava style, Quicklime Jutsu. She called out the name of her favorite technique before spitting a bullet of quicklime at Tenten's feet, sticking her to the ground. "What's it?" Ino asked, as she had never saw or heard technique like this before. "Troublesome woman, it is a lava release," Shikamaru said. "Lava release?" Ino was still confused. "What is it, Asuma-sensei?" Asuma Sarutobi, son of the third Hokage, was a tall man, with brown eyes, olive skin, short black spiky hair, and a beard. He smoked his cigarette as he stood next to his team. "Ino, it's a bloodline limit, a combination of fire and earth," he explained. "You mean like Sharingan?" "Yes, like Uchiha's Sharingan. Water style, surface slicer." Kurotsuchi then spat a large volume of water at the quicklime, causing it to harden. "I'm not done yet. Not as long as I can still move my arms," Tenten said. She was a Leaf Nim and Guy's student. She refused to give up. Tenten pulled out several kunai and shuriken and threw them at the Iwa Nin. However, Kurotsuchi dodged the weapons before doing another lava technique followed by a water technique to make sure that Tenten wouldn't be able to use her arms. Since Tenten isn't able to fight back, the winner is Kurotsuchi. Hayate announced. "Impossible," Lee said. "Yeah, way to go, Kurotsuchi," Akatsuchi yelled. "Let's weed it out week 1 first," Naruto thought. The next match was between Akumo Jinan and Nara Shikamaru. It was the most laziest yet strategic match. With the use of the surroundings, Naruto watched the Nara score a simple yet a very clever victory even after being at the disadvantage of his enemy already knowing his jutsu. Looking around, he found that it was not just him, but almost all Jounins, Proctors, Kijis and some Genins also seemed impressed by the victory. The next match was Tamari against Zaku Abumi. This was again a disappointed match as Zaku from the Sound Village was overconfident about his powers, especially the ones coming from his arms. Hayate appeared next to Tamari. "Winner is Tamari from the sand," he said before turning to Zaku's corpse. "And the 10 minutes break to clean all this mess. Now, who I put with whom?" Naruto took a moment to study the kunoichi from the Hidden Rock Village. She had the brown hair that was typical of the population of their continent and gray eyes. She wore a battle kimono that stopped at her knees and was cut to leave her shoulders bare. The next match decided by the electronic board pitted Suzumabachi against Shino Aburame. "If I am not mistaken, isn't that Suzumabachi girl of the Kamizuru clan of Iwagakure?" Jiraiya asked to the people standing next to him. "Yes," the third replied. "This doesn't look good." Iwa's many battles with Konoha were often led by the Kamizuru clan. When Konoha's Aburame clan proved the perfect counters to the Kamizuru, their status within the village declined, Minato said. "I hope she doesn't take it personally," Kushina said, looking at Suzumabachi. The Iwa girl's eyes were currently narrowed in a glare at her opponent as they walked down the stairs. Shino meanwhile walked down the stairs with his head bent in thought. Any clues to what he was thinking were hidden by the shades he wore. Naruto and the other Jounin in the room could hear his coat buzzing as the destruction beetles that were inside the Aburame's body prepared themselves for battle. Once the two were in front of him, Hayate said, "Shino Aburame vs Suzumabachi Kamizuri, begin." Chopping his hand down, he jumped away. Hayate was barely 2 feet away before Suzumabachi tossed out her arm and 3 shuriken flew towards Shino with 5 bees right on their tail. Shino retaliated by lifting his arms and sent a small group of bugs out in front of him which formed a wall stopping the shuriken before 10 of the beetles broke off from the wall. Suzume made 4 hand signs, calling a large swarm of bees with what looked like miniature paper bombs. The swarm rushed towards the wall of insects. Slicing through insects in front of it before they all slammed into the wall and exploded with enough force to slightly shake the room they were in. Suzume smirked as the smoke cleared and revealed Shino's body on the floor badly burnt and bleeding. Her smirk quickly disappeared though as she felt a 2 kunai pressing up against her throat and a voice behind her said, "Do you yield?" Suzume turned her head to see another Shino step out of the shadows cast by the balcony. "How?" she asked and Shino pointed back to where the body was. The blood was gone and the body burst into insects. Insect clone and genjutsu combination. "I was never actually in front of you," Shino said. Suzume let out a curse before she sighed and said, "Fine, I yield." "Winner, Shino Aburame." Hayate called before pushing chakra into the board seal again. The insect clones holding his opponent broke apart and went back inside Shino's coat as he walked away. The screen beeped and Hayate looked back before calling out, "Ino Yamanaka, Karu, you two are up." Naruto already knew how this was going to end. Sadly, Ino did not see this and believed. This fight was a perfect chance to prove herself to Naruto and show him that she was a strong kunoichi. She even asked him to watch her fight. As soon as she left, Naruto turned to look over at her sensei. Asuma-sensei, I suggest you get ready to go down there and bring Ino up, since this battle won't last very long. Aren't you being a little harsh, Naruto? I know Ino isn't exactly on par with some of the other girls here, Asuma said. But she has made some good improvements over the past few months. Let's see, Asuma-sensei. Let's see. As Naruto predicted, the fight did not last very long. Kaoru wasted no time taking down her opponent. In an impressive feat of skill and speed, Kaoru crossed the distance between them in under a few seconds. She then delivered a strong punch to the face, followed by an equally strong knee to the gut and then a sharp chop the back of the neck to knock Ino out. Once Kaoru was declared the winner, Asuma jumped down to his fallen student and picked her up. He brought her back to the catwalk. After Kaoru had rejoined her team, the screen began to go through the remaining Genin names. A few seconds later, the screen stopped at Gaara and Dosu Kinuta. This match had ended in a blink of an eye as it seemed Gaara had no desire to play with Dosu. Seeing that the moment Hayate called the match to begin, Dosu was caught by the sand from the sand gourd on Gaara's back and engulfed the Oto Nin's body. A large intake of breath was heard at the speed which Gaara had captured his opponent, and by the eyes of 3 of the Konoha Genins, it was clear they knew what was coming next. Luckily for all present, they were spared from the sight of Gaara crushing his opponent using the sand burial, as he only used his sand to crush the Oto Nin enough to knock him unconscious with heavy injuries which would certainly destroy his carrier. If the match of Gaara was swift and destructive, the next match could be considered to be swift and graceful. The match pitted Hyuga Neji against Akimichi Kuji. The chubby Genin had no desire to fight the Hyuga, whose eyes seemed to be boring holes in him. It was only after the persuasion of Asuma and also the promise of giving him a full-course barbecue dinner for free, he decided to fight. Unluckily for the chubby Genin, before he could even use his clan's trademark jutsu, the Hyuga acted swiftly and gracefully, attacking with palm strikes, knocking the chubby Genin out. The next match pitted Inuzuka Kiba of Konohagakure against Akatsuchi of Iwagakure. It started good, with the Inuzuka trying to outsmart his opponent by making use of his heightened smell senses and usage of smoke bombs. But the plan was futile, as none of the strikes of the Inuzuka made a strong impact on Akatsuchi, who was showing a great deal of resilience and sturdy body. At some point in the match, the Inuzuka lost to his bestial instincts and the match became a competition of strength. Unfortunately for the Inuzuka, his strongest jutsu, beast human body technique secret art, Fang Passing Fang, was unable to penetrate the golem of Akatsuchi, and neither could the Inuzuka stand the punch from the golem. 11 matched were over and 11 winners were already declared. Only 4 Genins were left: Uzumaki Natsumi, Hyuga Hinata, Rock Lee, and Naruto. Let's see what you can do against your best friend, Natsumi, Naruto thought. Finally, the electronic board declared the opponents of the second last match of the preliminaries, as it pitted 2 best friends against each other. Namikaze Uzumaki Natsumi vs Hyuga Hinata. Meanwhile, Kurenai watched her student with a bit of concern, as her student was going to face her best friend. She was confident in her student's skills, but her opponent was Natsumi Uzumaki, daughter of the 4th Hokage and Red Hot Habanero. She was a powerhouse, and Hinata specialized in close-range combat. Kakashi also closed his book, as he wanted to watch both second last and last fight. So the 4th Hokage's daughter is going to face Hyuga heiress, Iwa Jounin thought. This isn't going to easy fight for Natsumi, Minato said. Kushina nodded. Yes, Hinata-chan is her best friend. As this match was called to begin by Hayate, a lot of eyes were fixed on the result of the match. Most present eyes were focused on the 4th daughter to see her skills. One Hyuga Neji looked down at her cousin Hinata with a small scowl on his face as he watched the fight about to go underway. Oh ooh. I don't wish to fight you, Natsumi, Hinata said, as she had no desire to fight her best friend. Neither do I want a Hinata. But we have to see who proceeds further in the competition, Natsumi replied as she got in a fighting stance. Begin, Hayate called out. The moment Hayate called out for the match to begin, Hinata's hands quickly flipped through some seals as she activated the Byakugan and slid into the basic gentle fist stance. Natsumi jumped back. As soon as her feet touched ground, she made 4 clones. The clones rushed at high speed towards Hinata, engaging her in hand-to-hand fight. It was a well-known fact that the Hyuga clan, which highly relied on the gentle fist and closed quarters fighting, were easy targets for them. Real Natsumi pulled out shurikens and threw them at Hinata. The Hyuga heiress blasted the clones with a palm strike filled with chakra and jumped back to avoid being hit by the shurikens. Natsumi knew that Byakugan was her best friend's advantage. It was regarded as one of the 3 great dojutsu. It gave its user near 360 degrees field of vision around themselves. It could see chakra to a greater degree than the Sharingan. Its ability to see chakra was acute enough to see the chakra pathway system within a target body and the 361 tenketsu that ran along it. Being a tailed beast container and an Uzumaki were her advantage. Natsumi knew she had more chakra than her parents and any other ninjas in the Leaf Village. She was going to use it. After all, she was the powerhouse in the Team 7. Multiple shadow clone jutsu, oh. Holy, Anko, Kurenai shouted, stopping her friend from saying inappropriate word. Nai-chan, just look at there, just how much chakra that girl has? Anko said, wide eyes. She wasn't only, everyone in the exam, except few, were thinking the same thing. They were shocked seeing Natsumi had filled all fighting arena with her clones. The Yellow Flash's daughter is a chakra monster, Iwa Jounin thought. He looked at his students, who were not better conditioned than him. Kurotsuchi's mouth was wide open in shock. The San siblings and their teacher were all shocked at the sight. They didn't know the daughter of the fourth had that much chakra. As for Kumo Genin, their reaction was the same as everyone. Whoa, Choji said, a bag of chips fell from his hand. Troublesome, Shikamaru said. Shadow clone jutsu was forbidden because it divides your chakra into equal parts among the clones and you couldn't recover that chakra. Even a Jounin had trouble maintaining more than 4 clone. Making hundreds was unreal. Just how much chakra Natsumi has? At least 4 times greater than her parents, Kakashi said, shocking all genins. It also has a disadvantage, Naruto said, looking at the arena filled with Natsumi. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Ino asked. Due to having a massive chakra, Natsumi has a horrible chakra control, Naruto said. She cannot do a normal clone jutsu or cast any genjutsu. Don't you think she had overdone it, Jiraiya said as he looked at his goddaughter's duplicates, trying to find real one in them. Nah, I don't think so, Kushina said. But it's a genius plan. Shadow clones are visually identical and possess the same chakra as the original. Not even Byakugan can find the real Natsumi, the third Hokage said. Oh. Where is real, Natsumi? They all have the same amount of chakra as the original, Hinata thought as she knew she had to find her bestie. If she didn't do anything soon, she would lose. She saw all Natsumi pull their kunai out, ready to attack. Hinata knew that it was now or never. All her hard work, days and months of training her chakra control to finding something that would suit her. Only a few people knew about the jutsu she had developed and they were all here. This was her time to make them proud of her and show that she was not a damsel in distress. I know I haven't used that move in actual combat yet, but now I have to use it here. Against my best friend who helped me to develop it, she thought as she closed her eyes to mold her chakra to perform her jutsu. Her eyes opened with her Byakugan flaring with intense determination. Protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Her hands moved fast enough to become blur for most of the people in the arena as her chakra created sharp chakra blades. Counting her natural flexibility, she was able to strike most of the clones with sharp chakra needle, cutting them in half. Those had approached her were destroyed by the almost invisible dome of chakra formed around her by the sharp chakra blades of her jutsu. She could easily see the shock of most of the people around, but at this moment she was completely focused on her opponent. Oh. That was a very youthful jutsu, Guy said to his fellow Jounins as he truly was awed by the Hyuga heiresses changing the gentle fist to fit her body structure. He always believed that every individual had his own style of fighting and shouldn't be restricting himself to something because it was tradition. Indeed, Asuma replied as he too was awed by the jutsu. Meanwhile the jaws of Ino, Kuji and Shikamaru were hanging a bit loose as they watched the performance and couldn't help but be awed by the performance of the Hyuga heiress, especially Ino who had lost so easily. Yup. You showed them, Hinata. Kiba cheered for his teammate. A powerful yet graceful display, Shino commented. Both her teammates were also surprised seeing that they didn't know much about the secret jutsu Hinata had developed during her training with Natsumi and Kushina. Meanwhile Neji was seething with anger on the inside as he watched Hinata perform her new technique. He just couldn't digest the fact that the loser of the clan was able to do something like it. Now that was something completely new and definitely powerful, Jiraiya commented. But it means Natsumi is in big trouble. As soon as Hinata destroyed the threat of the clones surrounding her, she charged at the last Nezumi, not giving her the time to regain herself. You're now in my field of divination, she announced, preparing for her next attack. 8 trigrams 64 palms, Hinata shouted as she reached and started striking her friend's tenketsus. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. All of her hits were making contact. 16 palms. More of the Hyuga's attacks were hitting their targets as the audience just looked on in shock at the event playing before them. Naruto watched the scene transpiring in front of her. 32 palms. More and more strikes were being made with cutting-edge precision. 64 palms. Boom. A large and loud explosion occurred the moment Hina made his 64th hit on Natsumi, who had suddenly exploded on her. Everyone in the audience looked at the shocking turn of events that just happened out of nowhere. Oh ooh. Finally you used your brain, Natsumi, Naruto thought as he saw the explosion sent Hinata hurling towards the sidewalls of the arena. It's a shadow clone explosion jutsu, Kakashi said. Kurenai looked down at the arena as she gripped the railing with her hands. She was worried about her student. Her student had everything under control, she was winning, but in a split second, everything changed. Oh ooh. Hinata grunted in pain after hitting the wall. She didn't get much time to recollect herself as she felt a kunai tip press into her neck. But how? Natsumi pointed at the hole she had made. Like most people you're focused on what is happening around you and not what was happening underneath you, which was why I was able to sneak up on you. To quote Kakashi-sensei, a shinobi must always look underneath, she replied. Although she knew what she just said wasn't exactly what Kakashi meant, it still fitted with what she was saying. I forfeit, Hinata said with slumped shoulders. Her best jutsu had been foiled and she knew that fighting any longer was not going to work against Natsumi. The winner is Uzumaki Natsumi, Hayate declared, which followed by shouts of congratulations from the balcony. Oh ooh. Sigh. That was some intelligent thinking, Jiraiya said. It certainly was, Sarutobi Hiruzen commented. It was a good match, both Natsumi and Hinata did good job, Minato said. Yes it was, Kushina said with a big smile on her face. All that aside. It is time for the last match to start, Sarutobi said as he watched the screen showing names of remaining 2 contestants. Yosh, I am all fired up, now at last I can face a worthy opponent and prove that I have become a splendid ninja, Lee declared excitedly. Well spoken Lee, but let me give you some good advice, do not underestimate your opponent, Guy said. Yosh, that is good advice Guy sensei, I'll write it down, Lee replied as he took out a pad and pencil and began to write down. Don't write it down. You won't have time to read it when you're battling, Guy scolded. Ah I see, more good advice, Lee said, where he continued to write down what Guy was telling him. Naturally this caused everyone to have large sweat drops on the back of their heads and look at the two with disbelieving looks. They didn't notice? Kakashi thought, who fought the urge to slap his forehead. Oh ooh. Before we begin Naruto-kun, I wish to say that I am very glad that I can fight you so early into the exam, Lee said as he fell into a fighting stance. I suggest that you give this fight your all, as I intend to give you my very best, Naruto said, as he fell into his own fighting stance. I would have it no other way, Lee replied with a smile. Oh ooh. Well this will certainly be an interesting match, Kakashi said. He knew that Naruto was quite capable ninja. But even still he could not help but wonder if Naruto's hand-hand skill would match Lee's, since B knew that from training under Guy, Lee would be highly proficient in it. Meanwhile, Iwa Nins and Kumo Nins Genins and the Jounin had their eyes focused on the 4th son. On the other side all the eyes of the Sunan Nins silently waited for the match to start. Kurotsuchi, Akatsuchi, keep yours peeled for every single detail on this match, the Iwa Jounin ordered to his Genins. Oh ooh. Once both boys were ready, Hayate, who was standing between them, raised his hand and lowered it while saying now let the final match of the preliminaries, begin. As soon as Hayate yelled begin, Lee raced towards Naruto at top speed and did a mid-air spinning kick while crying Leaf Whirlwind. Naruto brought up both his arms and held his ground while blocking the kick. He then pushed Lee away, causing the bowl-cut boy to flip back and land a few feet back. Soon after though, Lee attacked again. Lee was astounded by his opponent. He not only saw through the feint attack of Leaf Whirlwind, but also blocked the continuous barrage of kicks. He had even found opening into his attack and planted an elbow and a haymaker which were really powerful. But one thing had been ascertained in the span of the few seconds, Naruto was a very powerful opponent. With that thought in mind, he charged his opponent with a barrage of powerful punches and kicks. Oh ooh. It was painfully obvious to all that whatever Lee tried, Naruto had him outmatched. The blonde was able to block, parry any punch or kick the bushy-brow Konoha Jinan threw at him, at any angle. None of the taijutsu endeavors of Lee bore any effect as nothing had yet connected with Naruto. Meanwhile the few strikes Naruto had unleashed had successfully found their target. Why are they still using only taijutsu? Ino spoke up. Lee can't use ninjutsu, Guy spoke up, shocking Genins. Oh ooh. Through the minute of exchange of fists between him and his opponent, Naruto learned one thing, and that was his opponent was a restless attacker. It complemented the taijutsu style he used, which seemed to be centered on fast and hard strikes. It was the exact opposite of gentle fist. The only downfall to this style he could see was that the style would be useless against someone who was faster than the user and had quick body reactions. To Lee he was the worst opponent, because absorbing the Oni King had not only given him the shadow abilities but also superhuman physique. Konoha Great Whirlwind, Lee shouted and charged at Naruto to deliver a barrage of kicks. It was clear that Lee was going to pull a stronger and ferocious version of his previous move, Konoha Whirlwind. The name suggested it. Oh ooh. Most impressive, Guy commented as he watched his student and Naruto fight. He was quite impressed with Naruto's speed and skill as well as his reactions to Lee's moves, showing he had been trained well in hand-to-hand fighting. Do you think you can stand against him, Kurotsuchi? Akatsuchi asked. Indeed I can, Kurotsuchi replied in a haughty tone as she was proud of her skill. That will have to wait and watch. I don't think that is the extent of the Yellow Flash's sun abilities, the Iwa Jounin said, making Kurotsuchi to scowl as she already was aware of it. Gaara's eyes were simply locked on Naruto and his bloodlust was increasing, scaring his siblings and his teacher. Mother wants your blood. Oh ooh. Whatever he tried, nothing seemed to be working on his opponent. Lee had pushed himself to the fastest he could go and tried to hit from the blind spot and yet it didn't work. He only had two options and both had some rules set behind by Guy-sensei which he didn't wish to break. His mind tried to process the possibility of ways he could attack. His line of thoughts was suddenly interrupted by the shout from Guy-sensei. Lee! Take them off! He turned towards Guy-sensei to wonder was he joking, but to his immense surprise he seemed completely serious. But it couldn't be true. The rules. But, Guy-sensei, I thought, that was only permitted when protecting very important people, Lee said in surprise. It's alright. I'll allow it, Guy said with the good guy pose. He couldn't believe it, Guy-sensei wanted him to remove them. With them removed he knew that his speed would increase by a huge margin and it was clear that he needed that kind of speed to go against his current opponent. The smile on his face could not be stretched any longer. He slid down the leg warmers to take them off. There they were strapped to his legs, weights. The things he used to go extreme with his taijutsu training. Alright, I can move freely now, he shouted as he removed the weights from his legs. Oh ooh. Weights. Was the collective questioning words of most of the genins present. What an old-style training method. Guy. Kakashi thought as he looked onto the mini-guy removing the weights from his legs. But what happened next took everyone by surprise and shock as the place where the weight collided with the ground it formed two large craters. This was crazy. Isn't that a bit too much? Natsumi wondered seeing the impact of the weights. Leave it to Guy to take things to the extreme, the ex-Hokage said, seeing the impact of the weights. Mini-Guy certainly will need that extra boost if he wants to go toe-on-toe with Naruto, Jiraiya said. Meanwhile Kushina and Minato just silently watched as their eyes stayed focused on Naruto. He had achieved so much without their help. They couldn't help but wonder, if they had been there for him, things would have been different or the same. Oh ooh. This is interesting, Naruto thought as he saw Guy give Lee the signal to go. He ran toward Naruto. Hold on, Lee, Naruto said, holding his left hand up. The mini-guy stopped in his track. What? He asked, confused. You've shredded your weights, Lee. Give me time, so I can do mine, Naruto said and smirked. He did a single hand seal. Release, level 1. Thin little lines of a glowing red light appeared all over his skin for a few seconds before disappearing. Oh ooh. What kind of jutsu is this, Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke asked, looking at strange marking on Naruto's skin. That's not jutsu, Sasuke, Kakashi said. Those are weighing seals, the third Hokage said. Not just weighing seals, there are chakra-suppressing seals as well, Kushina said, looking at the seal making on Naruto's body. She was a Uzumaki. Fuinjutsu was in her blood. After hearing Kakashi's explanation, Sasuke and the other Genin eyes widened in surprise, as Naruto was already pretty fast. So he uses the same kind of method that Lee uses, but instead of regular weights he uses weight seals, Neji thought with interest. Oh ooh. Naruto flexed his fingers and rolled his shoulders, cracking his neck. A silvery black glowing outline solidified around him. He felt like a huge weight had been lifted off his body. I feel much better, now, he said before looking at Lee. Let's dance, shall we? With the weights gone, the speed of Mini-Guy had drastically increased where he was only a blur to most of the genins present, but Naruto could easily track his movement. He moved at the speed almost equivalent to that of Lee as he engaged the guy's student in a clash of fist in which neither of them was willing to give anyone any inch in the clash. Oh ooh. This is crazy, Natsumi shouted watching the high-speed taijutsu fight between her brother and Lee in a bit of awe. Both of them are so fast. Ino commented sounding completely awed. Wow. Their attacks are so fast my eyes can barely keep up. Kiba commented with the genins agreeing with him. They are equal in speeds. Hinata added. It seems Naruto is enjoying himself, Sasuke said with his Sharingan active. What Sasuke has said is indeed true. It is clear that even now Naruto is still on the front foot, Kakashi thought. He wasn't the only one with the similar train of thoughts as it was on the minds of all jounins. What about now Kurotsuchi? Akatsuchi asked. I can. Kurotsuchi answered with a bit of uncertainty in her voice as she too could see that the blonde was enjoying himself. Oh ooh. Naruto was enjoying this. This was real fun. Exchanging punches and kicks with a boy around his age, not with his clones or Zetsu, who moved almost as fast as his normal speed. If he wanted he could jutsu. But he decided to not use. The reason was the look in the eyes. It was clear to him that the weights were not the only trump card Lee had. There certainly was something more. Though to all it may look like they were equal in speed and he was also able to plant some hits on him. But Lee understood better. His opponent was still superior than him both in speed and power. At this moment only one option was left to him. That was to break the rules set by Guy-sensei on those forbidden techniques. He understood that directly using that jutsu wasn't an option at this moment. His only option was the lotus. Lee's eyes turned towards the Guy-sensei's direction where he silently asked for the permission to use that jutsu, and by the look on the face of Guy-sensei, it seemed he too was thinking the same thing. He couldn't help the large smile that erupted on his face as he received the permission. He failed to notice the predatory grin on his opponent's face as he started unrolling his bandages. Once the preparations were ready for him to execute the jutsu, he charged at his opponent with renewed vigor. Lee didn't charge directly at his opponent. There was a possibility Naruto might dodge his attack as Naruto had greater speed and better reaction time. It was something he didn't want to happen since the Renge is a double-edged sword. With that thought in mind, Lee ran circles around his opponent who silently observed his movements. At a sudden movement in between him running circles around his opponent, he charged at Naruto and was able to successfully plant a vicious kick on his jaws, kicking the boy upwards. Using the shadow of the dancing leaf, he appeared directly behind his opponent who was ascending further upwards. But what happened next completely took him by surprise. He was about to wrap Naruto with the bandages to execute the jutsu front lotus. It was then it happened. He watched Naruto plant his feet on some kind of a black rectangular platform. The blonde boy moved and was facing him. Before he could react, a chakra-enhanced palm thrust met his stomach, which sent him stumbling towards the ground. Naruto descended Lee, gathering chakra in his fist. It was only because Lee had opened the first gate of opening to execute the front lotus, he able to dodge Naruto's attack. Once Naruto's fist hit the ground, he released the chakra that he had gathered. After that a massive explosion erupted, which sent Lee flying backwards into the stone hands and caused the entire arena to be filled with dust. The force of the explosion was so great that Lee was barely able to propel himself back up to the top of the hands and prevent himself from crashing into the wall. Even the match referee Hayate was not immune from the effects of the attack as he was forced to jump up to the catwalks, just to get away. What unbelievable power, all just from a single punch, the Chunin examiner thought in amazement. The power of the punch was so great, that it created massive shockwave all around the arena, forcing everyone to cover their faces and literally shook the arena walls and ceiling. Oh ooh. Here I thought this year's exam was going to be dull, Anko said, smiling. Is he trying to bring the whole place down on top of us? Karu yelled in disbelief. This is nuts, Amoe said as he tried to keep himself steady from all the shaking. When the shaking finally stopped and the dust around the arena finally settled, the spectators finally could see the state of the arena, where most of them were left completely stunned. In the center of the arena, Naruto stood in the middle of a small crater, while the entire arena floor had been pulverized by the excess shock of his attack, leaving it completely destroyed. Minato, your son is full of surprises, Jiraiya said with an amused smile. Minato-kun, did you see it? Kushina asked, indicating the black platform. Yes, Minato said. Never saw something like it before. Had any of you ever seen anything like it, sensei? Jiraiya asked his sensei, the professor, Shinobi no Kami, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. No. The third Hokage answered. He was in a shock seeing Naruto's strength, which was similar to his student Tsunade. But there is one thing I can tell you. Minato, Kushina, your son has excellent chakra control. I knew Naruto Ni-chan was strong, but this is, Natsumi said but couldn't finish what she was saying. Sasuke's Sharingan eyes flickered with a jealous rage. Seeing this show of overwhelming power was like rubbing salt in an open wound to him. It just showed how powerful Naruto was and how inferior he was to him. Ino was still in shock and was for once in her life, at a complete loss for words. Her fellow genins weren't much better than her. This has to be some kind of nightmare, What the hell has Konoha been teaching its Jinan? If that boy is this strong already, there's no telling how strong he will become in the future, the Iwa Jounin thought. How is this possible? Baki thought, who had been completely taken back by Naruto's show of strength. This is certainly going to affect our plan. San's siblings had moved from Gaara. Yes, mother, I know, he is the one. He is the one who will provide me with the battle I seek. This fight has certainly taken an interesting twist, Kakashi said, gaining people's attention. But I think it is over for Lee. Kakashi slid his Hitai back down, covering his Sharingan eye. The boy's bout with using the front lotus had failed, and it was clear to him that he was currently suffering from intense pain, which would cause him unable to move, along with the injuries from being hit by the backlash of being close to the attack. What do you mean, sensei? Natsumi asked. The lotus jutsu is a double-edged sword. Guy spoke up as he ground his teeth in frustration. Kakashi continued where Guy had left. It's a forbidden technique. All the high-speed movement causes a strain on the legs and body. Right now, he must be feeling so much pain, he can barely move. Couple with the injuries and paralysis from the backlash of Naruto's attack. No one could respond to that. It was already clear that Lee was completely outmatched. Guy couldn't help but feel sad for Lee. The boy had never left hope in himself even with his handicap, and strived hard for being a respectable ninja. Here was his chance to prove himself, as he was pitted against the fourth Hokage-san, who was genius, the best of his generation. During the fight he had surprised all present Genins and Jounins and had certainly earned respect from them for his skills. But all his skills paled in front of his opponents, who stayed 2 steps ahead of him. He wondered how this match was going to result on his life. Suddenly eyes of Guy and everyone present as they watched Lee stand up and seemed ready to fight with a small smile on his face. What is going on? Lee is smiling, Ino said, completely astonished at Lee's sudden change. Only Guy seemed to understand what that meant, and the next words he spoke shocked the one-eyed Jounin next to him. The lotus of the leaf blooms twice, oh ooh. Naruto watched with a bit of surprise as Lee was back to his feet and seemed ready to fight. All his fatigue washed away and all the pain that he was feeling seemed to vanish away. So he can open inner gate, Naruto thought, as this was only explanation. The 8 gates were 8 specific points on a person's chakra pathway system. They limit the overall flow of chakra within a person's body. The gate of openings, the gate of healing, the gate of life, the gate of pain, the gate of limit, the gate of view, the gate of wonder, and finally the gate of death. Those were the 8 inner gates. But there is one drawback. Naruto looked Lee, who was emitting a green glow while his skin had turned red. The inner gates can grant exponentially greater amounts of strength each time one is opened, but with more and more strain on the user's body. It seems as though you are a more than worthy opponent, Naruto-kun, therefore, I will take this seriously. The 3rd gate, the gate of life, open, Lee shouted, and he began to turn red. Oh ooh. One thing was certain in the minds of all of them. The match had gone beyond the level of a fight between 2 genins. But now, watching Lee ready to open the 8 inner gates, it had just jumped to another level. I know it's the job of the Jounin sensei to decide what to and not to teach their charges. But I will have a word with Guy later to make him understand when such jutsus are to be used, Minato said in a serious tone, Jiraiya and Sarutobi agreeing with him. Kakashi questioned, how many, Guy? Just how many of the 8 inner gates that kid can open? Guy closed his eyes and showed him 5 fingers. 5 gates, he said. Kakashi looked at Guy like he was crazy. You of all people should know how truly dangerous that technique is, he said. That boy has something he absolutely values. He wants to achieve his dream so badly. I warned him of the dangers of what I taught him, he didn't care. He said he was willing to die to achieve that dream of his. That's why I taught it to him with caution. I want to help him become someone who is able to stand up to his beliefs. I had to do it, Guy countered. Kakashi looked very shocked and mad. What are the 8 inner gates? Sasuke asked, as he wanted to know more about Lee's technique. Maybe I can use this technique to kill him. It's very strong technique. If all 8 are opened, the user becomes physically stronger than any human could otherwise manage. For a few minutes, Kakashi explained. Then you drop dead on the spot. Everyone then turned to Lee as they assumed he would attack, but many surprised as his chakra strength kept increasing before he shouted, 4th gate, the gate of pain, open. You have to stop this madness, Guy, Kakashi said, as he didn't want to see the such talented Jinan's death for nothing. Oh ooh. Naruto watched with raised eyebrow as Lee opened the 4th gate of pain. By the blood was running down the boy's nose and his severe pained expression. His body was unable to bear the force of releasing the gates, forget the after effects. Lee charged at him. The speed at which he moved would be something beyond any of the present genins could hope to follow and would be hard pressed to see. And then there was the force behind his movement that shattered the ground beneath him. But Naruto was no ordinary Genin. So he was able to block the upward kick from Lee by bringing his hand in an X-shaped pattern. For a split second Naruto just stared at Lee, who just stared back at him with those white eyes, which was one of the characteristics one achieves after opening the third gate. A large grin spread across his face as he once again clashed fists with Mini Guy. Naruto couldn't let Lee go any further and let him open the fifth gate. The strain of the fifth gate would kill him. He had decided to stop him. After all, Lee had gained his respect. He pushed Lee away from him and jumped into his shadow. Naruto leapt out of Lee's shadow and kicking him up. He continued to kick Lee up and up, stepping on the shadow platforms. Naruto used the platform to push himself above Lee. He punched him. He again pushed himself under Lee. He kicked him. He continued to beat Lee senseless as he maneuvered himself around Lee using shadow platforms which were appearing and disappearing under his feet. Oh ooh. How is doing it? Kiba asked as he was watching a total beatdown. Hinata had her Byakugan active. I don't know. But those platforms aren't made up of any elemental chakra, she said. She is right, Sasuke said, deactivating his dojutsu. Shadow. Everyone looked at Shikamaru. What do you mean, Shika? Ino asked. They are shadows. Naruto is controlling shadow. You all saw him jump into his own and come out from Lee's, right? Those moves must be parts of the advanced level shadow manipulation, Shikamaru said. He looked at Naruto. I don't know where he did learn it. Even Nara clan's member can't do it. Ni-chan, where did you acquire such skills? Natsumi thought. Minato, Kushina, you need to talk to Naruto about his new skills, Sarutobi said as he knew such skills couldn't be acquired without any help. He got a nod from both parents. Oh ooh. Naruto propelled himself up after Lee, and once he was above Lee he did a mid-air somersault. I'm finishing this fight once and for all, Naruto said. He performed a falling axe kick down on Lee's chest and sent the young boy crashing to the floor. A large shockwave erupted from the crash and dust once again filled the air, forcing those watching the fight to cover their faces. Lee, Tenten cried when she saw her teammate hit the ground. Once the dust had settled, the spectators saw that most of the arena was now one giant crater surrounded by rubble and with Lee in the center lying on the floor, seemingly unconscious. Soon after, Hayate jumped back down to the arena, where he still couldn't believe that all this was caused by two young Genin. What a battle! The sickly-looking examiner thought as he leapt at the state of the arena, after which he turned to Naruto to the unconscious Lee lying on the floor, where he couldn't help but marvel at their strength and skill. Regardless of who won this battle, both those boys are something else. But just when Hayate was about to declare Naruto the winner, he suddenly saw Lee slowly getting back up onto his feet. Lee's body was shaking, showing that he could barely stand. He was bleeding from his arms, legs and mouth, covered in bruises and cuts. His clothes were torn up and covered in dirt and dried blood, yet despite everything that he went through, Lee was standing up and falling into a fighting stance. No way, Kiba said in awe. It can't be, Ino said, shocked. Impossible, Natsumi cried in surprise. How can he stand up after Naruto's attack? Jiraiya said, he was equally shocked. What the hell is this kid made out of? Kushina thought in amazement. How is this possible? Kurotsuchi said. He can't be human, no one should be able to get up after a hit like that, Kankuro stated in astonishment. How can he still be standing? Amoe said. Lee, Tenten and Guy thought in surprise and concern. He opened 5 of the 8 gates, took direct hits from Naruto, smashed through a stone wall and into a stone floor and used the lotus. He shouldn't be able to move, let alone be able to stand up after all that. Kakashi thought in bewilderment. Naruto and Hayate looked at Lee's face and saw that he was in fact unconscious. He is unconscious? Naruto in disbelief. Even though he lost consciousness, his body refused to give up. The only thing that is keeping him up is sheer willpower, Hayate thought, who could not help but admire Lee's determination. You have my respect, Lee, Naruto said with smile. This match is over, the winner is Naruto, Hayate declared. With Naruto and Lee's match was over, the preliminaries were officially finished, but given the state of the arena, Minato could not give his explanation on what was to happen next. Hence Hokage and the other examiners led them to another room. Once everyone had entered the room, Hayate started to speak. Congratulations on passing the preliminaries. Cough, if you would all come and draw a number from this box. Anko stepped forward and stopped in front of each Genin, allowing them to pick their piece of paper. Once all of them had a paper, Ibiki took a step forward and Anko walked away. Please tell me your number, starting with you, Ibiki said, as he pointed at Sasuke, who was at the end of the line. 3, Sasuke said. I've got 13, Akatsuchi said. 10, Kurotsuchi said. I've got 8, Karu said. I have a number 4, Amoi spoke. 12, Tamari said. Troublesome, number 11, Shikamaru said. 2, Kankuro spoke. I have 9, Natsumi stated. 5, Gara said. 1, Shino said, looking at his number. 6, Neji said. Naruto looked at his paper. My number is 7. Ibiki then held out a clipboard showing the matches. Shino vs Kankuro, Sasuke Uchiha vs Amoi, Gara vs Neji, Hyuga, Naruto, Uzumaki vs Karu, Natsumi, Uzumaki vs Kurotsuchi, Shikamaru, Nara vs Tamari. Akatsuchi. Sweet, I got a free pass, Akatsuchi said. You have a month to train before the main matches, Minato said. I suggest you use that time well. Why a month? Shikamaru asked. Because we have to send out invitations for everyone who has to be here to witness the exam, Minato replied. The judges will decide who becomes Chunin and not. Judges? Shino asked. This tournament is judged by multiple judges, Minato said. Myself, Kazekage Dono, Rikage Dono, Tsuchikage Dono, and some of our clients are a few names in it. If someone is decided to have the qualities, in which we believe, declares him fit to be a Chunin, then that person will be promoted even if he or she lost in his or her first match. So, that means we all can become the Chunin, Tamari stated. Or none of us, Naruto said. The second exam is finished, Anko barked. Meet in the main arena in a month. Dismissed. Naruto, stay here, Minato ordered. All of the ninjas left the chamber. A few minutes later Kushina, Jiraiya and Hiruzen marched in and stood next to Minato. There were a few minutes of silence as both Minato and Kushina were trying to find words to start this conversation. Jiraiya beat them. Gaki, where did you learn to control the shadows? He asked in his as usual carefree attitude. And why should I tell you? You're not Hokage or my teacher, Naruto said. He absolutely hated the Toad Sannin and had a good reason after what he had done. He was beginning of his every problem, every suffering. Prophecy, my ass. Hey, I'm your godfather, Jiraiya pointed out. Never talked to you in my life, Naruto countered. He had never talked to his so-called godfather before. Listen you, brat, Jiraiya growled. His godson was getting on his nerve. I am a Sannin. I outrank you. Naruto scoffed. Sannin are a bunch of losers who are only gotten famous because one old nin decided to be merciful towards them. Why you? Jiraiya's face turned red in anger, but he controlled it by taking a deep breath. Jiraiya, that's enough, the third Hokage said. Let Minato, Kushina handle this. Minato sighed as he knew his teacher had made it worse. Naruto, who taught you the advanced shadow manipulation? He asked. The things you can do with the shadow are impossible even for Nara clan's members, Kushina asked, carefully. Where did you learn it? Suddenly, everyone heard Natsumi's voice as she shouted, what the heck? Let me go. An incredibly huge and muscular man dressed like a shinobi dragged Natsumi inside the room through the closed door. He lifted the 9 tails container off the ground by her collar. Natsumi was trying to get herself free from the man's garb, but he was incredibly strong. He had caught her by surprise when she had been trying to spy on her brother and parents' conversation. Both Hokage, Kushina and Jiraiya immediately got in the fighting stance. They had to handle this very carefully as the man had Natsumi as a hostage. He had grayish-blue skin and red eyes, very unusual characteristic for human. But then again the ninja world filled with weirdo. The example was Kisame Hoshigaki, who had blue skin and gills. Who are you? Hiruzen asked, his eyes narrowed. When they didn't get an answer, Minato spoke, just let my daughter go. We can solve the matter peacefully. It is your answer, Naruto said, suddenly. What do you mean, brat? Jiraiya asked. He was still angry and the student's son had decided to open his mouth wrong time. The man dropped Natsumi. The red-headed girl fell down on her butt. Minato quickly appeared next to his daughter. Grabbing her, he flashed away while Kushina's sword slashed downward at her daughter's kidnapper. The man simply melted into the shadow, shocking everyone, and came out beside his master Naruto. Hold on. He is my summon, Naruto said, before they could on any conclusion. Summon? What kind of summoning animal is he? Jiraiya asked, smelling something fishy about this. A very rare one, I think, Naruto answered before looking at Minato. And you already know that with a summoning contract comes with their special jutsus. Shadow manipulation is one of them. Where did you get this contract? Minato asked. I found on the wave mission, Naruto said, lying through his teeth. Minato looked at his son with a critical eye before he accepted it. If he forced him to tell everything, it would destroy their already fragile relationship. Can I go, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked. He couldn't stand another minute here. If his former family wasn't enough, Jiraiya was also there. Yes, you can go, Minato said. The shadow raised up and wrapped around Naruto and his servant, pulling them down into the floor. After they were gone, Hiruzen looked at Minato. He lit his pipe and puffed at it twice. Do you believe him? He asked. For now, yes, Minato said, but I'll talk toads. Probably, they know about his summoning contract. Ni-chan has cool summons, Natsumi commented. You also have a cool summons, Natsumi. Remember toads, Jiraiya said immediately. Toads are lame, Natsumi said, folding her hands. Don't let Gamabunta hear you, Minato said, knowing the chief toad would take it offensively. Who is Gamabunta? Natsumi asked. He is the toad boss. He is big as Hokage Mountain, Jiraiya said, trying to show his summon in a new light. He helped me fight with the nine-tailed fox, Minato said and looked at his teacher. And Jiraiya is going to teach you to summon him. Then maybe they aren't lame, Natsumi said. Oh ooh. Deep inside a dark forest, Naruto stood silently, simply watching work of White Zetsu's clone who was feasting on a headless body of an Anbu. Two tall men with pointed heads and a single glowing, red eye stood both sides to him, protectively. Clad in black clothing with dark red belts, they had 5, giant, razor-sharp claws, instead of fingers. Their legs were also pointed. As if Minato's dogs weren't enough, now I have to deal with Danzo's dogs also, he said. His servants, they had not only caught Natsum, but also Danzo's little spy at the outside of the room. That old war hawk is a pain in the arse sometimes. Black Zetsu rose up next to Naruto. There was silence between them for a moment before the will of Kaguya spoke. Why do you want to meet me? I want you to tell Tobi about my would-release bloodline, Naruto said, shocking Zetsu. Why? Oh ooh. The third Hokage and his guest looked at each other momentarily with no words being exchanged between them. After a brief moment of silence between the two of them, he spoke, Tsunade, it's been a long while. Yes it has, Sarutobi-sensei, Tsunade replied to her former sensei. She had looks of her late 30s and was known by many as the Sucker, one of the legendary Sannin. She had brown eyes and straight blonde hair that parts above her forehead. Her hair had shoulder-length bangs that frame her face and the rest reaches her lower back. Where is Shizune? Her teacher asked. Out, to meet her friends, Tsunade replied. Tell me, sensei. What's so urgent that you sent this pervert to look for me? She jerked her thumb over her shoulder. So you've been aware of me since the beginning, Jiraiya said. I can sense your lust from here. Jiraiya's face faltered. Sarutobi sighed. There is something wrong with my teaching. Tsunade is a gambler and heavy drinker. Jiraiya is, a pervert. And his last student, Orochimaru. I can write a book about him. Sensei. Tsunade called her teacher. Wait for a minute, Tsunade, Hiruzen said. There was a knock on door and Minato and Kushina entered the room. Minato smiled. Tsunade Heim. Nice to see you again, Tsunade, Kushina greeted. Minato, Kushina, it's good to see you again. Tsunade smiled. How are your children? Their names are Natsumi and Naruto, right? She got a nod from her relative. I really want to meet them. Kushina and her children were the only reason she had agreed to come back to the village. They were her last living family. You will meet them later, but first, Hiruzen said and made a couple of hand seals. The room glowed purple for a brief second. Silencing jutsu? Tsunade said, recognizing the jutsu. So this is serious. Yes, it is, Hiruzen said in a serious tone and motioned Jiraiya to tell her. My spy network in Sand Village has informed me about their upcoming attack on our village, Jiraiya stated. Sand alone don't have enough strength or manpower to do that, Tsunade said, so who are helping them? Iwa? Kumo? Sound Village, Minato informed her, they've planned to attack us in the Chunin exams final. Never heard about Sound Village before, who is the leader? Tsunade asked, looking at the Leaf Spymaster. I suspect it is Orochimaru, Jiraiya said. It's been difficult keeping an eye on his activities. The damned snake knows ways of covering his tracks, and he often relocates from one base to another. There was a moment of silence among everyone in the office. The Senju princess was trying to process all information. She looked at her teacher. You should have killed him. It's not easy to cut bonds you made, Hiruzen said, looking down. Orochimaru was his shame. Greatest mistake in his life. To change the subject, Minato decided to speak. Tsunade-sama, I want you to retake the position of head of Leaf's medical department. Your village needs you. Minato, I don't know if I can do that. In this village. I've very painful memories. I'm sorry, Tsunade said. But I'll help you in the upcoming invasion. It's okay. You have a month to think about it, Minato said. And you and Shizune are staying with us in our clan compound, Kushina said happily. Natsumi-chan will be happy to meet you. What about your son? Isn't he going to be happy to meet me? Tsunade asked. Or Jiraiya is his favorite. She narrowed eyes at her teammate. Did he corrupt my godson with his perverted antics? She clenched her fists, ready to give Jiraiya a beating if Kushina said yes. He doesn't live with us anymore, Kushina said, sadly. Why? Tsunade-sama, there is something I want you to do for me, Minato said as he handed her a file. I want you to perform a physical examination on him. Tsunade looked at the file. It was a medical file of Naruto, her godson. She began to read the file. As she flipped the pages, various emotions appeared on her face. Finally, it settled on anger when she finished. What is this, Minato? Chakra poisoning, blood loss, head injuries, and many more. With all of this, Naruto shouldn't be alive or completely healthy. She turned to Kushina. Kushina, where is your son? Tsunade, clam down. I'm assured that Naruto is alive and perfectly healthy, the third said. He knew an angry Tsunade equivalent to collateral damage. It calmed her down a bit, but she was still angry. Kushina, how did this happen? She asked. It's all started with Toad's prophecy, Kushina started from the beginning. As her story processed, tears began seeping down her cheeks. When she finished, she was literally crying in her husband's hands. He hates us. Tsunade wasn't angry anymore, she was furious. Both of you deserve it, she said, angrily. Jiraiya tried to protect them, Tsunade-hime, it isn't, shut up, idiot. It's all happened because of you and your stupid prophecy, Tsunade cut it. She turned to both parents. Minato, I thought you were a genius, but you are more idiot than your teacher. And Kushina, you are an Uzumaki. If Grandma Mito was alive, what would she think about you? It's perfectly normal for parents to favor one child or another at one time or another, but both of you just ignored one. You rejected as existing. For what? A stupid prophecy. But prophecy has changed. Again Jiraiya was cut by Tsunade. Shut up, Jiraiya. Prophecies aren't predictions of the future. The slug Sanin shouted. Hiruzen didn't say anything. Minato, Kushina and his student Jiraiya needed to hear that, and Tsunade was the perfect person to tell them that. Tsunade turned towards her teacher. Sensei, where is Naruto, now? I want to check his physical and mental health. There is no way anyone can get up from that accident without any mental and physical ensue. He is training with one of his teachers, Sarutobi said. There is one thing you should know about him. What is it? He can use the wood release like Hashirama Senju. What? Oh. Naruto went through the hand seals. Wood release, tracking fang technique. Several wooden pillars shot out of the ground and morphed into 5 ninja hounds. The dogs growled at their target before sinking into the ground. His technique name is very similar to Kakashi's, Yamato thought as he narrowly dodged a wooden dog's attack. He jumped back and another wooden burst out of the ground and went to attack him. The third dog came from behind him but was quickly slapped away by a wooden plank. Wood release, wood locking wall wooden pillars appeared out of the ground and created a dome around Yamato. But it turned out ineffective against the wooden dogs as they phased through the wooden wall and bit on Yamato's shoulder hard. Soon another 3 dogs joined him and held him down with their fangs. They are absorbing my chakra, Yamato though, before he turned into the wood. Wooden clone, Naruto said. He felt the tip of kunai on his neck. I admit you're good, Naruto, but not that good, Yamato said, standing behind his student with kunai in his hand. Naruto smirked. Sensei, I made 5 wooden dogs, not 4. Yamato's eyes widened as Naruto also turned a wooden clone and the last wooden dog burst out of the ground. Yamato quickly disposed of the dog, but it gave the real Naruto enough time to complete the last hand seal. Naruto clapped his hands. Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Yamato's eyes widened in a shock. Several large trees emerged from the ground, turning the training ground into a dense forest in less than a minute. Naruto's technique wasn't finished just there. The trees started blooming into beautiful pink flowers. They were exactly like roses, beautiful and yet deadly. As the flowers bloomed, a thick yellowish mist enveloped the whole field. The flowers had released their pollen that spread through that battlefield. Anyone that inhaled even the smallest amount of it would be rendered unconscious. You have come so far, Naruto, Yamato thought before falling unconscious. Oh. When Yamato woke up, he found himself in the same training ground. But the training ground wasn't a training ground anymore, it had become a part of the forest that covered it all side. It looks like, form now, Leaf ninjas have one less training ground to train. Yamato looked up at Naruto, who was sitting on a tree branch. What did you do with the giant flowers? I cut them off, Naruto said as he jumped and landed softly on the ground. Yamato smiled and said, Naruto, there's nothing I can teach you. Your wood release skills have already suppressed mine. Be careful, when you fight with a tailed beast container. Suppressing the power of a tailed beast is no easy task for anyone, regardless of your bloodline limit. Thank you for everything, Sensei, Naruto said. And I'll remember your advice. There was a small puff of smoke. When the smoke dissipated, there was a slug, the same size of a house cat, carrying a scroll under it. The slug was predominantly white in color with 3 blue streaks that ran vertically down the middle and side of its body from its head and tapering off at its tail. Its optical tentacles had a slight tint of gray to them, and it also had 2 sensory tentacles on either side of its mouth. Are you Naruto-sama? It spoke in a soft and gentle voice. Yes, I'm Naruto. And who are you? Naruto said. He pretty much had clues who the slug was. There was only one slug summon in the Element Nation. Tsunade Senju. I am Katsuyu. I have a message for you from Tsunade-sama, Naruto was in the hospital. He didn't have a good memory here. The last time, he had visited this place on the stretcher. But this time, he was visiting on his feet. Good progress, he thought. Naruto? A very familiar voice called his name. Naruto turned around to see the familiar face of his pink-haired teammate. It's been while, Sakura, he said. It's only 15 days, Sakura said. She had several books in her hat and was wearing a white coat as the doctor wore. I thought you forgot about me. Trust me, I can forget your face, but not your loud voice, Naruto thought before looking at Sakura. Do you work here? No, I'm actually an intern here, Sakura said. And congratulations, I heard you, Natsumi and Sasuke-kun got into the final. Thanks. Sakura, a voice called her name. Shizune-sensei, Sakura called the newcomer. Shizune was a fair-skinned woman of average height and slender build with onyx eyes and jet black hair. Her hair was straight and shoulder-length with bangs that covered her ears and framed her face. She wore a long bluish-black kimono with white trimmings that held closed by a white obi and open-toed sandals with low heels. Bed number 47 patient needs medical help, she told her. Sakura left after saying goodbye to Naruto. You're Naruto-kun, right? Shizune asked the pale blonde-haired boy, who matched the description of the fourth son. Naruto gave her a nod. I am Shizune, Tsunade-sama's apprentice. She is waiting for you. Naruto followed Shizune. She directed him to the stairs. They made it to the office on the first floor. Shizune knocked on the door. When they heard come in, they went inside. Ah, Shizune, Tsunade said. She looked up and saw Shizune and the blonde boy, whom he recognized her godson Naruto. And you must be Naruto. Take the seats. Naruto nodded and took a seat in front of the desk. Shizune sat next to him. Naruto looked the Senju princess. She looked much younger than her age. He didn't know what to think about her. She was his godmother, but unlike Jiraiya, he had never met her before. At that time, his opinion about her was neutral. A physical examination? But why? Naruto asked, confused as he got straight to the point. It is a regular protocol, Tsunade said, lying. Never heard about it before, Naruto said, suspecting something. It's only for Leaf Genins who has moved to the final. Then where are the others? I have sent them a message. They will be here soon. Naruto narrowed eyes at Tsunade. The whole thing feels suspicious to me. The door swung open and there she was. Hey, where is Grandma Tsunade? She, Ni-chan? Natsumi, Naruto said, seeing his ex-sister. Perfect timing, Natsumi, Tsunade thought before she realized what that brat had called her. Stop calling me Grandma, brat, she shouted. But you're old, Mini Kushina countered. Stop calling me old. Both Shizune and Naruto sweat dropped seeing their behavior. Shizune stood up and decided to stop this pointless argument. Let's go for your physical examination. She grabbed Natsumi's hand and dragged her out of the room. Hey! Stop pulling me, Natsumi shouted. Tsunade took a deep breath to calm herself down. She definitely takes after Kushina. She turned and looked at her godson. And Naruto takes after his father. He has Minato's brilliant mind. I hope Natsumi's presence has clarified his doubts about this examination. Are you ready for your physical examination? She asked. Yes, Naruto said. He mentally sent a signal to his shadow servants to keep eyes on the process. Oh, ooh. Pointless and waste of time, Naruto thought about the physical examination. He jumped onto the roof of a nearby house. Jumping from one house onto another, he was moving toward his home. It was already night. He leapt into the air. He unsheathed his sword Kurami. Stepping on a shadow platform, he swung it around, sending an arc of black energy towards an unknown stalker. He looked down and saw marks of splattered ink on the ground. Ink? Naruto said before his form melted into the platform and he appeared in his living room. You can come out now, he said. A man stepped out of the shadow. He was a tall man with black hair. He wore a simple purple-lined kimono, bandages all over his body, and simple sandals. His most distinctive feature was an orange mask with a spiral pattern focused around his right eye. Who are you? Naruto asked, but he already knew who he was. Hi, I am Toby. And Toby is a good guy, the masked man said in a childish, almost high-pitched voice. I highly doubt that, Naruto said. A chakra chain pierced through the back of Toby and came out the front. The masked man instantly dropped his childish ways and took a completely different stance. He glanced down, noticing the chain had come out of his shadow. You're full of surprises, Toby said, his voice was deeper, but there was no pain in it. He stepped forward. There was no remnant of any stab wound or any stabbing hole in his cloth. So you have done playing around, Naruto said and his chain vanished. So who are you again? Toby smiled inside the mask. I'm a ghost of the Uchiha, he said with his lone Sharingan glowing. Uchiha Madara. Impossible, Naruto said, emitting a fake shocked expression. You should be dead by now. We're talking about a faraway era. Believe me or not, I am alive. What do you want from me? Let's talk in my place. Before Naruto knew, Toby was in front of him. As the masked man grabbed his shoulder, the world around them began to swirl. When everything went back to the normal, Naruto found himself in front of a giant, earthen-colored humanoid entity rested upon a giant flowering tree. The demonic statue had a decayed appearance, a body shaped into a robe, and a number of spike-like protrusions on its back. The tree it rested on was huge, much bigger than the statue itself. The giant tree had spike-like branches, which jutted out all along its stem, and a gigantic network of roots extending into a massive flooded cavern. An abnormal thing about that tree was its trunk that bore a strong resemblance to first Hokage Senju Hashirama. I can feel Mom's chakra trying to connect me, Naruto thought to look at the husk of the 10 tails. He felt much stronger than before as his chakra became instantly full. Beautiful, isn't it? Toby spoke. Yes. I can feel its sheer life force from here, Naruto said. Tell me, Naruto, what do you think about this reality and peace? Toby asked. He needed to know if he was going to coerce the blonde to help him. There is no such thing as peace in this world, that is reality, Naruto said immediately. This reality is completely worthless, isn't it? Toby said. People don't get what they wish most, and that is a fact. We are subjected to the whims of this reality, that is filled with pain, suffering, emptiness, loneliness and negligence. Whenever there is light, there are also shadows. One cannot exist without the other. This world is full of pain and futility. Those are the only things that exist in this reality. There are only winners and losers in this world along with the selfish desires to create a lasting peace. But there can be no peace when the world is flooded by rage. The selfish desire of peace will only be temporary and war will rise. Hatred is birthed from the protection of love and more hatred will follow after it like vultures. Everything I have said is nexuses, bound together by an unbreakable chain that keeps adding on to its links. The chain cannot be broken for we all wear it. There is nowhere to break the chain. Normally. Naruto didn't say anything. He stood there and listened. I have the plan to break that chain, I call it, the Moon's Eye Plan, faked Madara said. He began to explain to him his master plan. The plan according to him would bring everlasting peace in the world. Anything you ever wanted would become reality. You can create people, manipulate landscapes, even gain acceptance and love of your parents. Naruto closed his eyes and clapped his hands. Toby watched sheer outstanding when giant trees grew out of the ground. They twisted, turned, wrapped around the huge tree, Hashirama's artificial body. The huge tree began to grow, stretching its branches, sprouting leaves. This is the true power of the wood release, Toby thought. I don't need anything from them, Naruto said. What I want is crush their dreams they work for. This is better than what I expected, Toby thought, smiling under his mask. We can help each other. I will train you. I will give you the power you desire. You will be a force of nature under Uchiha Madara's teaching. But in the return, I expect your help in my plan. Naruto was silent for a minute before nodding. I will help you only if you fulfill your word, he said. Everything had gone according to the plan. He was inside the little group that Black Zetsu had created to their mother's revival. Very well. From today you are my student. Naruto, Toby said with a small smile. The Leaf Village is far away from here. Let me give you a lift. Don't worry, I will manage, Naruto said. His shadow wrapped around his body. Toby watched his new student leave through a portal. Another pawn has joined the chessboard, he said, don't you agree? Black Zetsu rose out of the ground beside. It didn't say anything, just kept an eye on Toby. You are a fool. My brother has always been on the board, not as a pawn but as a queen.